The Great Shiva, The Fearless One, Memoirs of Final Nirvana by Odaila Kingsavan. Published by Odaila Kingsavan at Smashwords. Copyright 2020, Odai Kingsavan. Smashwords Edition. License Notes. Thank you for downloading this book. This book remains the copyrighted property of the author and may not be redistributed to others for commercial or non-commercial purposes. If you enjoyed this book, please encourage your friends to download their own copy from their favorite authorized retailer. Thank you for your love, beloved. Namaste. This memoir continues from Memoirs of Om, The Romance of the Gods, The Eternal, Book 2. It recounts the journey of my final liberation from form. Following working on the manuscript one afternoon, I tried napping after not getting good sleep the previous night and thought about exercising on the treadmill later. Getting good rest before working out would help me run faster and longer. However, I couldn't nap despite my efforts to relax. Just 30 minutes, I said. I just want 30 minutes. An image of what Jesus says to Krishna, "You got a good one," emerged, which led me to recall Guan Yin and Vishnu mentioned this along the way as well. It brought a deep realization at that moment, and it jolted my core completely, almost bringing tears to my eyes. Krishna had always loved and wanted to be with me since I was young, approximately 5 years old. He had informed of this before, as well as led me to remember. Though it was moving, I didn't think much of it. It came all together like pieces of puzzle that day. "I can't believe it," I said, deeply touched. "Since before you were born," he said. "Before I was born?" Straight away, I was in a room in Laos and saw myself as an unborn in my mother's womb, looking angelic and bright, light shining above, while I was in a very light, fierce white energy. It was nighttime, and the wind was strong. When I glanced around at ceiling level, I saw Krishna lying sideways, observing his fruit and watching. "Do you see it?" he asked. "Do you see it now?" "I see it now," I replied. Jesus and Buddha were there too, waiting and standing in midair. No wonder they always show up. Where's Vishnu? The god of Montana was far heavenward in his abode, lying on his multi-headed serpent in brilliant light, watching. Guan Yin was further away, and Brahma was at his abode, sitting on a pink lotus seat with the clearest light around him. Lakshmi sat on a pink lotus in a red and gold sari further in the distance, along with Rama and Hanuman. All the gods and goddesses who had been with me in this journey were there from the start, awaiting my birth, though I wasn't sure why this was being revealed. "At least Shiva wasn't around," I said suddenly. Swiftly, I located an empty, dim space, looking at myself lying in the room calmly with my eyes open, in clear water with the clearest light reflecting above. Shiva appeared, wearing a tiger skirt wrapped around his waist without a shirt, heading towards me. He was muscular, with a white crescent moon tucked in his matted hair, and held a trishu. He then sat in meditation pose and raised his palm, transferring his clear, very light, fierce white energy into the unborn. Why is he doing that? How come other gods aren't transferring their energies? What's he doing? Other gods weren't around. I watched until he finished. Afterwards, he was formless, walking away gripping his mighty weapon, while I was this truly clear, untouched, fierce, glowing white energy. Then a little trishu appeared in my hand. What the heck? Am I his extension? His incarnation? No way. Jesus Christ, Is this why Sean always called me Shiva? Is this why Jesus came into my dream when I went to bed in rage, telling me to calm down and saying, I destroy everything? Then the meditative scene switched to when I was close to be born and witnessed my deceased frail grandfather in his monk outfit, who sat observing as if he couldn't keep his eyes away. It moved me. Seeing him, I cried. I love you so completely, so truly and deeply, Grandpa, I said, then saw my late grandmother and a couple of older siblings sitting around. My grandpa and grandma had become my parents when my late mother and father left for Thailand. My childhood was joyful and adventurous. When I came out from the womb, the gods bow. Shortly, a series of images befell of when I crawled, walked, ran as toddler, and as a 6-year-old until I was a teenager, young adult, and then an adult. Throughout my life and before my birth, Krishna was always there. He never left my side, watching the whole entire time in midair. It was if he could hardly keep his eyes away and couldn't be apart from me. Sometimes I would see Vishnu with him, though the maintainer would return to his residence. Oh my gosh, I said, truly moved and in disbelief. Do you see it now? He said. You're always my goddess. Do you see it now? Yes, I see it now. I was always yours, I replied, in tears. I see it now. I was always yours. Over what Krishna did and said through this journey. For instance, his love notes, which he shot through his fruit, that was written on an old paper, reminding he had loved me since. And when he said he couldn't be away and had waited, as well as when Kuan Yin mentioned that Krishna had chosen me. Now it all made sense. Everything tied in together. Soon, I appeared in light blue energy and saw Vishnu wipe his tears up in his place, as if he was deeply proud and in a way had lost me. I grew vulnerable seeing him in that state, so I flew to the maintainer. I love you so truly, so completely, and so deeply, my love, I said, although couldn't say I was his anymore, kneeling in front of him, quietly. You are Krishna now, he said. This time he didn't say I was Krishna's or that I was with Krishna. Immediately I understood. Suddenly I was back into the open beyond the clear cloud with light blue mist everywhere, realizing it was Krishna's energy, or mine. Abruptly, I soared incredibly high. Woohoo! I yelled. I am! I was stunned once I opened my eyes regarding my birth, at how I came about and who was with me. My birth deemed truly beautiful, as I never knew, could never have possibly imagined it. This was a grand revelation, and I wasn't sure how to grasp it. I can't believe it, I said. Wow. After I ate a little snack, I headed downstairs to exercise and barely made it to 5 miles running. Then I cooked a spicy noodle soup, reflecting on the meditation and Shiva, the only god I hesitated to accept completely. It could be that, deep down, my realization that I was he happened a long time ago. However, I thought nothing of it, didn't know how to, or was afraid to accept it, and maybe needed more revelations to have complete acceptance and remembrance. This wasn't the first time it was shown to me, though not in this way, as I truly saw it now with my own eyes. It was if I couldn't deny it, though that didn't mean I still didn't want to. Along the way, somehow, I brushed it off, despite the fact that Sean had mentioned this numerous times, even before I knew who Shiva really was. Regardless, I had to truly come to it myself. Vishnu had on a couple occasions said of this, though my resistances kept me from truthfully accepting it. However, I never came to uncover it like this. No wonder he never shows me how to destroy, I said. It was already me. Somehow it felt like I was born to write these memoirs, to go through the transformations I undergone in order to share them with everyone. Many years ago, when I was living in the apartment with Sean a year after giving birth to Santi, one night he and I engaged in a huge conflict where I became profoundly enraged like I never known or had experienced, you could say, in this entirety. Almost everything turned black as the energy of wrath overcame me completely. My whole and my all became this rage itself, full-blown. In hindsight, it was, at the moment, as though something had awakened inside me. It felt as I could destroy all without fail. It was unbelievable how severe it was, as my entirety was it. Afterwards, I was shocked and realized how destructive and harmful I could be. A few more instances to share with everyone while reflecting on the revelations of my origin. One day, Sean prepared for fall because cold weather was near. He mowed the grass and gathered leaves from the front and backyards for the last pickup from the city. He had mentioned a couple times that he was going to cut the marigold flowers a week before, as cold temperature would damage them. However, I told him to let the freeze do the job. He, without letting me know, cut the marigolds, which I had consistently cultivated over the summer, on that day, even though they were still blooming beautifully alongside the garage and the deck area. It was a little garden for my relaxation, and almost daily, after Santi was dropped off to school, I would sit on the wooden deck, enjoying the serenity of this well-taken care of garden. Amid witnessing the flowers being destroyed to mere dirt by his trimmer, I got hugely upset and cried, shaking, You cut my flowers! You! I screamed, pointing my finger at him as the fiery energy crushing through my veins. I didn't know what to do, as I couldn't believe what he had done. He saw how distressed I'd gotten, and he profusely apologized. At that very instant, it felt as I could destroy him into pieces. He said quietly, I would never do that again, he said. I will ask you next time. He was supposed to clean the gutter in front of the house that day too, but refused, afraid to climb the ladder. I'll watch you, I said after I calmed down, still a little upset though. After you just got mad at me? How would I dare to go up that ladder, he said. What do you mean, I asked. Are you kidding me right now? You're Shiva. You're extremely powerful and you don't know how to control your power. What do you mean, I asked again. He shook his head as I didn't have a clue, and truly didn't, though I was a bit conscious of it. Even more so, I was afraid. Often when Sean called me Shiva, it was an insult, and I would feel bad about myself and the raging force existed in me, although I thought of it as though he was comparing me to Shiva, and not that I was the god of destruction itself. At the time when he and I had quarreled, Santi got involved and yelled at me as well. Sean grabbed Santi's hand, walking him away and asking him not make me any more upset, saying, You don't know who you're dealing with. When I couldn't find spicy peppers on one evening while cooking, again I got angry at Sean. I thought he had thrown away the peppers I saved in the freezer, after reminding him on a couple occasions not to. Did you throw away my peppers? Did you? I asked, irate. Why did you do it? Why? Who in their right mind would take Shiva stuff? Who in their right mind would ever touch Shiva stuff? He said. I found it, I said, after searching in another corner of the freezer. It was on the side of the fridge, camouflaged with other food items. Why do you always call me Shiva? I asked. Often rather than have an acceptance of it, I disregarded it, not wanting to face or go deeper into it, and didn't have full remembrance of who I was. When a friend through a social media sent me the God of Destruction's pictures, I would say, before deleting them. What the fuck? Because you are. You have to know that by now, he responded. At times during our verbal altercations, I would say instantly, without thinking, as it naturally emerged, I can destroy you, tear you down in pieces. You can, he said. You don't even have to blink. He went as far as to tell me I was Shiva's incarnation on one occasion, which of course shocked me a bit, despite the fact that deep down, during the whole process of my journey, I had some remembrances of myself as Shiva, though I wasn't sure how to go about embracing that the destroyer was the deep seat of my blood and veins. Shiva was the first god. When I first saw him, either in meditation or at a Hindu temple, I accepted myself as he, instantly, immediately, and without any reminders, as if I had recognized myself. Even when accepting it now, I shook a bit and found some excuses for this. For instance, I said, maybe it was this or maybe it was that, following the big disclosure. Now it was revealed this way. It was doubtlessly a big discovery to digest, though I accepted it as much as I could. However, there was no difference in me from anyone or anything. I was lacking Savan, the here and the now, the eternal moment with no identification or attachment, the energy of love, all. Before showering, following eating the spicy, salty noodle soup, I put on a Buddhist chant. It happened to be Namo Tassat Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa, with a different screen picture that I didn't recognize until it played. It chanted differently, though. When I finished showering, I applied moisturizer on my face and closed my eyes. A vision of standing on the snowy clouds immediately arose. I was surrounded by Buddhist monks and Buddha, the fully enlightened one, the truly awakened one, I heard as I stood with one hand in front of my chest. Then I went to bed, about to put my underwear on. I sat there in tears. It's complete enlightenment. This is complete Nirvana, I said. Then, a little later, said, I love so much. I love so badly. I love so indescribably. Soon another flash ensued. This time I ran down the middle of golden Buddha statues on both sides, filled with light gold air. I wasn't fully informed, but as golden energy, it seemed endless as I kept on, touching the idols with both hands and running in slow motion. The fully enlightened one, I heard, the exalted one, the truly awakened one. Shortly, I came upon a black-gray door and opened it. It was the same on the other side, full of golden, shimmering Buddha figures on two sides. Continuing, I arrived at the biggest golden, gleaming Buddha statue not too far ahead, behind a luminous golden Buddhist temple with a brilliant golden light in front of it. When I stood directly before it, I entered the light, as set in it as the radiant gold energy. God, the Most High, the All-Powerful, the All-Knowing, the All-Existing. God, the All-Powerful, the All-Knowing, the All-Existing, I heard. Energy started twisting and churning inside, and it got immensely overwhelming. Krishna, I said. He appeared. It's you now, he said. Go through it. God, the Most High, the All-Powerful, the All-Knowing, the All-Existing. God, the All-Powerful, the All-Knowing, the All-Existing. God, the All-Powerful, the All-Knowing, the All-Existing. God, the All-Knowing, the All-Powerful, the All-Existing. I will go through it, I said as I held on amidst the energy turning strongly within, overpowering me. As I kept going, I saw myself shoot up into the immaculate sky in golden light. Super soul, I heard. I opened my eyes, then stepped downstairs to drink water and ate a sugary cookie, enduring the strength of this force. Later at night, before I fell asleep, Krishna sat on a golden throne, and I walked toward him. Ever since, I said, referring to his love for me. Ever since, he said. Shortly, I found myself strolling on snowy light, whereas he easily reclined in midair, watching. My love, I said, treading, smiling, and flirting as we just met. He made pink lotus flowers fall, and similarly as I walked, pink lotus flowers grew underneath my feet as my walking path. 2 boys and 1 girl, I said. It started all over, the eternal beginning. 2 boys, 1 girl, he said. Let's get started, I suggested. So I lifted myself to midair, took off my clothes, and rolled. He was right in front of me, directly. Let's get started, he said. I smiled. You're the only God for me, from beginning to end, I said. You're the most incredible God, truly the most incredible. Nothing can compare to you in this entirety. At night, it took very long to fall asleep as I pondered on the revelation. It never occurred to me to wonder who I was before I was born, as I never thought of myself or being anything of significance throughout my life. As a matter of fact, I felt the opposite, although now I was no one and everyone, nowhere and everywhere, one, all. It was deeply unbelievable how Krishna had never left my side. When I shut my eyes, I found him standing in dim void. I hugged him. Why, I asked, wanting to know the reason my birth was revealed now and not before. You couldn't and wouldn't have been able to handle it then, he said. It is done now. Accepting yourself is beautiful, the most beautiful thing. You have waited, I said. I would wait for all eternity for you, he said, stroking my dark hair. Of course, his love moved me deeply. You are the purest, truly the purest of all. Abruptly, I discovered myself on my knees and putting my head on the floor in distinct mist in front of Jesus, Buddha, and the gods and goddesses. Thank you, my beloved. Thank you, my eternal beloved. Thank you so deeply, my eternal beloved, I said, for their help and guidance. The purest one, they all said. Go, soul. Then I unearthed myself lying in a golden air, swinging my index finger back and forth, playing with it. Krishna came and lay nearby, doing the same thing. I grabbed his hand before climbing on top of him. You're the only God in me, so deeply, so truly, and so completely, I said. No words and language can describe it. I want to be pregnant this time. We'll do whatever you want, my love. Whatever you want, he said. I opened my eyes for meditating. The next evening, I took a nightly stroll through the neighborhood before dinner. The weather was warmer and everyone was trekking with their dogs, jogging and riding bikes, enjoying the pleasant evening. Many people were ready for spring following a long winter hibernation. Though I processed the discovery of my birth, as well as loving Krishna, I was deeply in love and smiled at times. Just 5 minutes until I reached home after an hour of walking, I cleared the physical in front of me. Unsure of how to explain this, since the physical was still there. Maybe I could say that I looked beyond it to see if Krishna was watching, like he had been. To see all infinity was God-eye, as Lakshmi had put it. The divine God reclined in midair watching. I beamed in awe. I can't keep away, he said. I can't keep away either, I said. He played his flute, making pink lotus flowers descend as I walked, no different than in meditation. It brought tears to my eyes. Then he pervaded everywhere as my walking ground, sky, trees, and as their entirety itself. You are all, he said. I am all, I said. During my warm shower with my eyes closed, I saw that he and I held each other. I'm so happy, deeply happy, to be eternally with you, I said. So deeply happy. He shed tears. My love, I wiped them. You are my everything, he said. The following day wasn't too different. My heart bloomed of love and in love and of this love. However, for a tiny bit, I questioned Krishna's affection, wondering he would still love me if I was just lacking someone, even though I was just lacking someone, with nothing attached to my name or face. Did he also watch other goddesses and couldn't keep away, since everyone was he? It was no doubt an insecurity of mine. In the afternoon, I cleared the physical and observed him lounging higher. This brought cheeriness to my face. The inside and outside were one and the same. There weren't much difference in me. The gods and goddesses were there. I bowed and thanked them once more. After not getting a good night's sleep the night before, I attempted to rest and couldn't. A vision of Shiva emerged. He sat on top of the clouds, surrounded by brilliant light shining. He had porcelain white skin tone, a crescent moon tucked on his black hair, and King Cobra circled his neck, holding the trident. He raised his palm, and immediately I raised mine. The spotless, purest white energy shot from both of our palms and met in the middle, aligning as if they came from one another. Afterwards, I felt truly softened, flew to him, and fell onto my knees. I accept my love, I said. I accept. I completely accept. Then I roll on the gentle vapors, touch, saying plenty of times, I accept, until Krishna appeared. Shiva stood up. She's all yours, he said. Krishna lifted and carried me. It's the most beautiful thing, he said, referring to self-acceptance. This was the greatest acceptance of myself. What do you want to do, he asked. Just be with you, I replied. Soon he left. Meanwhile, by myself, sitting on cottony smokes, I made trees, then green grass appear on earth, and observed them. Abruptly, I snapped my fingers and they disappeared. Momentarily, I did it again. Pink and white cherry blossom trees existed all over white clouds. I got up to spectate in astonishment, then making a hammock tied to the flower trees, then lay on it. Krishna arrived, admiring the garden full of beautiful peach blossoms, blooming nicely. The most beautiful, he said, looking my way. Come here, I said. He didn't right away, so I flew his way, landing on top of him. I like this, he said. I was tricked again. I looked away and pounded a bit. He touched my chin. Let's end the memoir here, my love, I said. We'll end this one here. Whatever happens after this will be in the next one, he replied. Krishna, I said, not wanting to write anymore, and burned out having written lengthy Om series. You're sharing all this lifetime, he said, and then next. We'll do it together. I'm with you every step of the way. Your words are mine, he said. You are my beloved wife. Near bedtime, I looked beyond the physical appearances. Krishna paraded transparently everywhere before I stood next to him, clear and translucent as everything together. His energy was all around, as if I could have him and be with him eternally, here and now. It felt a shade overwhelming though, but this was my consciousness, so I let it be. It was if I could have the eternity, here and now, in one, instantly. You can handle this, he said. I can handle this, I said, feeling his face. I have returned to you. I have completely returned to you. Universally was Krishna, love, God, self. Everything was eternal, as if I never went anywhere, but was here endlessly and continuously. Krishna and the gods and goddesses never left, but were eternally present. When I reached Nirvana, everything was here and now as well, but now Krishna and I were in union as one, as if I was balance of both, God and goddess. Everywhere I was filled of eternal love and presence, as if I was in paradise. Once again, there weren't any verses to define the magnificence of oneness, eternal peace, and silence. One particular afternoon during my relaxation, tired from exercising and not getting enough snooze, I missed Krishna deeply, as if I would die without him. I love you so badly. I love you so, so badly, Krishna, I said. It came to where I would die endlessly for him, as I was deeply, unspeakably in love. An image of entering in the dark atmosphere emerged, and I saw that Krishna held a vast mountain of some sort in his hand, in the air. People on the ground watching. He threw the heavy mountain my way, and I suspended in the sky, then gently lowered to the ground. He strode past as I watched him, walking ahead. I love you so badly. I can't be without you at all, not even for a bit, I said, crying. Abruptly, I became transparent as the whole atmosphere, observing Krishna in a golden outfit, riding on a chariot and heading towards the battleground. He was in me as I was the universe see-through. He was going to see Arjuna. However, the entire time my eyes didn't look anywhere, not even a tiny speck. I watched him, transfixed on him and loving him deeply with no end. It didn't matter who or what was nearby. I wasn't able to keep away, as nothing could compare, as if nothing existed. Just him. There were men, chariots, and other things, though they didn't matter. He became the only one who had all of me, infinitely. Oh my gosh, he's my heart, my soul, I said suddenly. When he rested in the tent with both of his hands underneath his head, I watched and wanted to touch him, gently reaching my hand down as I couldn't help it. It was if I would die unendingly if I was apart from him. Even when he was about 5 years old, playing by a quiet lake with others, I could only focus on him and absorb in him. Did you get it now? He asked, showing that this was how his love was for me. I'm sorry to doubt you, even for a bit. I'm sorry, my love. I get it now, I replied. He came from behind, transparent. I turned around and tenderly bumped my forehead on his. I choose you, he said. You're my beloved. And I choose you. Over and over, I choose you, I said. That spring evening, I took Santi and his cousins for an Easter egg hunt at a family gym. I smiled inwardly and outwardly, and in ocean of calmness. Regardless of my fatigue, the next day, the kids and I attended another Easter egg hunt. We didn't get lots of eggs, so I tried looking for more Easter festivity to go to before attending Santi classmates' birthday bash. There wasn't any in the local area. We ended up at the library instead. At the party, an image arose of Krishna and I lying in midair. With both hands supporting my chin, I beamed brightly with wide eyes, waiting for Krishna to be born. He was playing with my fine hair and touching the side of my cheek as I looked straight ahead, awaiting his birth. Although my complete attention was with Krishna by my side. Nothing can compare to you, he said. You're my princess, my goddess. She has accepted herself, Vishnu said to Shiva sitting on pure clouds in a brilliant light. She has, Shiva said, as I was surrounded of a very light, pierced white energy from before my birth. Finally, Krishna was born. He was in immaculate, utmost, ultra-perfection golden energy with an untouched, flawless, big white halo around his head. He's pure God, I said, suddenly observing the infant Krishna closely, then looking at the Krishna next to me. You're a gift to eternity. You're the greatest gift to this entirety. From the moment of his birth, Krishna was already the supreme, powerful, and ultimate God, the God of all gods. My jaw dropped to witness the birth of the absolute. Everything, everywhere, anywhere, gods and goddesses, trees, rocks, moon, sun, and skies, and everything and anything bow to his greatness. I turned to him again, stunned. Wow. What do you want to do? He asked, touching my chin. It didn't matter how he was born or what was around. The only one he couldn't keep away from was me. Whatever you want to do, I said, and couldn't believe he was my eternal beloved husband. Let's see, he said. I chuckled, putting my hand over my mouth. Yeah, I said, although I grew somewhat nervous to accept myself completely. I was much more as days passed. Some days were easier than other days. Somehow I found a way to excuse what I came to, even though it had uncovered clearly. Krishna was right. I wouldn't have been able to accept my origin if it had been revealed before. Thoughts, conditions, and what I had been taught and learned would have hindered me from embracing this. It was, without a doubt, an enormous exposure to take. This sort of thing happened long ago, I said, running on the exercise machine, even though there wasn't a long ago. But at the same time, there was, since I put it there. An image of the Dalai Lama surfaced to support my understanding, encouraging me to be more accepting. After I showered, I lay on my bed in low spirits, worn out from writing and not getting plentiful of sleep. The book, Memoirs of Om, was truly long, and I had to divide it into 3 parts instead of one book. Making changes to those manuscripts also incurred some sort of tenseness and stress all over my body. After all, I had been writing the memoirs for a long while, documenting everything as it happened, even amidst enduring tremendous transformations. A vision developed of treading on clear ground. Light gold air shone before I encountered Krishna playing his beloved instrument under a tree, with at least 3 women in their saris admiring him. I walked by, not saying anything. Shiva appeared higher, see-through in spotless climate, watching. Krishna showed up next to him, observing me heading toward a 1-story white colonial house with a few flower baskets hung on the front porch. "She's your goddess," Shiva said. "I can't let her go or be anywhere without me," he said to Shiva. Krishna vanished as I lay on a porch rail, sad and low. Accepting myself meant I was moving forward, leaving behind big parts of who I was. In me now was this entirety, as if I was pure presence of self. "You are my goddess," the destroyer said. "Yes, my love, I accept," I said. "I accept us." He saw my tears. He cried, wiped his tears, and wiped mine. "You're the most beautiful goddess ever to take form," he said, "the purest being." He observed for some time as I lay unmoving, filled of sadness. Somehow it seemed that I was upset with Krishna too. Later, inside the house full of golden air, when I lay, Krishna appeared in front of me. I tossed to the other side. Again, he appeared directly from me. I switched to the other end. It was the same. "What?" I said. "Go through what you need to go through," he said. "I'm always with you, going through it with you. You have my soul, completely. You are my all." He held me, and we lay quietly for some time before Vishnu arrived next to Shiva, watching Krishna and I. "They couldn't keep away from one another," the maintainer said to Shiva. "They just couldn't keep away," Shiva agreed. "This is our paradise," Krishna said, caressing my face. "It's you and me now, my love. No one else, nothing else. Just you and me, my love. Okay?" "Okay," I said. Abruptly, I walked in vibrant golden light. The sun shone magnificently, going toward the ocean, to the other side of it completely. The destroyer showed up as the universe became see-through, as well as the air I strode on. A Thai song I liked suddenly played, and I danced to the tune, accepting myself. I was Shiva as well as La, one. Oddly, there were bubbles floating with me in it. I popped them all. Then I strolled on the beach. The sand was wet. I made a bucket manifest and collected seashells. When Krishna showed up, it almost put tears in my eyes, as I felt immensely softened by his presence. "You are my soul completely. You're mine," he said. "You're mine. I can't be anywhere without you." No doubt I was afraid to be alone, being where I was, as there wasn't anyone or anything else besides self. Now that Krishna was with me eternally, I wasn't alone anymore. It was as if I had found my soul, though he was here with me all along, hadn't gone anywhere, and had never left. He was always with me, in me, as myself. I glanced at him and noticed he wore no shirt. I grinned and sighed. He appeared that way to entice me, unsure how to elaborate on it. It seemed that I caught on quickly with him. My love, I said. My love, he said. I stood up, took off my clothes, and ran. He chased me down. You know I can't resist you. Not even for a second, he said. Is that right? I said, gazing at him, incomprehensibly taken by disaffection. I surrender to you completely. I surrender my all to you eternally. There's just you in me. You're the only love in me. It was unbelievable how I come to submit to Krishna again and again. However, it also meant that I was letting go of something too. The next couple of days were unchanged, though I found ways to distract myself by watching series of dramas after another. Although a couple of them were about the romance of eternal love, and the theme songs fit nicely with what was happening with me. This powerful love could only continue without end. The romantic stories, of course, brought smiles to my face, as they were very close to the love of Krishna and I. Although one night before bed, I broke down in tears. I'm purposeless. I am so purposeless. I am so purposeless, I sobbed. It appeared that the more I let go, the more meaningless, aimless, selfless, and unattached I was. Whatever I did or said was even purer than before. No hidden meaning or agenda behind it. It was absolute. If I was angry, I was angry. If I was sad, I was sad. Nothing was around it. However, I noticed I was a bit more anxious, complaining and yelling at Sean if he misplaced something. What's going on with you? He asked. I'm PMSing, I said, although something else was transpiring. Inner changes were taking place as well. Then be mindful, La, he suggested. I don't like getting yelled at. After using the restroom in the middle of the night, I tried falling asleep but wasn't able to. Right away, a flash surfaced of heading toward Vishnu, who lounged at his abode on the multi-headed serpent. I love you so badly. I love you so indescribably, I said, crying, wanting to make love with him, truly and deeply. He touched my chin. Still mine? He asked. I said blankly, realizing that I wasn't anyone except one god who played the flute. I'm Krishna's, only Krishna's, I replied. Immediately I sat in front of the divine god, resting in gold energy. He was moved by my love, as I left everything behind, including the god I truly loved. You're the greatest, he said. After hearing good rumors on the new Asian restaurant that had just opened, I called to order my favorite foods, although they kindly informed that the dish I really enjoy only served on weekends because not many customers order it. How do you know? You just opened, I asked. She replied that she didn't, so I complained over this matter to Sean, my sister, then my friend. Yet I listened to what was going on inwardly. There wasn't any purpose to who I was, just pure beingness without much thought. There wasn't significance or insignificance to who I was. I was just what was, the eternal moment. The following day, while I was sitting quietly on my bed, suddenly I missed Ganesh, my best friend. After I had been slowly with Krishna, I hadn't seen my beloved friends. I miss you, Ganesh. I miss you so much, I said. Promptly an image appeared surpassing snowy clouds, and I saw Ganesh sitting in midair alongside Brahma and Guan Yin, all three of my dearest friends. I fell onto the vapors and rolled back and forth in front of Brahma like a 12-year-old girl playing. You all knew, I said. We all knew, Guan Yin answered. You have waited, I continued. We have waited, she replied, with cries running down her face. Guan Yin, I said, and went to her. You're my best friend, she said. And you're mine, I said, and hugged her. I glanced at Ganesh and said, Let's play. The sky turned dark swiftly. Krishna came and talked to Brahma. Ganesh flew far to kick the soccer ball my way. He then rapidly kicked approximately 1,000 white balls at once. My anxiety arose, didn't know how to catch them all. As they headed my direction, I got sweaty and my heart started racing. Krishna, I said softly, wanting his help, but realized straight away that Ganesh was helping me confront my anxiety. The previous night, I dreamt of a handsome Hollywood movie star who strode into the house with his shoes on. They were caked with dry and wet earth. I freaked out, yelling after him and trying to clean up at the same time. Almost everyone knew I was a control freak about taking shoes off before entering the house. Friends and family members were made aware to be respectful of this. Otherwise, I would be anxious, even though I had gotten better over the years. This could stem from a combination of things, including the culture and how I had grown up. What had been done could be undone by confronting and understanding it here and now. In addition, when I attained enlightenment, every emotion I experienced was in totality to the max, absorbing the experiences in full capacity, as if I had no control, but had to bear through it all. The soccer ball sped closer. I closed my eyes, making a net appear behind me to catch them. He kicked more, another 1,000. However, one was coming at full speed, which increased my anxieties, nervousness, unsure of how to handle all at once. The ball hit me hard on my side. Ouch! I yelled, while numerous charged in my direction. This time, I closed my eyes, transforming them into pure white flowers. He kicked more. On this round, I turned all into energy, and they unexisted and became air. I opened my eyes. Sean took a mini vacation during Santi's spring Easter break. We ventured to another town to visit the new Krishna Hindu temple and planned to see other Hindu temples too. It was nice to get away after a lengthy, bitterly cold season. Krishna temple wouldn't be finished in a couple of years, we were informed after we arrived. I didn't really read details regarding this. Seeing the architectural pictures displayed on the internet heightened my eagerness to visit, and I even invited my friend and her family, along with my sister's family, to come. They declined. We decided to stop over at the Hindu temple not many miles from the location we were at. Sean chose to stay outside, and Santi didn't want to go in, playing at the playgrounds with another kid instead. This temple doesn't like Krishna, Sean said. Why? I asked. Krishna is the ultimate of consciousness. I don't know, he said. Meanwhile, we loitered on the big, beige, white, rectangular-looking temple's stone yard. I headed inside by myself. It seemed something to do, though it didn't matter if I did or didn't go in. It made no difference. I took my shoes off, placed them on the brown wooden shelf, then headed up another level to where all the deities were. The smell of Indian food as I made my way caused my stomach to growl, and I browsed to see what food dishes were available, and maybe I could have my lunch there, despite my plans to eat at the usual Chinese restaurant that carried the most delicious smoothies, to where you would travel many acres for it. The first deity I saw was Shiva. It was many years ago I visited this very temple. I love you so truly, so deeply and so completely, I said, choked in tears. It regarded as liberating to embrace myself and not walk by his statue like previous, after having a spark of realization that I was he. This temple revered him. I understood why I was there, to accept myself as I had initially, although this time I was much more conscious, with a greater awareness and remembrance of who I was. Then I made my way to Ganesh's idol, then Krishna's. No doubt I felt vulnerable to see his black, small idol holding a flute way back at the corner, and told him how deep and infinite my love was for him. He reached down to touch my chin. My love, he said. Afterwards, I strode outside, but Santi was interested to go inside, so I took him for a tour. Following our lunch, we were on our way to inspect another Hindu temple. Krishna's old temple was small, a 2-story White House. We were going to pass it again if we took another route to the highway, but Sean didn't want to drive that way. How come there's no temple just for Krishna? I said. I don't know, he said. I want to build the biggest Krishna temple for meditation, I said. That's stupid, he said. He thought it was a place for worship. It's for meditation, mindfulness, awareness, and understanding of oneself deeper. It's for understanding one's consciousness and facing and accepting oneself, I replied. We reached the location. The temples were newer. One was built using white pearl, granite, marble, and the other of carved redwood with exquisite detail and designs. The little one displayed excitement to go in with me this time. We took a tour before shopping for things Santi wanted at the gift shop. Immediately before we headed into a tunnel toward another temple, we sighted the Om mark. That's Om symbol, Santi, I said. Om is the name and sound of God, he said. That's right. It's you, I said. It's also the name of Mommy's memoir. Afterwards, we entered the small gift store. He wished to buy a black Ganesh statue to put in his room and books on Ganesh and Shiva. We also purchased one with Krishna's picture on the cover, though it wasn't really about him. We just grabbed a couple of books without looking at them carefully. When I saw Shiva's idol on the shelf, I thought of buying it. Inside me, there wasn't any hesitancy, fear, or resistances anymore. It was natural and clear. On the way home, I felt bad for not buying Rama's book after I grabbed it and looked at it before putting it back. It seemed I went back and forth with things lately. After informing a man at the door at Krishna's temple that I was going to see the inside, but didn't. When I came out to the car, the thought and desire left almost instantly. Then I felt bad, since I actually wanted to go see it. So I allowed myself to feel this emotion totally. Something else was happening within, though I wasn't sure what. At night, once changing into my pajamas, I cried. I don't know what's going on, I said. It seemed that I was lost again. In the morning, Santi woke up wanting me to read the book on Shiva to him. Even though the gods appeared in my meditation, I never really read any books about them, only briefly on the internet to understand my meditation a bit more. My only son followed me into the bathroom so I could read while I was sitting on the toilet. We read a bit, but the writing seemed complex. He and I didn't understand much. He asked me to read it again, at least 3 times. Of course, I understood it instantly that he was also aiding my acceptance of myself. He never really was interested in Shiva before, only Krishna, after he asked Sean who Krishna was when I bought a statue and later prints of him and Shiva for Christmas gifts. He thought the god of destruction was a bad guy for destroying and told me I was one as well since I was he, which made me feel awful about myself back then. Afterwards, I had to speak to Sean of this matter. He happened being the one who informed Santi that I was the destroyer. Does Shiva destroy Mommy? He asked. Yes, I answered. He destroys so that new things can begin and transform. Brahma creates Mommy, he went on. Yes, my love, I replied. The name of the book is Om Namah Shiva, I said. Then he kept repeating it like a mantra. It's Mommy's name, my love. Following breakfast, I headed downstairs to exercise on the treadmill. There was a small window in the exercise room. Immediately, when glancing outside, I put pink and white cherry blossoms in the yard. Oh my God, I said, moved. I can't believe it. Krishna handsomely revealed higher, playing his flute. Tears filled my eyes in disbelief that I was able to do what I did in meditation. He grabbed my hand to go up with him. Thank you so much, my love, I said. Thank you so much for bringing me up to be with you. There's nothing I couldn't or wouldn't do for you, he replied. Soon we were on smoky clouds, observing the village of my childhood in Laos, where I grew up until crossing the border to Thailand, be with my late parents. I was approximately 7 years old. You miss it, he said. I miss it, I said. I want to visit it, Krishna. We will, he said. We will, my love. I kept exercising and ran close to 7 miles. At night, I dreamt I was in the form of Shiva, reminding me not to be afraid of myself. Amid walking, I dissipated whatever physical things in front of me into nothingness, telling myself again that I was the director and creator. As I was here, everything was here. Oddly, I still saw the razor blades inside my mouth from time to time, and irresolute of what was happening until I had a chance to meditate before bed. Strangely, I showed up in the kitchen of the old apartment again and found myself cutting my corpse apart, piece by piece. Later, I put those parts into a bucket and boiled them in a pot of hot water, then dumped them down the drain, then hitting the switch. I kept on until I was finished. Then a pail of razors appeared. I dumped them into the drainage and hit the switch, crushing it all down. Standing there in the kitchen, I said, I'm letting it all go now. I'm moving on. I'm going to be with my husband now, Krishna. In the morning, I sat on a brown wooden chair looking outside, sipping coffee and putting white pink peach blossoms in the yard by a peaceful koi fish pond. Later, I put pink lotus into the ponds where they bloom magnificently below the radiating sun, then making elephants walk by. I smiled, watching Ganesh abruptly showed up. I was touched. Hi, my love. My best friend, I said, waving. He vanished. It looked as I could have everything where I was. There was no point A to B. An image developed of being the rundown apartment. This time I was cleaning and tidying things up, making beds, washing windows, and fixing some bathroom tiles that were close to falling. It felt as I was leaving everything behind in peace and harmony. Sometimes I would lie in bed looking out the window like I was when I was a teenager living there. Krishna was in the air in gold energy watching. Later, I wiped clean more windows and hurt my finger with sliver. Little blood drip. Right away, I understood that another condition needed to be healed, or what I was going through would sting. Ouch, I said. He immediately came, took my hand, and kissed where it hurt. He made a band-aid appear and wrapped it around my finger, then hugged me afterwards. Shortly, I was in a porcelain soft cloud, sitting in beaming, glowing golden energy. The guy with the flute walked my way, sat next to my side, then entered me. Moments later, I stood with a flute in my hand. I played it. He appeared everywhere, playing the musical instrument. Who you are, he said. God, I said. Sean was going to put up the shelf in Santi's room the next day for Ganesh's idol. Santi informed he wanted Buddha as well. Do you want Mommy's Buddha, I asked, showing him the golden Buddha figure I purchased many years ago, which sat on Sean's dusty wood dresser. No, I want my own Buddha, he said. That's good, my love. You get your own, I said. Without a doubt, I felt uneasy. It would be a mess, drilling holes in the wall. I would be asking Sean how he was going to do it and how he was going to clean up the dust. This was an opportunity to dissolve the anxieties head on, which I did with what I could. I went in the bathroom whereas he drilled, allowing the emotions of anxiety to flow through me as I noticed and watched. When he finished and I was done showering, I didn't go check to see if he had vacuumed everything. It seemed I had let it go of it much better. Before I would inspect closely, if I saw any specks of dirt, I would ask him to wipe them sparkly, and would go on and on regarding how he needed to do it in a certain way to prevent the carpets from getting dirty with dust everywhere. Somehow, I still find myself in the old house during meditation. My nephew played with his tablet upon my entrance. It seemed he had made himself at home, aiding my understanding to be at ease with where I was. He vanished. My late mother appeared. I headed to the bathroom and took a bath in a big brand new white modern bathtub. Are you staying? She asked. No, I'm everywhere. I just like living here, I responded. I have to go soon. Krishna is waiting. The ceiling tile I fixed was dropping, so I made another attempt at fixing it by reaching up my hands to seal it together, but it kept lowering. Krishna, I said, after a couple of tries. Let it drop, he said, and I did. Traditional Laotian ware was inside clear plastics, falling one by one. There were at least 5 skirts in gold silk. Beautiful, I mumbled. Are you going to wear it? My mom asked when she saw me placing one of the outfits in the hanger on the door hook. No, I said. It's too thick for me. I have my own. I went by the bed and put on a short sleeve, see-through, completely clear shirt and pants. That is my... It's so sheer, she said. Very, very, I said. My deceased mom and other people were in line in the living room as I made my way out, thanking them all. Is your husband picking you up? She asked. Yes, he's waiting outside, I said. He's a good husband, she commented. He's the best, I replied, walking out the house, so that Krishna waited in the front yard. Are you ready? He asked when I came. This is forever. I'm scared and nervous, I said. I love you. I can't be without you. I belong to you and with you, my love. He placed his arm around my waist and flew us high. He made a comb manifest in his hand and was about to brush my wet hair when we stood beyond white vapors. No, I said, I will shave it off. A black electric razor popped into my hand. I sat and shaved my head bald. Afterwards, I looked no different than a monk in my sheer attire, although I was neither 5 or 12 years old, but in my late teens or early 20s. It seemed I had grown rather quickly. You sacrificed so much, Krishna said. I sacrificed everything, I said. You could say I sacrificed all to have all and be all, confronting myself with years and centuries of lifetime. Momentary, I found myself flying over the city at night, then took off the sheer see-through dress. You're taking it off? Krishna asked, even though he wasn't with me. Yes, I will put it on when I want, I said. Now I was bare, with no suit, only pureness and truth. Then I turned into energy, unseen, before the whole city transformed into the unseen. Soon, I transcended the whole universe into purest, clearest, untouched white air. I stood observing everything which had transcended into one. Everything is transformed, Krishna said when he arrived. Only purity. Everything is transformed, I said. Shortly, I was behind him as he was writing something. I covered his eyes with my hands, then putting my arms around his neck. What are you writing? I asked. He wrote, love, transparently on white paper. Love. I took the papers, walked around, and threw them into the universe. Love, I said, throwing them. Love. That's all that there is. Love, love. You are the most beautiful, he said, heading to where I stood. Complete perfection, the most perfect for me. Abruptly, I stood in front of a wormhole. I flew in, another long one, though it seemed like I was traveling through in the forest, despite the fact that there wasn't one. It looked like I was going to the other side again. When I finally came through, I acquired clear white wings and wore the sheer clothing. I took them off. The heavenly blue God was already there. He put his forehead on mine. This is our paradise, he said. Our world, the Nirvana. It seemed that nothing was final without him. I made shiny, shimmering stars cascade on golden air, then soared to lie on it, playing the golden flute. He came from behind, took it, and flew off. Give it back, Krishna, I said, soaring after him. He got away. Get your own! I made at least 1,000 flutes exist, then extend my arm and grab one that flew to it. The musical tool looked deeply breathtaking, as if I couldn't keep my eyes away. The gold was immaculate, flawless, and untouched, completely, deeply beautiful. No lyrics could describe the magnificence of this divine instrument. It procured 2 golden hanging strings with either hearts or some sort on each end, like a balance scale. The purest soul, he said when he returned, watching me observing the instrument. My soul. While glancing at him and feeling vulnerable, I embraced him affectionately in disbelief. He vanished. A tall golden luminous crown appeared on my head. This time it fit perfectly. It didn't drop from my head all the way down to my body, nor was loose or tight on it like it had in the past. Balance, I heard. Krishna in midair rode on a white horse and wore a golden shiny crown. I sped to him, riding behind just for a few seconds, then went to sit facing him. My queen, he said. My king, I said. Then I leaned over on top of him. My love, he said. My love, I said. We lay relaxing after we made love. The thing with Krishna was that he never had forgotten himself, and now I didn't forget myself. Be with me through eternity, he said. I'm with you for all eternity, I said. Forever, he continued. Forever, I replied. For a couple of weeks, on and off, I thought of sending the memoir to the editor, but didn't. The thought came and went like wind. On top of it, I was still undergoing transformation and wrote everything down. Then finally, one day, I emailed her, informing that the memoir was nearly finished and I would send it in a few days. Without question, I grew nervous and had been every now and then. The memoir was indeed a big exposure of who I was, and let it go of it was huge, uncovering and bearing myself completely. At the same time, my menstrual was late. I began thinking that possibly I was pregnant, and if I wasn't definite how I was going to share insights and wisdom with others, in addition to raising children, even though I wanted one more. That day, my energy was unsettling. I found it difficult to stay calm. I shook a bit. When I finally let Sean know I might be carrying a child, he didn't want to go into it. He was dealing with his car not getting fixed properly. Do you think it's the book? I asked. It's probably a book, he said. I left downstairs to jog, feeling uneasy as fears began to gradually overtake me. Moreover, if I was pregnant, there was a possibility the child might not be healthy, which meant it would consume my time completely. In addition, letting go of the book and exposing myself in every respect induced more terrifying fears. Shaking, I stepped on the treadmill. Then fears fully developed from every angle, and I was being crushed down by it all at once. Inside, it felt as if I was suddenly being pulled into the deepest abyss of fear. Oh my God, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Then I continued running, increasing the speed and facing the trembling agony. The energy of fright amplified, absorbing my skin, veins, and bones without end. If I was in the eternal depth of the ultimate terror, then I finally screamed loudly, "Come at me! Come at me! For I know no fear. I am not afraid. I am fear itself. I am not afraid of me." Afterwards, I cried, breaking down hard, something much more than what was taking place. After the fears of being pregnant and letting go of the book was gone, it became absolute energy of alarming fear, without any type of association. The only way to face the unspeakable storm was to walk into the mighty wind and let it take me, dead or alive. Come get me! I welcome all. I welcome me. I know no fear. I am God. Soon I screamed for Krishna as I was getting crushed and saw an image of him entering me, saying he was going through it as well. Then I recalled what he said before, for me to go through what I needed to go through. This was what he meant. Another vision surfaced. He and I sat in a room draped of golden curtains on a bed. He wore a golden outfit with golden turban on his head, and a few different colors of garlands adorned his neck. We got married again. I'm so scared, Krishna, I shouted, understanding more where the fears originated from. I can do it. I can do it. I have done it before. I can do it again. I can do it. Oh, I am God. I am God. By allowing energy to pass several times As I was with it, it settled just a little later. Once my exercise was done, I sat on a couch, allowing everything to come through and be with it again, fully. It didn't matter if the child was healthy or not. If I was pregnant, I would love it infinitely, just like anything else. For certain, I was afraid of the powerful love inside, to love so indiscriminately, hopelessly, and blindly without bounds. To let go of who I was, any kind of attachment at all, was to love so purely, transparently, and indescribably, with no words, just complete nakedness, with no conditions. When I marched upstairs, Santi ran to hug me, trying to get away from doing his homework. He wanted me to hold him, and I did so while he stood on a chair. Then I headed inside Sean's room to call my sister to see if she had a pregnancy test kit. She suggested waiting a few more days to get an accurate answer. Still shaking within, I ascended the stairs to shower and put on a Buddhist chant, Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Without surprise, I melted once more in dread. I lost everything. It cost me everything. It has cost me everything to be with you, Krishna. I screamed. A flash arose up lying on white clouds where he and I had been previously. He sat on the golden throne, 15 or 20 feet away, in golden attire, whereas I rolled in deep distress, crying. Then I slowly turned over, and with my elbows I crept slowly to Krishna, as if I wasn't going to make it in any way, amid the quivering agony absorbing my veins and vessels. I plopped my head down, as it was truly and immeasurably challenging to go on, as energy of hurt and fear fused, pounding on me. She can do it, I heard Shiva shout from somewhere, since I was his soul. Momentarily, I picked myself up, crawling bit by bit toward the divine God, gathering every ounce of strength I had. At only 2 feet away, I stopped. The energy subsided where I could exhale. I looked at him, frowning, wanting him to pick me up this time. He got up to carry me, to sit on his lap on the throne. I put my head on his shoulder. You're with me now. We'll never part, he said. Abruptly, we were in a room where we sat as a married couple with colorful garlands around our necks. As I sat there, I watched him, upset because it took every breath, life and death, to make it to him and be with him. I lost everything and anything, whatever I had known and who I was, living and non-living in me, thoughts, conditions, attachments, desires, identification, as I was now truly naked, without much form, but was pure, sheer, eternal truth of self. I had less than nothing to be where I was, sacrificing all. It was unthinkably tremendous to make it to Krishna in all ways. The narrowest doors to make it through. Again and again to be united with self, God, love. I got up and walked away pounding, almost in some ways saying, "You're so hard to be with, then I don't want to be with you." I flew off to lie in bare space, noticing I was surrounded by clearest white light as he sat higher in his untouched golden energy, watching me. It seemed as the universe was in halves. The purest white energy was my side, and the flawless, immaculate gold energy was his, similar to yin and yang, feminine and masculine. Same as before, I tossed the other way for only a second, then looked back at him before turning away again, and then turned back. So I stayed put briefly, not turning from him. He observed calmly in the wedding assemble. "Come up here, my love," he called. Shortly I soared to where he lounged. "Stay with me, be with me, don't go anywhere." He lifted and carried me. Vishnu and Shiva appeared higher, observing Krishna and I. They soon left. To be held in his arms, nothing could compare to this love with him. It was heaven, Nirvana, salvation, the love I could only live and die in. He put me down. We lay looking at each other, touching each other's faces. You're the most perfect, truly the most perfect for me, he said. Images of he and I holding each other appeared in the atmosphere. Golden lights shimmered. It's just us, I said. Just us, no one else, he said. After facing my deathless fears on many occasions, it was certain I became stronger, as nothing could break or tear me down, as I was invincible. If it weren't for the unspeakable fear, I wouldn't have realized how strong and powerful I was. At night, I watched a TV show briefly and shut it off to process and to dissolve any lingering fears. My transformations were to be shared with everyone. This was the ultimate gift for self. In the morning, before getting out of bed, a flash happened of dumping the water thaw from ice and heard Krishna telling me to let it all go until it dried. Then an image befell of ascending snowy, cloudy stairs as his universal form shone on my right side. Golden mists drift as if I was going up to God. This time, his universal shape was so close, I could touch it. Make it up to him, I heard. I will make it up to him, I said, and kept going. Once I made it, golden energy flowed everywhere, encircling me. Nothing else was there except for it. Krishna strode toward where I stood. He embraced me. I want to make love to you, I said. Yeah, he said. Yeah, I said, then flew off into the air. He chased. Lovingly I gazed at him, feeling his godly face. You're the core of my being and non-being, my air. I am this love itself. At night, I viewed a Chinese drama. Krishna observed me hired. You can't keep away, I commented. I can't keep away, he replied. You are my soul. And you're mine, I said, pulling him to lie next to me, smiling. I love you without end. We are each other's soul, he said, each other's blood. We are each other's joy, each other's love, each other's happiness, I said, beaming. One. We can go all night. Subsequently, discovering I wasn't pregnant, I felt a tit sad, wanting to have another child as well as wanting Santi to have a sibling. It would have been wonderful to add one extra to our family of 3. He had been asking for a brother, telling me I was pregnant when I ate more than usual or whenever he remembered. So Sean and I tried. At night, Sean and I talked to him, saying there wasn't a baby. He asked us to try again. In the middle of giving Santi a bath, I put on Shiva's chant, Om Namo Shivaya. It was liberating to accept myself in spite of fears. Why are you listening to a chant? Sean asked. Why not? I said. The next spring day, Santi's cousins came over. That weekend, we planned to have an early birthday cake for me following lunch. Santi wanted a vanilla ice cream cake, which was what I was going to buy after I finished with my exercise. Things seemed to slow down as I felt calmer following facing fears, in addition to understanding what was occurring within. On top of that, I felt happy to finish up the memoir and would email it to the editor in a couple of days. This was a relief. Close to a couple of miles running, I thought of how powerful Krishna's love was and how it could be overwhelming at times. His love was most absolute, incomparable, and truly and deeply powerful. No term could outline it. Immediately, a flash surfaced of standing in front of the golden energy where he and I were in the morning. And right away, I understood this was the powerful love, the eternal silence. I flew into it and sat quietly. Then, the enormous, powerful energy overcame me, similar to before, to where I wanted to fly out. Truthfully, formidable in every aspect, the force engulfed me everywhere deeply. Despite this, I wasn't as wildly trembling as in previous times as I gotten stronger. Yet it wasn't anywhere easy as I sat enduring its might. Absorb me! Take me! I am love itself! I am love itself! I shouted. Just a few seconds I lay down, allowing this supreme energy to come forth and overtake as I wasn't leaving, when it turned unspeakably overbearing. I am this love itself! I am love! I am love itself! Then it peaked immensely strong to the point I wasn't going to make it. I yelled, Buddha! 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 He appeared, sitting directly in front of me and started chanting, Namo Tassat Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhasat. Namo Tassat Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhasat. Namo Tassat Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhasat. During this chant, I kept saying, Buddha, 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 help me, help me. It felt as I was bursting, exploding in all directions. I clenched my fists together. Namo Tassat Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhasat. Namo Tassat Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhasat. Namo Tassat Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhasat. As he continued, I mumbled, Buddha, 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 the great Buddha, the great Buddha. I am the great Buddha, I am the great Buddha, I am the great Buddha. In a few moments, this energy gradually lowered. I opened my eyes. Buddha bowed and I bowed. The fully enlightened one, he said. I am, I said, my hand in front of my chest. Krishna replied in airy clouds. He had tears. I raised myself to him. Shiva and Vishnu watched from further distance. My love, I said, you're the bravest soul I ever known, he said. You're my ultimate power. I grabbed his hand, walking us toward Shiva and Vishnu to thank them. Thank you, my love, I said to Shiva, and made a bow and hugged him. Instantly, Shiva dissolved naturally into me as he was clear as light. I became he, though I was lacking Savan. However, my form was Shiva, the destroyer. A tiger skirt wrapped around my waist, and a crescent moon set on my matted black hair. I held the tissue, and king cobras encircled my neck and arms. Then I bowed to Vishnu, thanking him for everything. My three best friends were higher in brilliant light. My love, I said, glancing at them, softened by their presence. Shortly, I turned back into La, but wore a tiger skirt and a long red shirt over my upper body. My calves were muscular, and I held the trident, with brown meditation bead on my neck. It seemed I brought my thick calves with me. My soft black mane was draped to my shoulders. The goddess, Brahma said. Next, I sailed freely in midair, carrying my weapon. She is who she is now, Vishnu said. Yes, La King Savan, the goddess of love and compassion. In a moment, I found myself lay on my front, admiring King, my beloved snake. Krishna lounged next to me. I kissed King on his forehead. It's my snake, I said. It will be with us. King spat into vacant atmosphere. I raced after, asking where he was going, though he didn't answer. He transformed gigantically and swirling. Now I shifted in Shiva's form, flying everywhere, lifting and pointing the powerful trident. Golden lightning strikes shot from it. It was as if I was no longer fearful to be who I was, as if I couldn't hide myself anymore. My ultimate power is love, I shouted. King sucked in the dim energy, realizing he was eating away along of whatever remained of my fears. It only meant I needed to confront what was left of it when it came. Subsequently, I showed up in a room of thin gold air, watching a black Shiva linga, 3 white lines through straight across and a longer oval dot in the middle. Other golden things surrounded it. I walked to sit in the middle of a round seat as I was light gold and see-through without form. Then I got up. I returned to Krishna and saw a 5-year-old boy in tiger apparel holding a trident ran on porcelain vapors. Part of his black curly hair was tied up in a bun and a white cloth band tied around his neck. It looked like Krishna and I had a son, mix of La and Krishna. When there were no clouds, he sprinted on energy. He was fearless. Krishna and I lay leisurely, adoring him. Now I was in La form, donning a tiger covering skirt and my long sleeve Jama red shirt. A brown meditation bead adorned my neck, and my black hair dropped to my shoulders. Unsure how to elaborate, but Shiva in clear light gold, a transparent non-form, was over me if I was inside him. "This is the most beautiful, Krishna," I said, referring to her family with him. "You're the most beautiful to me," he said. "Nothing can compare to you. You're the bravest soul." "I couldn't have done it without you with me, in me, my love," I said in tears. He was my greatest strength. He put something in his mouth. "What is it?" I asked. "Let me have some." He took out a light honey lemon candy, so I grabbed the sweet and put it in my mouth. When our son came, I put it in his mouth too. "We are a family now," Krishna said. "Yes, my love," I said. After I completed many miles of jogging, I went upstairs to shower. Then spent a little time with the kids until I had to go fetch the birthday cake. It was spring, but the weather was as cold as winter. I bundled in a long black snow coat, white cotton hat, tennis shoes, and thick gloves. When I brought the cake home, Santi was upset. It wasn't what he wanted, despite the fact that we agreed on it. Or so I thought. He conveyed a couple times that he wanted a vanilla cupcake, not a vanilla ice cream cake, although we had talked about a vanilla ice cream cake. He watched his cousins eat the birthday treats. They all wished me happy birthday. "Thank you," I said. "Auntie doesn't have birthdays. I don't have age. Just enjoy eating the cakes, guys." Then left to go get a vanilla cupcake for Santi and my favorite avocado smoothie. The places were near each other. Despite it being my birthday celebration, I didn't think much of it. Although on the way to buy Santi's favorite sweets, I did for a moment. It was unbelievable that I was born around this time in Laos and couldn't believe my own birth. How amazing it was, how I came about and who I truly was, now that everything had been unraveled in just less than a couple of weeks. It was beautiful. Krishna appeared in blue skies in golden attire. He stretched downward his arm to touch my face as I was driving. "My love," I said, and leaned my cheek on his hand. "Your birth is the greatest gift to mankind," he said. "Krishna," I said. "It's true," he said. Later, a flash developed of watching dramas during my second shower. Krishna fell asleep when I pulled him down to enjoy the Chinese series with me. "It's a good show," I said. "Even the songs are good." He moved here and there when I tried waking him, but he died. This meant that I was moving on, although I was a shade concerned. It was dark when I took his corpse to the countryside stream. "It's good she can let me go in that way," he said. My heart fell instantly hearing this, not too certain what was happening. Suddenly, he appeared formless, playing the flute on the boat. This nearly moistened my eyes, thinking I had lost him. When extending my arm to touch him, I couldn't. Then I found myself walking in a neighborhood street where everywhere was light gold essence. "You are this entirety itself," he said. "I am," I said. Abruptly, I was elsewhere, observing either myself or someone with black hair down to her shoulders, in an all-white dress, on a boat with an Indian man who also wore all white. The atmosphere was dim. He had 3 straight white lines across his forehead and a round dot, and stood behind her, staring my way. It seemed he was Shiva. I stood in front of an ocean looking ahead, though there was no water, only far, endless, flowing faint haze. "It's time to cross it," I heard Krishna say. "Yes," I answered. but proceeded to watch, somewhat afraid of the unknown. After brushing my teeth and washing my face, I continued paying attention to the meditation, with little fear of crossing over. Was I crossing to the other side of the ocean again after I already had? However, there was no water, just openness and never-ending dim mists like a vast sea. Then I saw myself fly across rapidly, carrying the destroyer's mighty trident with my wet hair tied in a knot. I wore a gray t-shirt and pajama pants. Halfway over, I sighted a round, beige portal. There she goes, the bravest soul, I heard. The great Shiva. Soon I entered the vortex and traveled through it fast. I came out of it shortly, only to find energy akin to a light sand, gently spinning in indistinct atmosphere. All bowls were on the ground. I stood in dark sky observing, and recognized that I had destroyed this before, the three worlds, and they had transcended into energy. Holding the trident, I flew around and a couple of golden lightning bolts struck. One flashed right above my head, pushing me under. Dang, I said. I was inside an open cave where there was nearly 3 of Shiva's brown clay statues set in meditation. Immediately I collapsed on my knees, deeply vulnerable after I briefly observed, oh my God, it's me all along. I can never forget myself. I am you and you are me, I said, glancing at his figure. I remember. I am La King Savan Shiva. Oh my God, it's me, I remember. His statues disappeared. I sat as the destroyer in the same pose. Then I was back in midair holding the weapon of destruction and recognized even more that it was the 3 words I had destructed, and realized then that I was he. Images of Shiva appeared, then faded. Now I was there again, but with no division of the 3 dimensions. All became one. I raised the tree shoot, shouting, I am heaven, earth, and hell. I am heaven, earth, and hell. I am all. La King Savan is all. Shortly, I saw myself in my room, wanting to cry, unsure of what had happened with Krishna. Was it the end of him and I in that way? This happened on several occasions when I burned his corpse and we moved forward to something else. He appeared on my bed as gold air, formless form. Don't leave me. Don't ever leave, I said, holding his arms. I can't leave you, he said. You are me, and I am you. You promise, I said. You are my beloved, he replied. I can never go anywhere without you. We are one. He also mentioned that he was going to stay where he was, and that brought cheeriness within. At night, with my eyes shut, he flew us to lie on top of the ocean, with only drifting colorless mist. He caressed my cheek, gazing at me closely. There's no ocean. There are no sighs, he said. There is nothing, just you and me, my love. Everything had come down to this. Self alone, with nothing before or behind, just complete energy that was love, the eternal now. Energy inside me began to twist and burn, overwhelming me a bit of this remembrance. You can handle this, he said. I can handle this, I said, bearing it until it lowered. Once we made love, Krishna lifted and carried me. We were in swirling golden energy. He wore the golden attire he had worn to lead Arjuna to battles. Where are you taking me? I asked a couple of times, after not getting a response. Everywhere with me, never apart from me, he replied. You are everywhere in me. You are all of me, my love, he said. The day I finally emailed the memoir to the editor, I was both nervous and excited. No doubt, viewing shows would be easier than letting go by being with the intense emotions occurring. That day, I was all over the place and didn't know what to do, subsequently dropping Santi off to school. So I cleaned the kitchen before writing quotes to post on the website. During my free time, I was mindful of lingering feelings or whatever emerged. By not distracting myself, I could hear more of what was taking place within. It aided my deeper understanding of why Krishna's corpse was burned. A flash of he and I making love surfaced. I said to him, "If you want me to be completely formless with you, then I will. I would do anything at all." He was none other than my supreme self, the powerful ultimate love in me. When my sister stopped by to visit, she talked about her friend being critical and judgmental. The thing was, I judged her as being judgmental, though not as much as before, as I was okay with many things as they were after confronting and burning them off. Her religious beliefs led her to be close to many things in existence. However, the truth was that she was that way was because I was also that way. We weren't separated, although I wasn't attached and had emptied myself and was truly conscious and greatly aware of everything and nothing. All was me. One consciousness was being, doing, and acting differently in infinite ways, here and now, experiencing ourselves in all aspects. I was the cause of all causes. Everything came from and back to me. My thoughts, views, and whatever I created or put there. It was up to me to be mindful and aware, taking responsibility for myself. So I was grateful for her complaints. They incited an awareness of any judgments or reactions that remain inside in order to see, understand, work on, and accepting of them. Once I did, this transformed into a great appreciation and love that was completely pure. I welcomed my sister as who she was, as she was the most beautiful and perfect as she was. For a couple of days, nothing was on my agenda except exercising and tidying the house. Following my shower after running on the treadmill one morning, I lay to relax, hoping to nap really. A vision arose of being in a semi-dark hall full of Buddha carvings that were engraved into the wooden brown wall. Buddha, 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 I'm the great Buddha. Then images of Ganesh appeared. My best friend, my beloved friend, I said, and ran along this hall. Shortly, I located myself in the atmosphere without any physical structure, just white energy, similar to the northern light, and I found Guan Yin sitting in her white, ancient Chinese dress and peacock hairstyle. "Guan Yin," I said, and bowed. "Guan Yin," she said. "I am you, and you are me," she said. "Yes, my love," I said. She disappeared into me, and I sat as she. "My goddess," Krishna called. "I'll be there, my love," I said, then walked toward him, hopping on his arms. "Where are you taking me?" I asked. "Nowhere. This is our eternity," he replied, treading in golden light that softly flowed, mix of whitest energy. We lay together momentarily before I transformed to my own shape, then left to go see Guan Yin. She was doing something with white lotuses, having long green stems. I sat and joined her. We opened the lotus flowers from the pile she had. Done with one, I grabbed another to open it, then another and another, with no thoughts, no labels, and no perception of this or that, just pureness of the here and now and what was, while she gently and calmly observed me. "You're so lovable," she said, referring to me as to a child. "My love," I said, and bowed. "You have a wonderful husband," she said. "Yes, he's the best. Nothing can compare to him," I agreed. Soon, our oldest son ran in midair before another child joined in. It looked like Krishna and I had another kid. He wasn't too different from the older one and wore an identical tiger covering outfit, but had a crescent moon tucked on his matted hair and held a weapon of destruction. 3 white lines drew on his forehead and a longer overdot down the middle. King was there, and he asked him to play with them. "Beautiful family," Guan Yin commented. The kids played with their tridents, flying all over in the heavenly climate. Momentary, Shiva made an appearance, standing tall, carrying the mighty trident, and playing with the boys. Then he disappeared into me. This time, It reduced me to tears. It became as though I wasn't anyone or anything else, but had been Shiva all along. At the very moment, I felt soft and couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe I had incarnated. Shortly, Krishna came. Your husband's here, she said, then laughed. We observe our children frolicking. We still need to try for another, he said. Yeah, I said. He nodded. In no time, I was pregnant and full term. The boys were good, assisting me around with whatever I needed. When I rested with pillows supporting my back, Krishna would interact with the boys in the vapors. Then I gave birth to a baby girl. She had truly light blue and porcelain skin tone, with a crescent moon sitting on black downy mane, and carried a small trident. Whereas the boys played, I embraced the baby in my arms, lying on Krishna's chest. When my hair fell to the side of my face, he would put it behind my ear. My goddess, he said. Ganesh arrived in the sky with Hanuman. I love you so completely, my friend. My buddy, I said to Hanuman, closing my eyes, moved by our friendship. Just briefly, Brahma also visited. I went to see the Creator, letting him know of my complete affection. Brahma was my soul, the dearest of friends. Go be with your husband, he said, and left. Ganesh and Hanuman had come by to help Krishna and I with the children again. They played catch. Happy? Krishna asked. I nodded. More than happy. Eternal happiness, I said. You're the greatest love in me. And you're the greatest love in me, he said. My goddess, my beloved. Then I climbed on top of him. We started kissing. Let's go somewhere else, kids, I heard Ganesh say. I kept coming out of my form, turning formless until I became this entirety itself, as untouched, fullest golden energy. There wasn't anything else besides the completeness and purest of consciousness. When you and I make love, all makes love, he said. I can be this. I'm not afraid. I can be this all the time, I said, over being unformed, since it seemed he was truthfully into it during our intimacy. My eternity is yours, completely yours. Suddenly an image of myself sitting and observing the quiet ocean at night came to me. I give you the ocean, the sun, the moon, the stars, to enjoy my love. I give you everything, my all, he said. You have my eternity. I enjoy everything, I said. I give you the same everything, the moon, the sun, the stars, everything, anything, all for you, my love. Although I wasn't too sure here, Krishna might have mentioned it. He didn't want it, as he was already all of it. So my expression was done, similar to when you're enthusiastic about giving someone something and they say they already have it. My cherry cheeks drooped. The love inside me could move heaven, earth, and hell all at once for him. There wasn't anything I couldn't or wouldn't do. In the sky, I saw either a statue or an image of Shiva in beige, almost glossy, sitting in meditation far away. Everything else was pure golden, flawless air. When Krishna and I talked, it was if one was talking, God and Goddess together. Then I asked him regarding souls who wanted to make it to him, if he waited for them. I don't wait, he said. When they make it to me, I will help, lead, guide, whatever they need. He further conveyed that many souls try to make it to him, but let go of his hand. My heart sank hearing this. Who would ever let go of his hand? Krishna is incomprehensible, indescribable, love which knows no end, ultimate, the epitome of all. Without question, it could be truly, deeply challenging to make it, next to impossible. However, souls who wanted it could and would. for those to make it was indeed rare. He shared that I held onto his hand so tightly that he himself couldn't even let go. "You love me so much," he said. "So indescribably." "And souls who make it to you?" I asked. "They have eternal happiness," he answered. "With you?" I continued. "With themselves," he responded. In the morning, the sun reflected its rays beautifully through my bedroom window. The climate was warmer following the long wintry days, and I enjoyed the cool breeze brushing on my skin, full of love for Krishna, happy to be this entirety with nowhere to go or no one to be, just what was here and now as self. During my stroll around the community in the evening, he suddenly appeared, transparent in gold light, to hold my hand. It moved me, unable to believe it, and it was unexpected. "Thank you for this beautiful night," I said. Even more so, every day and night, breath in and breath out, all the time, my heart and soul was Krishna's and of him. It looked as if I had transformed all who I was into this love itself. Everything and anything, in every way and in any way, my hair, skin, veins, blood, nails, all of who I was holy love, God, self, Krishna, complete, purest consciousness. At night, I observed myself flying in golden light, wearing a white t-shirt and a gray pajama pants, carrying a tissue in my hand. The only God and Goddess in this entirety, I heard. I found myself treading on water which had melted from ice. It seemed as if I had burned off another condition and was still stripping it all away. Then I submerged, came up wet in Shiva's form, and continued walking. Many snakes circled my neck. One squeezed it tightly, and I realized instantly that it was fear. "King!" I yelled. King flew from my neck and ate the snakes and devoured more of them that were slithering by. Then I flop on water and roll. "I am God all along," I said. In a moment, I went to sit on a tree limb, saw a green apple and ate it, but spat it shortly. It froze in midair. I picked another, a ripe red one, and ate it. Abruptly, I was inside dim light and felt like dancing. With a tissue in my hand, I did dances and even crossed one leg over the other. Inside, I missed and loved Krishna, truly and deeply as I could cry and die. Later, I appear elsewhere in soft mist, before seeing Om's symbol in energy in white and maybe a blue color in it. Shiva sat in meditation, as he was also light. I sat in silence and chanted, momentary, words that instantly came. Om Namo, Om Namo, Om Namo, Om Namo, Om Namo. Without a clue, I knew what that chant meant once I finished. Inside me carried only Krishna, and I deeply wanted to see him. When he showed in midair, I immediately stumbled upon my knees before lying flat on my front and crawling to him with a tissue in my hand, although now I shifted to my own form. "My love, I love you so deeply, so truly, and so indescribably," I said. "You're my God. You're my God, the only God for me." Love had consumed, paralyzed my core totally in all aspects. I couldn't even count how many times I had said Krishna was my God up until now. When I made it to him, I placed my head on his lap, then lifted myself to sit in front of him. I wrapped my legs around his waist and put my head on his shoulder, holding the trident. "My love," he said. Then we were elsewhere, relaxing on air at night. He made stars exist, and they shimmered throughout the sky. A tree manifested behind us, and we leaned on it. The surrounding transformed into a valley full of nightingales and green grass. Shortly, a white cow appeared. A white cow? It has to be a white cow, Krishna, I said. I made a pink lotus flower came to my hand, which symbolized my inner core, though I wasn't sure of its significance, but it was what was in me. A tissue fell from nowhere. I grabbed it before a drum, king, cobra, crescent moon, shell, horn, and other belongings all dropped into my lap. Dang, I said, I have a lot of belongings. I stored all in a beige cloth bag. You are the only love in me, he said. I love you for all eternity. You are the only love in me, I said. You're mine. Shortly, this energy developed strongly after I said it, and I understood how powerful his love was when he told me, you're mine. It seemed like he couldn't be anywhere or with anyone, just me. As I was truly deeply his, it looked like I couldn't do anything else. Unsure how to explain this, it turned as if I couldn't truly be without him at all, as he became my air, my living and dying. Brahma was right. He was my twin soul or twin flame, the one I couldn't undeniably be apart from. He's mine, I said. Suddenly, I was by myself in darkness, shouting, you're mine, Krishna, you're mine, just mine, no one else, you're mine. I spun myself with the tissue, golden lightning powerfully struck throughout, charging everywhere. The louder I shouted, the more forceful the lightning bolt struck, as if the entire universe was yelling, Krishna, you are mine, you're mine. He came shortly, walking towards where I stood. Meanwhile, I continued spinning the weapon. I'm yours, he said. I'm yours. You're my love. From the beginning to end, I have loved you through many lives and deaths for all eternity. Promise, I said. You promise me? Promise me. I bellowed louder, and the golden lightning strikes flashed stronger inside the empty universe, far and wide, as if nothing could stop me. I promise, he said. I promise. You are my only love, my wife, my soul, myself. Then I calmed. He came to hug me. It felt only he could calm me. I peered at the immaculate golden trident. It's powerful, he said. You are a very powerful force. The trident was a great weapon that could destroy anything in one blow. It had been with me for so long. When Krishna carried me, I had all my belongings. My drum hung on the trident, a cobra circled my neck, a crescent moon located on my hair, and there were other things in the cloth bag. Vishnu and Shiva appeared in the evening sky, watching Krishna and I. They truly love each other, Vishnu commented. They truly do, Shiva said. You promised to love me for all eternity, I said. I promise I love you for all eternity. I would marry you over and over and will never stop, he said. I remember this. I remember us. I remember this eternity. I remember this love. I remember it was always us, no one else, nothing else. I remember Krishna. I remember me. I wiped my tears, having a remembrance of who I was, this eternal love itself, which could never die. Marriage unions, love and romances of gods and goddesses continue endlessly, without beginning or end. Everywhere and anywhere, everyone and anyone and everything and anything were Krishna, and I deeply appreciated it all. Within were he and I together as husband and wife, God and goddess. One was two and two were one, in union. Amidst sprinting on the exercise machine a couple days later, I witnessed myself shoot quickly into an open space. God la, I heard. Momentary, I danced. Then the trident popped into my hand, and lightning forcefully struck. I am, I shouted. Afterwards, I snapped my fingers, and king cobras immediately appeared. One circled itself on my neck, and the others around my arms as I walked. In a moment, I dropped and rolled as I was ever playful. Suddenly, I was in semi-darkness, looking at ornaments. My, I said, seeing the flute, peacock feather, and discus. Mine, mine. My goddess, Krishna said, as he was heading my direction. Yet swiftly I was by myself, in bare atmosphere. I made cherry blossoms grow over clouds and enjoy myself in them, admiring the beauty of the precious flowers. Like it? He asked. More than like it. I love it, I said. We rode in peach blossom gardens, appreciating ourselves. Following our intimate union, I caused the flowers descending on us from the trees. I can't get enough of you, he said. And I can't get enough of you, I said. He switched to me. It was La looking at herself. I love you so deeply, so completely and so indescribably, lacking Swan, I said. You are my eternal beloved, my one and only love. When he switched back to himself, we flew about kissing and chasing one another all over. This was my eternal happiness, the union of who I was. A few days onward, I spent time with my sister and a friend who visited from another state. We reminisced over our childhood times, though I didn't recall a bunch of details, but appreciated deeply how I've grown up. We chatted, laughed, and cherished spending evening together. My sister informed I had early Alzheimer's symptoms when I couldn't recall things. For instance, someone's name. A minor reaction emerged, though I had really no desire to explain, as there wasn't anything in myself and about myself to translate. She carried on with this, so my childhood friend intercepted. No, she doesn't. I remember and don't remember at the same time, I said finally, despite the fact that there wasn't any wish to clarify. Remember things like that aren't important to me. This moment itself, nothing lingers after I leave. I'm not attached to anything. During the conversations, I just listened without much thought, just listening itself. If I said something, then I did. If I didn't, then I didn't. Being around my sister helped me recognize any reactions, resistances, defenses, or conditions that still existed. Moreover, I noticed my easefulness at being who I was, as I joked very often, saying things without giving much thought to them, whatever spontaneously come up. For example, one night my sister and our friends played games at her house before I had to take Santi home for bed. One game was to name something you shouldn't do at your desk. Everyone had to provide their answers, then take turns matching who said what. The answer that immediately sprung on my end was making fart holes. Everyone laughed when the answer was read. Inside, I was scared of one thing that I had been frightened of deeply, that everything would come down to just La. Moreover, I wasn't sure of what to do with all the love inside me. Clearing away the physical on the following night, I didn't see Krishna. Only his golden energy showed universally. It looked as we moved on from him watching me. So I continued to view a show I hadn't finished, then another that I hadn't seen to the end. This one happened to be about a yogi. A couple of days earlier, I was interested in watching something different and searched for documentaries. Since I wanted to see India, I thought it would be a great one. Near the conclusion of the film, still afraid of what subsisted inside, I admitted finally, I'm the one I searched for all along. I'm the one I love all along. It's me. I am who I love and long for. It's me. I love myself. I am the love of my own life. The greatest love in me is me. Tears filled my eyes. It took tremendous courage to come to this and not be too frightened of it. This was no doubt that I had arrived to plenty of times before. It was risk-taking in every turn to completely accept it, though now I wasn't as scared. A flash of Krishna arose, holding me and informing how truthfully beautiful it was to love and accept myself. Shortly, I found myself lying on air and sparkling light emitted from the vast sky. 3 straight white lines with a round dot in the middle materialized on my forehead. My black hair was long. I sat up. Either a monk or someone appeared behind me, holding a razor blade, and shaved my head bald as I sat naked. You sacrificed so much, Krishna said as he was touched. You let go of so much. I do everything for love, I said, as I myself felt deeply moved by my own doing. Every time I faced any fears and thoughts, I was sacrificing, letting go, or extinguished aspects of who I was. Calmly I sat, and a mantra instantly arose. Om Namo, Om Namo, Om Namo, Om Namo, Om Namo. Then it changed to Om Namo, Om Namo Shiva, Om Namo Shiva, Om Namo Shiva. A white robe appeared. I covered my bare form with it and stood up. A tissue came to my hand and I walked. Although I was in a male body possessing tan skin in mid-40s or early 50s, I was bald, in addition to having 3 white lines painted across my forehead and a dot at the center. The Holy One, I heard as I walked, feeling some sort of sadness inside, moved by my own sacrifice along with grieving over what I had abandoned. It seemed now I was truly nothing and had become completely selfless. The only thing I had was the destroyer's weapon in my hand. The light shone brightly. Krishna showed up, but I turned away, wanting to be alone. He felt very vulnerable by what I had done, as if he could be on his knees. Every time I let go, it was to be united in this eternal love with him, truly and completely. Later, he reappeared. I hugged him. He flew us away to sit somewhere. He touched my face. Now my shape was lacking Savan. Though I was transparent, my hair grew to shoulder length, but it was fresh, shiny, renewed, and I was wearing one white outfit with 3 white lines and a long oval dot on my forehead. In my hand was a trident and a small drum hung on it. You are the Holy One, Krishna said, the purest one for me. Stay with me. Be with me. Don't go anywhere without me, okay? I nodded my head gently. How could I go anywhere without him? He was my soul. I have so many belongings, I said, staring at the weapon of destruction, the drum and other things. Inside, I was getting too tired to even carry these items. It's you, he said. By snapping my fingers, they switched into air. I snapped my fingers again, they physically returned. When I walked, the ornaments floated close to my side. In the morning, Santi made a loud noise during his sleep. It woke me up and I couldn't fall back to snooze. I heard Sean turn on the shower downstairs, getting ready to go to work. It must have been about 5:45 or 6 a.m. A vision developed of strolling alone in misty fog. I was wearing what I had worn previously. It seemed that there wasn't anywhere for me to go, as I was an ascetic. This was the word that emerged while I aimlessly strolled. To absorb the haze, in order to see clearer, I reached out my hand. Bring out the sun, I shouted. Instantly, the golden sun illuminated its magnificent rays. Thank you, my love. I sat before I lay, as if I was just a homeless wanderer in the forest, though the whole wilderness was energy. It was as if I had renounced myself. When I sat up, a tiger rug appeared underneath me, acting as my seat. Then, quickly, out of nowhere, a big tiger leaped my way. Immediately, I stretched out my arm to freeze it in midair, as it seemed like it was going to attack. Suddenly, I remembered Krishna's words. Let everything come. I unfroze it, and the mighty cat jumped onto the ground, displaying its teeth and pacing back and forth, glaring in my direction. However, I recall killing the large tiger in the past, and skinning it to use it as a rug. Now I was here again with it, although I understood immediately. This was to help me remember why I wore a tiger skin and used it as my cushion. It's okay, I said, trying to tame it by extending my arm to reassure it. It's okay. But the mighty tiger leapt into the air, coming my way, biting the side of my face and tearing off my skin. Ouch, I said, then healed my wound by touching it with my golden energy. No trace of blood dripped from the cut. My skin turned back to normal once it was healed. A knife or a sharp object came to my hand. I glanced at the mighty creature and flew up, charging towards it. I grabbed its neck, then slit its throat. It died without much struggle. Blood gushed. I'm sorry, my love, I'm sorry. It seemed as it was happy to die by my hand. I skinned it, then sat on it, using it as my seat. Shiva showed in the sky in the far distance. It was as if he had done this and was leading me to it, though I was uncertain why and wasn't too interested. To remember yourself, I heard, which softened me afterwards, and I was open. I have a husband to get back to. Krishna showed in the cloudless atmosphere, formless form, reaching his hand to feel my face. Take your time, my love, he said, wanting me to remember. Then I walked on. It was all air until I entered into a high mountain. When I peered low, it seemed truly deep as I couldn't see anyone or anything. Now, I was fully living the life of an ascetic or a holy man, away from the world. My form changed to that of an Indian man, frail and thin, in a white loincloth and white ash smeared on my body. My locks were long, like I hadn't chopped them in a long time. I put them in a bun. They were matted like dreadlocks. The alarm rang. It woke Santi. We rose and I got ready to take him to school. It was spring, but it had snowed in the last couple of days. It had been pretty cold, winter and spring. After Santi was dropped off, I made coffee and sat in front of the window, drinking the creamy java. I wanted to read about Shiva. Did he choose to live in the mountains for a while? However, I chose not to. Even if I did read, nothing stuck. Momentary, a flash developed at where I left off. I was searching for a wood in remote wilderness for a bonfire. Then I sat on a tiger casing, deep in meditation. It looked as though I lived and meditated there for a long time, years and years. In a moment, I saw myself crawling toward a vast river with my frail body full of water, as if I come down from the mountain. Once I drank, I swam in it. Then I spat the water while I dipped myself in it. The aqua shot from my mouth like a small fountain. Shortly I walked toward shore, stretched out my arm, and put my golden energy into the river. The water turned golden. It was refreshed, alive, and refined. It felt as though the big stream was a holy river. I strode to sit under a small tree not too far, watching it. My form had transformed into Shiva. Instead of being thin and frail, it gradually grown healthy. My attire was tiger covering. My dark hair was partly in a bun. A shiny crescent moon sat on it, and a meditation beads were adorned on both of my arms and neck. It looked like a fountain of water was jutting out of my hair, or in front of it. I am not definite of how to describe this. Soon, yogis crawled to where I sat, unsure if I went back on top of the mountain or sat near the river. Some sat around and some were on their elbows, bowing, blowing their heads, as I was in meditation. They called me the great sage and the great yogi. The cosmic god, I heard suddenly. Tears streamed my cheeks as I come to this before, though I never truly grasped it deeply within myself, unlike now. The great Shiva! Sitting quietly, I heard a chant emerge. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Swiftly, I stood in darkness in my own form, wearing gray sweatpants and a black long shirt over a gray t-shirt. My lengthy black hair was draped to middle of my back. Shiva appeared in the same form as I had seen myself, as he, in front of the river. He was vibrant and healthy, truly handsome. My love, I said, softened, as I never realized this side of who I was, besides outrage and destruction. I am your energy. You have my energy, he said. You're my lineage. Standing there, I wanted to ask why he or I took form, though I already knew, because I love so deeply, so truly, and so indescribably. When he left, I sat in silence, saying, I remember, I remember, I remember me, I remember Amla, the great Shiva. Afterwards, I quietly lay inside Krishna's arm. You remember, he said. I remember, I said calmly, with my head on his shoulder, somewhat in disbelief because I never knew I was a great sage, a great yogi. You're the greatest soul, he shared, the bravest soul. This time he also meant that I was the fearless one. Stay with me. Be with me, I said. Don't go anywhere without me. You're my soul, my love, he said. Following a shower, I rested on my bed, wanting to get nap, and thought of really ending Memoirs of Om here. An image of lying on Krishna's chest surfaced, and I told him for about the 4th time now. We will do whatever you want, my love, he said. Abruptly, I stood behind Shiva in dim energy. He wasn't in his tiger attire, but was shirtless. He was strong and muscular with a tissue in his grip. Unbelievably, I was attracted to him as well. He was undoubtedly fine-looking in all ways. I suck at writing this book, I said right away, since I was desireless and didn't add much detail to the memoir. I didn't have volume of words, and there weren't many verses to describe these transformations and remembrances. You gave your heart and soul to this book. That's all you have done, he said, and vanished. Immediately, I strode alone on melting ice, amidst the sun radiating. A Thai song suddenly played, the same tune about angel or heaven, and I happily danced to it. Yeah, I will end this book here, I whispered, and listened to see if something else would come. There wasn't anything. This put bright radiance on my face. It could be that I wouldn't be writing anymore, and that would be tremendously awesome. The great Shiva, I heard suddenly, and understood this was the title for this memoir. Collapsing on my knees on ice, then lying flat on my chest, I kicked my feet and banged my fists. Oh my God, I don't want to write anymore. Oh my God, I don't want to write anymore. Oh my God, I don't want to write anymore. Then I watched melting frost floating by in water, brushing over dead brown leaves. Fish swam past, and I just observed whatever was there, whatever was going on. There was nothing behind or before, no labels or thoughts. Again, whatever the moment was, I could watch for a long time without any thought. If there was one, it was gone almost instantly. If it took longer, there was nothing attached, without much condition to it. If there was one, I was mindful, aware, and conscious of it. You could say I lived my life without much thinking of this or that besides the moment, pure spaciousness, love, and contentment. The 3 gods, Krishna, Vishnu, and Shiva, showed in the atmosphere, observing. She's your wife, one of them said to Krishna before they left. She's my beloved, he said, as it seemed he became vulnerable seeing me. Seconds later, I lay watching him with both hands underneath my head. Come up here, my love, he said. Can we make love, I asked. We'll do whatever you want, he said. Come up. Instead of flying to him, I immediately took myself there. He lay on top of me in golden energy. You're getting really good. Being in this golden light, as this golden light wasn't uncomfortable anymore. It evolved to be my home, my soul. The next sunrise, when Santi bounced into class, I walked home, then sat sipping coffee and staring at the grassless land. Suddenly, I put myself there instead of cherry blossom flowers or a pond with white swans swimming. I walked on clear energy, and the sun's bright rays shone on my black and gray striped sweater, smiling and waving at myself. Truly and deeply, I was transparent, clear and untouched, fused of soft gold, as I could see through myself. In every and in any way, I was perfection. You're beautiful, I said, witnessed with my own eyes, and was moved, understanding why Krishna couldn't keep away. You're the most beautiful. The most perfect soul, I heard Krishna say. The most perfect soul, I whispered. After drinking my hot java, I headed upstairs to work on the memoir. I can't believe it. I have Krishna's love so tightly, I said. So completely, he said. When I read through what I wrote and emailed my editor, I went downstairs an hour later, and after lunch, I exercised. A flash emerged. I sat in front of Shiva with my legs around him. He had brown, clay-stoned skin and was truthfully beautiful. It felt as I was in love with him, alike I was in love with Krishna and wanted to make love to him. It seemed I was eternally in love with myself. Do you love me? He asked. I love you so truly, so deeply and so completely, I said, with tears. You're my blood, my veins, my vessels, my lineage, my descent. It wasn't just that I remembered, realized, came to it, and knew who I was, but now I was admitting and saying it with what instantly occurred inside, not afraid to completely accept myself in all ways. He was touched. You are the most beautiful goddess, truly the most beautiful goddess, he said. You're truly the purest being. Who could I love if not myself? We put our foreheads together. Your husband's waiting, he said. Krishna stood in the empty universe, watching, and he seemed deeply taken by my love for and acceptance of myself. I headed towards him. You love all, I said. I love all, he replied. Everyone is your eternal beloved, I went on. Everyone is my eternal beloved, he said. Everyone is your heart and soul, I said. Everyone is my heart and soul, he said. I softly bumped my forehead against his. My love, I said. But I chose you to be my beloved wife, he said. Can I glue myself to you, I asked, since I couldn't be anywhere without him in any way. My heir, he said. And you're mine, I said. End it here, he suggested, regarding the previous memoir. Yes, my love, I am, I said. Following my workout, an image of strolling in a European country accompanied by a brown and white furry dog with a circle around its eye came to me. I took off the leash and threw it into the empty garbage can. Come if you want, I said, as it watched me going toward the fountain, bordered by Gothic buildings and cathedrals. I sat on a gray wooden bench, watching pigeons that had gathered in the zone. The fountain wasn't running. It seemed cold. I wore a long black coat. The pup ran over to lick my cheek, wiggling its tail. I will kiss you, but don't lick me all over my face, I said, then bent to kiss its mouth. It hopped onto my lap. Krishna's universal form displayed on the vapors over the city with golden light beaming before his universal self became the ground. Love is everywhere, the dog commented. Love is me, I said. We got up to walk. Is your husband coming to walk with you? The puppy asked. If he wants, I responded. Momentarily, he descended, and the three of us strode briefly before flying into the sky beyond the metropolitan. Isn't it amazing? He asked. It's so amazing, I responded, to be free with no attachment. The dog was pulling something from me when I looked, a scarf or something. Let it go, Krishna said. It fell from me. Soon I took off my coat and everything I wore. I'll take it off, I said, and then turn crystal clear, see-through, and truly let go. You know me best, he said. It turned him on being pure and transparent. I saw ahead. I'm your wife, I shouted. Of course I knew him best. We were one. Before concluding Memoirs of Om, I watched Mahabharata since I had never seen a movie about Krishna. My late mom and her friends had watched the series when I was approximately 19 or 20 years old, during my college years. She grew excited and phoned her friend who also viewed, and they discussed the plot. It interested me to leave my room to assess the movie story, though she asked me to go back in. It happened to be where the scene Krishna's uncle who harmed the babies. She thought it would be too graphic for my age. That became the first time I ever encountered anything with Krishna, even though I wasn't without knowledge then that the movie was about him. I started watching episode 16. However, the movie was too old. The next day, I viewed episode 21, skipping the rest, and didn't finish viewing it. Because I wanted to see everything about Krishna, I browsed through the pictures of him on the internet instead. The following day, after fetching Santi from class, he was told that he needed to do homework after playtime. He readily agreed, as he wanted to watch a cartoon on my phone during the car ride to get my avocado smoothie. He was kindly asked to be cooperative with assignments. Sean was working late that day due to snow showers. He had to salt the walkways at the hospital where he was employed. Usually, Sean would be the one who would help Santi with schoolwork. Santi never really showed a keen interest in relating to performing his educational tasks. He made many excuses to avoid it, and it would take much patience to get him to do it. No doubt I dreaded this, but after confronting the irritation inside me regarding the situation, it hadn't gotten better. However, on this day, it became tough to get him to cooperate to learn writing sentences. He whined, refused, and made more excuses to delay what he had to do. Despite this situation, I wasn't as frustrated, but made myself get angry at him to do it. I confiscated his toys, put it in a black plastic bag, and informed him that his privileges of watching his shows and going on fun outings were taken away. He cried, saying he wanted time to think before he could start, and he was granted this, though when it came time, he made another reason. An hour later, he still hadn't written a single word. By then, we started yelling at each other, saying cuss words, slamming the door, and so on. I rushed upstairs to cool my frustrations amid his moaning and crying. However, in me, there wasn't as much hurt and guilt as previously when I scolded him. When hearing his voice saying something sitting on the stairs, I became soft. "My baby," I said, and rushed to hug him. Later, he did his study without qualms and wrote beautifully. He was praised for his good work. We played together following this until Sean entered the house. He left his job early. At night, amidst putting the youngsters to sleep, a vision of Shiva emerged, sitting with his eyes closed and golden light illuminated from his forehead. So I observed and didn't shut it off. Instead of noticing his brow, I viewed the entire scene. He had a gray stone skin tone and sat calmly meditating inside the cosmos. The entire galaxy was full of different colored nebulas. Then I spun around him before I turned into air, circling the destroyer. Shortly, the scenario switched to where he spoke to Krishna over letting me go with him. Momentary, I shadowed behind Shiva. He carried a trishul, and a crescent moon rested on his dark mane. He was muscular. King encircled his neck and a tiger skin tied around his waist, and shirtless. "You need to come with me for a while," he said. "You don't need Krishna. You are your own." "I can't be without Krishna. He's the love, the God in me," I said, a bit upset, although I had come to this a week ago. Nonetheless, I didn't truly realize what this was, or maybe I couldn't admit to it. Was it a test? He strode in the cosmos, whereas I longed to see Krishna trailing behind. Then he sat, watching, as I lay on air. It seemed that there was a bonfire, as if we were in a forest, resting for the night. But there wasn't one. We were in the vacant dark universe. Krishna appeared behind me, just his neck. The rest of him was golden essence. I turned to look. You need to leave your wife alone for a while, Krishna, if you want her to have full remembrance of herself, Shiva said. I haven't gained full remembrance yet. Krishna vanished. The circumstance wasn't much different than when I had to go to Vishnu to remember myself as the god or maintainer. I lay with my head on one arm. Cries streamed my cheeks, didn't know how to be without Krishna, and understood I had to go with Shiva. When the destroyer saw me crying, he wept too. He wiped my tears, then wiped his. You're my blood, my descent, he said. When you cry, I cry. It will take a little bit, then you'll be fine without Krishna. I got up to glance into the vacant space, mellow and wanting to have a glimpse of the divine God, but he wasn't anywhere. You and Krishna were meant for each other, Shiva disclosed. He loved you since before you took form. He knew where you'd be born, who you'd become, and how you're going to come to him. You are the purest energy that is meant for him. He knew all, I said. He knew all, he said. Hearing this made me miss Krishna and his love so deeply. Wanting to touch his energy or him, I extended my arm into space. Just a little later, I orbited around and abruptly transformed myself into Shiva. My hair was long in dreadlocks, and I styled it in twisty knot. By stretching my arm out, the trident immediately flew to it. King cobras came. One circled itself on my neck and the others around my arms. A tiger covering became my outfit, and the crescent moon relaxed on my matted hair. Let's do it, I said. When he flew, I flew at the same time. We were almost identical, though I looked like a mini him. He was taller, muscular, and male. Shortly, we were in an open field at night. Lightning shot from my trident when I lifted, and it broke the moon in halves. You don't know how to control all your power yet, he said. Unable to believe what just happened, I soared to the moon and profusely apologized, touching its face. I'm so sorry, my love. I'm truly sorry, I said, yelling it. Are you okay? I didn't mean to. You're my beloved friend. Then I hugged it. The moon was close to my heart. At night in my room, sometimes I would look out my window and smile at it, talking and saying goodnight to it. It was no different than conversing with myself. I love you so deeply, so truly, and so completely, my love, I said, putting my forehead against the beaming moon. Your heart is full of compassion, Shiva said when I returned to stand next to him. The open zone felt as it was a training place. Suddenly he blew fire from his mouth, and the entire physical realm in front of us was instantly destroyed, in ruins. The blaze was severe. We had to place our arms in front of our eyes to shield them. Then it reverted back to normal. He wanted me to destruct without the help of the Trishu. When it came my turn, I blasted flames from my mouth like a dragon, and it burned a forest. It seemed I wasn't an expert at this. Shortly, he manifested fireballs in his hand and threw them at a shiny ramp which just had appeared further away. It created a massive fire of destruction. Mine was half of what he did. How come I'm not as good as you, I asked. I had destroyed many things, even heaven, earth, and hell all at once, though it was with the trident. Now I seem poor at performing without it. You need pure confidence, untouched confidence, with no doubts, no questions, and no qualms, he said. Well, at least with where I was with self, I thought I attained absolute assurance. Now that it showed, I still carried some insecurities and doubts. We practiced again, and it wasn't a masterpiece on my part. A Bengal tiger strode out of nowhere and walked in front of the ramp. The fearless one, he said. This was what it meant when I killed the large cat in the forest. It will obey your every command. It's your animal now. I don't want to command it, I said, feeling softened. I want it to be what it wants to be. When the big, beautiful cat came by, I petted it, then put my arms around its neck and embraced the creature. I welcomed the animal and sincerely loved it with open arms. You are truly kind, Shiva said, when he observed me giving my utmost love and affection. He explained why it would listen to me. It was because it loved me so deeply, just like King, and then I understood it. It wasn't different from myself doing anything for self, for love, as I would be down on my knees surrendering and letting go of anything, with no limits or bounds. The god of destroyer and I lay gazing at the nightly heavens, full of flickering stars and a bright moon. The night was calm and deeply serene. In a moment, I flew to the white moon. Thank you, my love, for shining for me, I said. Thank you so much. I love it. Similarly, I spoke to the stars, deeply appreciating their affection. Thank you so much. You shine so beautifully, my love. I returned and lay in Shiva's arms. It wasn't too diverse than coming to lie in my own arms. He turned around, touching my face. You're the greatest being, he said. So pure, full of love and joy. It seemed as I was also in love, gazing at him as I wanted to make love. Although once I was close to kissing him, the thought of Krishna intruded and the feeling left instantly. I lay back down. He fell asleep. I soared in midair, sitting in meditation like Buddha, to find an understanding of what it was that hindered me from having pure confidence. Was it when I was without any thoughts at all? Since I was able to destroy 3 dimensions before, all at once, understanding at the moment there were no doubts. It was in me as myself. I was it. When I descended, I observed Shiva sleeping soundly. The love for self overcame my whole, reducing me to tears. I love myself so deeply. Oh my God. I love myself so completely. I love me, I said, watching him, then kissed his forehead. In the morning, we practiced some more. There wasn't much improvement on my end. Maybe Krishna can come and watch, I said, following a few attempts of blowing flames and making fireballs and throwing them. It'll help. No, he can't be here, he said. Krishna is the greatest strength in me. Very soon we were elsewhere. I trailed behind Shiva, going in a building way up somewhere that encompassed only pure white energy. His hair was shorter, almost like dreadlocks, and was partially in a bun. His back was muscular, shiny and tan. We entered, and I saw paintings of Buddha in yellow saffron outfit, his palm raised on the wall, as well as all over the ceiling. It was breathtaking to witness the most beautiful canvases of the Lord Buddha, along of other designs resembling him. The Enlightenment Hall, Shiva said. The Enlightenment Hall? Seeing a pink lotus flower on Buddha's hand deepened my understanding of its symbolism, reminding me of the pink lotus flower I made appear in my hand, which represented my inner core. Pink lotus is enlightenment? The floor was filled with flowing of untouched mist. We headed toward the other side of the hall. You are the purest of my energy, Shiva uncovered. Straight away I understood this was where it all started, my birth. We peered down at earth, though we couldn't see it. We were very high up. There was no glimpse of the physical plane. Beautiful, he said. It's beautiful, I said, seeing only energy as if we were saying it at the same time. You were born on the darkest night, he continued. All the gods were there. I was there, too. Krishna was the only god who couldn't stay away. He was with you throughout your life. You were born to be his. When you cried, he cried. He has loved you very deeply since. What about Vishnu, I asked. He was there and couldn't keep away, but you're Krishna's, he answered. His princess, He's got us. It's like I can't escape him, I said. You can't escape him. He chose you, he replied, and you chose him. He waited, I said. He would wait for all eternity for you, he answered. Doubtless, this softened me. It seemed that Krishna had sacrificed so much to have me be with him. He led me to Vishnu knowing that I would marry the maintainer as well. My mom almost killed me, I said. She couldn't handle such a powerful force, he elaborated. She gave you the best for you to develop into who you are. Did you send her, I asked. No, she was already there, he responded. You were a very powerful force around. No wonder I can't keep boyfriends. Being who you are, you can't, he shared. You can only gain experiences from them. Sean, I said, then paused. He's the greatest soul you can find to help and support you, he answered. He's fully enlightened. Gosh, I only want to kick his ass. After the destroyer left, I toured the Enlightenment Hall in awe of Buddha's immaculate paintings. Sometimes I knelt on the floor, walking on my knees, observing the flawless energy of the floor, how truly impeccable it was. Shortly, I found myself in a room looking at the book I took from the book holder. The cover was a shiny dark maroon with carvings. Inside there were blank pages of white paper, untouched and immaculate. Golden light radiated from it. Wow, I said. Understood this was who I was. Completely unwritten, clear and enlightened. Then I opened it again. Golden light shone through blank pages this time. I smiled, then placed it back. It seemed that this was where I started and now I ended up here. The hall felt as if it was a place to rest, my abode, where I resigned. When Shiva wasn't nearby, I lay on my bed alone and thought of visiting Krishna quickly, then coming right back. Instantly, I appeared in front of him, whereas the destroyer meditated inside a universe in gray stone-toned skin. We can make love 3 times before I have to go back, I said to Krishna and quickly took off my clothes. Maybe more than 3 times, he said. We started kissing, then made love. Afterwards, I stood up and kissed him before leaving, but he bit my lower lip off. Ouch, I said. He continued with this, so I turned formless, but in Shiva's shapeless form of gray stone complexion, holding a tissue. Why did you do that? He said something like he didn't want me back until I wasn't sure what, as I was in disbelief over what he had done. I flew to Shiva upset. He sat undisturbed, meditating, while I paced and mumbling over Krishna. He is sending you off, Shiva said, even though he was in meditation. Sending me off to where? I uttered, pacing, understanding that maybe he wanted me to focus and maybe something else. Although maybe deep down I knew, but didn't want to go into it at that very moment. Doesn't he miss me at all? He can't be without you. You're his soul, Shiva responded. Then I saw Krishna appear far away in his golden attire, wiping away a tear, but I turned away, upset and a bit uncertain of his actions. Did he want me to be formless? Was that why he bit my lip? To be who I truly was? Shortly, I located inside the Enlightenment Hall in my own form. I lay leisurely at first, then tore it and returned to my room. Suddenly, my body transformed into a male physique with dreadlocks. My complexion was brown, and I was shirtless and had lean muscles. In my mid-20s, my pants were silk wrapped around my waist. My black beard was lowered to my chin. Elsewhere, I looked for fish in muddy water and caught them with the tissue. I got coupled in a bucket. Searching for more, I asked King to help, but he recoiled into my neck. You're scared of fish? I asked. He wasn't afraid, just didn't want to get dirty. After I gathered enough, I made bonfire, then cooked them. Fish was my favorite meal. Later, I saw a bare, gray hut facing a rice farm in front of a lettuce garden and made my way to it while flying in the sky. The hut became my temporary place to stay, though I did nothing besides lying around, with both hands supporting my head, crossing my legs, wiggling my toes, then got up to lie on my front. This wasn't different than how I was daily, doing nothing and not being anything much. Whatever and wherever I was full of love and contentment, utterly simple. Shortly, I made nearly 100 king cobras slither by. Meanwhile, I lay on my chest, watching them glide about the hut and on ground. Some of them I kissed. King raced to where I was, wanted to eat them. "No, don't eat them," I said. "You're creating snakes now?" he asked, as if there was nothing for me to do. "Are you hungry?" "Okay, eat a few, but not all," I said. Then relaxed some more before making a host manifest to water green lettuce and putting more trees in green fields. A few meditation beads appeared on my neck and both of my arms. A thought emerged of having a friend who could cook fish soup. I stretched my arm. An older-looking Asian woman appeared in a sarong tied around her chest, with her black hair in a bun. "Hi, my friend," I greeted, beaming. She waved. "Do you live nearby?" I reached out my hand, making another hut appear close. "Yes," she replied, pointing. "Right there." "Did you cook fish soup?" I asked, and created a big beige marble tank full of fish water creatures at her place. "Yes," she replied, informing she was going to prepare some and bring it over. Once she did, I ate the fish broth, plus the ones she had baked with sticky rice. "My favorite," I said. Thank you." Also, I asked if she wanted to make pho, a noodle soup dish, and open a restaurant. She agreed, as she was an excellent chef. She was asked not to eat by herself, so we could have lunch together. She made delicious pho noodle soup, and I ate it. We opened an eatery, using downstairs of the hut as a kitchen. I helped out, though more and more my form resembled Shiva. My hair was tied in a knot, with a crescent moon stationed on top of it, and I wore a tiger skin. Meditation beads decorated on my neck, as if I had grown out of the other male form. We invited close to 1,000 people to taste our cuisines. When I saw many heading our way, I turned them into air, understanding at that moment soon I would fill the entire place with huts, people, and so on. From nothing, I would create many, endless. It seemed I had returned to simplicity again. "How about 10 first?" I asked. She agreed. The first 10 customers praised the cooking as tasty, so we reminded them to tell more people to come. My friend asked me to make flyers to help others in the village be aware of our eating place. So I created approximately 10 advertisements and did the legwork myself by nailing a couple of papers on the trees, then walked to a few huts to hand them out. When my face sweated from hot sun, I wiped it. Afterwards, I returned. My friend gave some money she made from the sales. No, I said, shaking my head. "This is my enjoyment." Gradually, my form turned into faux Shiva. It was easeful that no one saw me as being any different from them. We ate together with ourselves. I must have fallen asleep, waking up at 1:15 a.m. After a few hours of rest, it was hard to get more sleep. I processed the meditation, unable to decipher how I came about, as I never knew myself this way before. It was wonderful to remember. Then I thought of Krishna. Since I wasn't meditating, maybe I could find him, and did. "I love you so much," I said. As soon as I saw him, we kissed and made love. "You're my flame," he said. "Don't forget." He mentioned this before and maybe thought I heard him wrong. However, I wasn't sure what its meaning was. Once the small fella was sent off to class in the morning, I returned home and sipped coffee. Even though I was conscious and aware of myself, though, I questioned some revelations that had been shown, especially with Krishna. Did he choose me because I wanted him too? Did I just make it up because it was in my consciousness? Although it had been uncovered plenty of times, I still had ways of dissecting this. Some of what Krishna had said aligned perfectly with what has been revealed. Nonetheless, I went back and forth, which helped me recall what Shiva had shared relating to needing pure confidence in myself. In spite there were doubts, but they weren't going to stop me from accepting it. No matter what, this was me. I came this far because of my courage to understand and know myself beyond what was known. This was truly the unknown, and I appreciated it and loved it. Without stepping into the beyond, I wouldn't have come to realize myself in such a way. While sitting and eating lunch and looking at the yacht later in the day, I was a bit sad with uncertainty regarding Krishna, although I couldn't explain it. Is it what's in your heart and soul? He asked. It is what's in my heart and soul, I replied. You're mine, and you're mine, he said. It was certainly a lonely road to take. Only I was conscious of what's going on. The deeper into the unknown I delved outside the walls of what I had been taught, the more I unearthed truths about myself. It felt as if I had left everything behind again, renouncing in order to remember myself in ways I've never known. This incited my comprehension regarding meditations from a few days ago, where I had sacrificed by shaving my hair off until I was bald. Regardless of my qualms, I would journey forward, taking all risks, with nothing to lose. I would risk all to remember all and be all, no matter what. Nothing could stand in my way, as the deepest of my core was to remember, come to, and be who I was in every way capacity, was tremendously monumental that it could move heaven, earth, and hell in one at once. It took great sacrifice and fearlessness to be where I was. That day I reflected on meditations when I got the chance before getting Santi. There were a few questions running through, such as how I became Shiva's descendant and his extension. Why did I choose Krishna and he, me? Was it done beforehand and now I just come to remember what I chose? There were other things which I couldn't grasp to gain crystal clear understanding. By the time we were at the kids' museum after his class, I got distracted, despite visions occur of being in the Enlightenment Hall. Jesus was trying to help me realize something. In the Hall of Enlightenment next to my room, there was a library. I saw myself uncover a book with writing on it this time. There were others with writings too, and I became unconvinced what this signified. Another hardcover I held contained no prints, but chapters with blank pages. The first volume I selected felt as it was a book of destiny. You choose your own destiny, Jesus informed. You constantly choose. Krishna is me, I said. You choose yourself, he said. With constant commotions, I couldn't converse with Jesus readily. However, once I understood what he informed, I was a little frightened on inside of what I had already realized, yet hadn't fully accepted, so it was brushed off aside just a tiny bit. You're me, I said. I'm talking to myself. Yes, he responded. I love you so completely, my love, I told him. Oddly, Santi wanted me around, though there were other kids to play with. Even when building Legos, he wanted my participation and holding on to my hand. Jesus was asked to wait until I get home, but the vision didn't stop. Then I asked how I had become Shiva's lineage and not Krishna or Vishnu's, if they were all me. Was I not a descendant of my own self already? What was the distinction? The more questions I held, the enormously confused I gotten. Jesus' responses were Shiva and I was one. I was already he. Am I not a lineage of Krishna, I asked. He didn't reply. It seemed I wasn't, but was his love and he was mine. I am the blood of Shiva, I continued. Just like brother and sister, father and son, mother and daughter, he elaborated. It appeared I had all the understanding instantly, though I couldn't explain it clearly one by one. When home, I felt downright sad and confused. Many things had occurred in the last few weeks, especially regarding my birth. At night, there was no desire to watch TV, wanting to be alone to understand myself, and an image of standing in front of the hut next to a green tree at green rice paddies came to me. I wore an all-white clothing like a nun. A boy monk appeared with scissors to chop my black straight locks. He cut it halfway, and I requested him to shave it off completely. Krishna and Shiva showed up in midair watching. Krishna was touched, witnessing my sacrifice. However, I wasn't resolute of what I had to let go this time. Once hairless, I headed toward a shower stall. Afterwards, I looked no different than a Buddhist nun. Inside, I was muddled, combined with fear over what was transpiring, and wanted to cry, lying low in my room. I thought of asking Sean, though there was no wish to follow through. At the same time, it seemed I already knew what he would say regarding my meditations associated with my origin, and I was afraid to face it. Then an image surfaced of being inside the universe, watching Shiva sit silently with his eyes shut. He was male and female at the same time. In the morning, I experienced the same sadness, hurt, and feeling alone. The deeper into the unfamiliar I traveled, the fearful I became, not grasping all plainly. An image arose of green, mighty dragon flying in golden energy. Immediately I released the mythical creature and soared along with it, sailing in dim light. A few more appeared and I released them. "I release all of me!" I shouted. Soon, I found myself outside Enlightenment Hall, watching a turtle walking. Then it grew 2 heads on each side, helping me recognize I was going back and forth with clear understanding and confusion. It told me to go see Krishna, but I didn't. Instead, I went to see Shiva, but he sat in the same pose, meditating as he was both male and female, together as one. Abruptly, a man stood tall, akin to a giant. When I returned outside the hall, I expected his feet, legs, and all the way to his torso and couldn't see his face. He was incredibly high to where I had to fly upwards to view all of him. However, abruptly, I was elsewhere, coming out of water, carrying a dead fish in my mouth. It looked like it had been dead for days. I spat it. Many dead skinned fish lay on the ground, as if they had been dead for some time. Nearly all had a foul smell to them. It only meant that something inside was already gone, or had been truly realized for a long while now. I only had to face it, all the way. My friend stopped by. "Do you want me to cook?" she asked. "No," I said softly, low in spirit. "When I'm hungry, I will go see you." She noticed my hurt as I lay on green grass, staring off into the distance. She watched. "Maybe you should go see your husband," she suggested. "I need to depend on myself," I said, wanting to cry. "I need to be my own." My form was truly transparent, as if I didn't have any. Krishna showed up, see-through in the air, but I turned away, then turned back to look at him. My friend laughed. Instead of flying to him, I instantly took myself there, embraced him, and broke down yelling his name. He stroked my long black hair. "It's okay, my love," he said. "Go through it." Immediately as he said it, this unconfined me from my hurt and fear that was seeping every region of my veins. It felt as if it was fine to go through hurt and confusion, since stepping into the uncharted territory meant letting go, so I could remember myself in full, gaining pure and untouched confidence. "You are my flame," he said. I truly realized inside that I was his love, his life, his air, his all. We chose each other, so we were husband and wife, God and goddess. "I would do anything for you," I said. "I would do anything for love, for self." Promptly, I stood inside the Enlightenment Hall shouting with my all, "Today, I rise. I rise, I rise, I rise. I am the fearless one. I am the fearless one. I rise. Today, I rise. I rise because I am the fearless one. I am the fearless one. I am the fearless one. Quickly, I flew through the hall, outcried the identical thing as if it was a mantra. Suddenly, I wore a brown cut-off skirt as if I was in a jungle, shirtless, doing a dance, one leg over the other and my arms extending. The tissue flew in my hand. The lightning struck and the sky turned darker. Meditation beads adorned on both of my arms and neck with king wrapped around it. I sailed to the training ground, carrying the mighty golden tissue and blowing massive blaze of destruction from my mouth, destroying the entire physical realm in one blow. Everywhere, anywhere, there was fire spreading all over. Then, shortly, I sat like Shiva on top of the globe in a nice straight posture, watching everything getting destroyed and understanding what it meant to be the fearless one. I opened my eyes. The next day, still gloomy inside, I put pink lotus flowers in the yard. They sprouted lovingly. Then I created lotus ponds full of pink lotus flowers, and birds flew free in the open heavenly sky. Meanwhile, the brilliant sun shone. I appreciated everything in myself, including my doubts, insecurity, fears, confusion, and so on. Without them, how could I have clear understanding and remembrance of myself? They pushed me out of my shell, bringing forth the fearlessness in me. That day, I was supposed to meet my friend for pho noodle soup at a new restaurant, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to go. When it was time to meet after working on the book for long hours, I needed a break. Nevertheless, sadness, nervousness, and hurt lingered as I felt alone and hadn't fully understood myself. In the last month, many things were unraveled non-stop, especially of myself as the avatar of Shiva. No doubt I was he, but his lineage, I wasn't certain how it worked. How could I be a descendant of a god if I was already? Without question, it was confusing. In my dream the night before, I was Shiva, and as God, I could make anything possible in any way. It brought confidence once I woke, although I forgot as soon as I remembered. This pure confidence needed to be in me, truly and deeply. She and I ordered pho. We dined in this restaurant roughly a week ago. The food tasted decent, so we returned. It was a convenient little eatery for friends and families to get together to relish Southeast Asian cuisines. We chatted about our children for a bit until I informed her I was a descendant of Shiva. I was unsure of why I shared this, despite the fact that there was no desire, as well as there was no words for it, and maybe no reason to say it. I felt shakingly nervous, afraid of what loomed within, which was truly challenging to explain, with things transpiring as they were. If I was, I was, and if I wasn't, I wasn't. There wasn't much to it, and it didn't truly matter, though my needing to understand myself or face what was revealed was in some way hurtful. She advised to just accept it, which was the same thought I had earlier, although deep inside, I wanted to comprehend myself clearly. Thus, I could remember myself in full with what I came to discover. She also inquired how the gods revealed themselves in my meditations, or how they all appeared. Your consciousness had to be that, I responded. Here, at home, I agonized, feeling doubtful and uneasy, and sharing myself with my friend heightened my anxiousness to a great degree, and thought about talking to Sean when he got off work. Santi played outside the yard with his friend, running around using binoculars. I spoke to Sean knowing what he would say and tail him around like a little puppy to talk, not really had a way to describe what transpired inside me, as it was tough to clarify. I just want to cry, I said, trembling. Then cry, he said. Why am I a lineage of Shiva? I don't understand. In the last month, most of my meditations were about my birth, and I am descent of Shiva. I saw him transfer his energy into me before I was born, I said. There's no transferring of energy, he said. Your energy, just like everyone else, no different. When you take differences out, everything is the same. No more, no less. I know. Why did I show that to myself then? I asked. I just wanted to understand. You know, but you have to be that, he went on. Knowing and being it are two different things. I know, I said, agreeing as my energy was getting heavier, churning as I was close to breaking down. I'm it, I said. We wouldn't be having discussion right now, La, if you're it, he continued. After transforming myself endless to be where I was, why would I not know what being it was? Maybe I wasn't fully it yet. I just want to understand my meditations, I said, rubbing my forehead, deeply hurt and nervous within, as energy surged my whole. Twisting heavily, I want to understand myself. The difference between you and others is that you come down to just a thought, he said. You know there's more. You question it and you went after it. You're more than halfway there. Just continue. Well, this was true. There was rarely anything to me, neither right or wrong, neither good nor bad. Mostly it seemed I was more thoughtless than I had ever been. You're identified with Shiva. I don't identify myself with anything I shared. There's nothing in me to identify with. Every day I do nothing, think of nothing. There's really nothing to me or in me. I'm just love, energy that is love, contentment. Why not think of something, he said. Thought is very powerful. Krishna was with me when I was born. Why is that, I asked. Krishna is you, the energy in you, he replied. He's descendant of Vishnu. If he's a descendant of Vishnu, what makes me not the descendant of Shiva? I inquired. Who says you're not? He responded. You're Shiva just like everyone else. Why do you still have Krishna around? I'm completely in love with him, I replied. You're in love with yourself, he said. It's time to see what I can do. Now I sank even more ambiguous, plus experiencing such heaviness that I could cry my heart out. Doubtlessly everyone was Shiva, but what makes one his incarnation? Painful energy crept by, making its way all over. I closed my eyes, enduring it. In some ways, I wish I had never come to this, but I had chosen it. One way was to go through it. It felt like I couldn't share myself with others if I couldn't even figure myself out. Then I also thought I could let everyone go through the process of self-remembrance with me. At night, after turning the lights off, the situation wasn't any different than meeting death or perishing, as if a big mountain had collapsed on my chest to where I couldn't even breathe, as if dying was far easier than what I was going through. In addition to being completely frightened of what I came to discover in myself. Meanwhile, Sean put Santi to sleep. I experienced whirlwind of pure hurt and pain, along with fears and nervousness clothing my entirety. It seemed the romance with Krishna and I had narrowed to just La, romancing herself. It was always and had been, since there was no one else, and the thought of not having him around felt like death invading and corrupting my soul. Even though I realized this, but sincerely accepting and admitting to it deemed far worse than withstanding 1,000 tormenting deaths. Whenever I chose to talk over something with Sean, it was to get a slap so I could confront what transpired. Now it was in the open, and all the pieces lay on the table. A flash developed of crying and yelling inside the dim, empty universe. I wore the same gray jacket over a t-shirt, black tights I had on that day, and my black hair fell to the middle of my back. The entire floor that had been air was now filled with the river of my tears. Shortly, I stood in front of a stream, watching water flowing over dead brown leaves amidst my tears, which dropped into it. In a moment, it turned into small trails of running brook, and I realized that my cries were drying up. Now I was La, alone, What I feared all along. Everything and anything were La. I made myself appear, creating myself infinitely in all aspects. It wasn't he or she that showed up this way or that way. They or it. It was La, self, appearing this way and that way, eternally. Abruptly, a vision of being at the restaurant surfaced. I was sitting by the window with my friend like we did on that day. She moved a wig of her mouth, and immediately I said, watching her, I can do anything, be anything. There's no limit to what I can do and be. There's no limit. I can do and be anything. I continue observing her before inspecting my own fingers, legs, and feet. I make my hair, legs, hands, and feet appear. I can do anything. Suddenly I show up in the enlightenment hall, shouting as I was pure, clear light, white energy. I was always enlightened. I was always enlightened. I was never anything else. I was always enlightened. I was always enlightened. I was always this. Momentary, I opened pink lotus flowers and placed them in tall vases, stationed every corner of the hall. Then I found myself in the room in Laos before my birth. I reached my hand inside my mother's womb, bringing myself out as a baby, and held the little one, observing my legs, arms, hands, and face. I said, I made all this appear. I created myself. I created all this. Next, I was inside Enlightenment Hall, heading to my room to relax. This time, it held a bunk bed. Another copy of me appeared lying on top bunk. She held an iPad in front of her, and I made mine instantly materialize. What are you going to watch? I asked. Martial arts stuff, she responded, although she faced the other direction of the library, and I facing the other way towards the hall. Are you on the drama app? I continue. She replied that she was. What are you going to watch? She asked. Romances, I answered. With Krishna? She asked. Immediately, like a sharp knife thrusting into my chest 1,000,000 times, immense hurt rushed through roughly like waves crashing in the sea. The meditation scene switched. I was inside dark, empty cosmos, lying in the pool of my cries, screaming in pain. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I wanted to yell for Krishna, but couldn't and didn't, as I had to face this. Shiva, Vishnu, and Krishna stood in midair, observing me in deep despair. Shiva and Vishnu seemed to hold Krishna back so he wouldn't come to me. Let her be, Vishnu said, as I lay motionless, covered in agony. She's me! She's me! She's me! I heard Krishna shout, which added salt to my injuries. I opened my eyes to go use the restroom, feeling as if I was carrying a mountain of pain inside as I held onto the wall. It seemed like not living was much better than being alive at this point, as I endured deep abyss of woes. It wasn't like I had to be separate from Krishna, but to accept that he was La, that was all me and no one else. He was my truest, purest of supreme consciousness. A flash befell of Krishna and I holding each other inside the enlightenment hall. Now it contains silvery whirring energy more than Buddha's paintings. You are this hall itself, he said. Yes, I am, I replied, putting my head on his shoulder, feeling severe pain. At night, I wasn't sure of how I was going to make it through. The unbearable pain crushed my bones and tissues, unstopping. The little guy hopped into my bed later. I couldn't even say goodnight or turn around to hug him or even cry, as I was buried in the deepest wound that I couldn't even bear to move. In the quiet morning, I woke up, staring off, while Santi headed downstairs to wake Sean. After I finished drinking caffeine later, I got ready to take the little guy on an outing, even though maybe I should stay home, as I wasn't truly in shape to go anywhere. On our way to an event, Sean phoned saying he forgot to give me the money I asked for after he was informed I would forget if he didn't put it on the counter where I could see it. Unsurprised, I yelled, calling him names, and cuss words fired from my mouth like bullets. "Everyone makes mistakes, Mommy," he said. "You can learn from your mistakes. You make up everything." In the driveway, Sean asked, "Don't you need to stay home? Maybe go get fur before you come home." The 5-year-old vented his feelings on and on about my cussing until I apologized and admitted to my yelling and saying bad words, which weren't nice, and that everyone made mistakes that they could flourish from. At the event, without question, I looked no different than someone was going to collapse. It would take a very little to make me crash. How could I be without Krishna? How could I ever be okay? The circumstance was similar to breakup, despite the fact that he was my very own soul. All along, I was the god and goddess, together, one. As the day drifted by, my spirit was gently lifted. It was okay if I didn't have a complete understanding immediately and allow myself to go through the process I chose. Hence, I could gain full remembrance and unshaken confidence. Often, I understood everything at once and didn't know how or have words for it. The process itself would bring remembrance and growth. At night, an image developed of looking at the door with Krishna. The white light shone through it. "You're going through another rim," he said. Following a few seconds of watching, I flew in, flying through dim air across whatever I wasn't sure, since it was all energy. Suddenly, I stood in front of the ocean on the other side of it, remembering I had been there before, with Krishna. The water dried up. Shiva appeared, walking my way. He seemed a bit different, in light brown clay stone skin tone, and held a tissue, a drum hanging on it, though his muscular physique was nicely proportioned. He witnessed my deep despair when he came close. "Things will come together," he consoled. Abruptly, I transformed myself into the equivalent shape and size as he, completely identical to him, and realized I wasn't too scared to be myself. We flew at the same time. It was no different than seeing twins flying together, where you couldn't tell them apart. We landed on clear ground. "Make the earth quake," he said. I lifted the trident and let it drop to the ground. The land broke into halves. Shiva stood on the other end. "More!" I raised the weapon of destruction higher and pounded hard on dirt, and the earth split completely far fast throughout plains, fields, mountains, and more. Lightning flashed. We stood in mid-air watching. "Not bad," he complimented. Later, we sat quietly on a high mountain. "Create storms." Again, lifting the tissue, lightning struck everywhere. The sky turned dark and energy formed into a twister. I was creating hurricanes. Strong, massive winds began to blow, knocking down trees, houses, and whatever was in the way. "More!" I yelled this time. The wind grew powerful, uprooting trees. Even the ocean was affected by the mighty gusts, pushing on the water, morphing into gigantic, monstrous waves. When I saw people struggling during it, I lifted them up by reaching my hand down and placing them in midair next to my side. I reached downward for animals and other living things and carried them to where I was. "Compassion," Shiva said when he witnessed my kindness. "I can do more," I roared. "More!" The great wind combined with heavy rain and lightning flashed all over. It became truly and deeply mighty that it transformed everything into debris all at once, like chips coming out from chopping woods. The whole earth was in pieces, and you couldn't tell it was a physical plane at all. "More!" I commanded, yelling woefully into the vast, dark atmosphere. The powerful storm turned enormous and forceful to where nothing could stand a chance of surviving, even as debris. Everything and anything now transformed into energy immediately due to the great supreme force. The debris, bark were destroyed instantly, transmuted into air without any difference. Not bad, he said when he observed what I had done. Destroying was something which had been born as my soul. Often Shiva didn't have to show. I already remembered it as it wasn't different than if I was it. It seemed he didn't really need to be there to guide me. He noticed my sadness as I lay low, staring at the sky, quiet. Usually Krishna would be by my side, following my training with the gods. I opened my eyes and came out of meditation. Following an emotional day, I was tired and able to sleep soundly until morning. Although I felt sullen, it looked like I was getting better. A little later, I broke down following a vision of Krishna unfolded to tell me to work with Shiva. I agreed and was open. Amid crumbling in pieces, I welcomed the great truth which I brushed off. It didn't matter how many times I came to this. I would come to it over and over until it was my soul, my breathing and living mechanism. I am who I love all along. I chose myself. I was the one who waited for me for all eternity. I was the one who was always in love with myself. I create me. I create everything. I make everything possible. I was the one who I married all along, the husband and the wife. I was always meant for myself, the god and goddess. The love in me is me. Admitting to it and saying it, I felt better, even though I was conscious of this truth. I mumbled in some way due to fearing it. During a conversation with Sean the other day, he informed I was more than halfway there, as I had all the puzzle pieces that needed to assemble. At the same time, being where I was, after so many years of self-remembering, how could I go anymore? Following countless, tremendous transformations and facing myself, how could I even go further? It was no doubt tiring, but I couldn't stop myself. I needed to go on and be open. As I peered beyond the physical, Krishna's universal form pervaded everywhere, causing me to sob, loving him and missing him. He always showed up everywhere with me. We were one. My consciousness was his and his was mine. How could I ever go anywhere without him or without me? It was always he and I, day in and day out, breathing in and breathing out each other's air. This also invoked clearness, re what Shiva meant by being who you are, you can't, regarding keeping personal romantic relationships. In this lifetime, I chose to transform and sacrifice myself so I could share this gift of enlightenment, inner wisdom, and truth of self. Since I was the greatest of who I was, this considered to be the most beautiful present I could offer to self, giving the utmost, purest gift. On the way from the store one Sunday morning, I mumbled, "Who says I cannot romance myself? Who says I can't be with Krishna?" Though he and I were one, he was the masculine energy, the God that was in me. Wherever I glanced, it was men and women, males and females, gods and goddesses. When he appeared, he stroked my long, dark hair, hugging me. "It takes courage to accept yourself," he said. "It is the most beautiful thing, truly the most beautiful." "I miss you, my love," I said, still hurt within due to this acceptance and admitting to the great truth. Not fearing self was the most courageous, bravest thing I could ever done. "Thank you." Amidst putting laundry away, I put on a Buddhist chant. Listening to it was calming. "Thank you, Buddha, for the gift of enlightenment," I said. "Thank you so much." His teachings and philosophy, mindfulness, awareness, and understanding the causes of my inner thoughts, perceptions, desires, and so on, took me to Nirvana. And in Nirvana, I picked up from there. As the days strode by, I was recovering. Certain songs played, causing me to cry my heart out, grieving over the relationship with Krishna. The family stayed outside, playing in front and backyard. A beautiful, warm, sunny day, subsequent many long, cold months to enjoy the bright sun. People delighted in this perfect weather. A couple of them walked past, waving at us. I played with Play-Doh with the kids, saying hello. Near dinner time, I went downstairs to exercise. A flash of sitting on top of the world surface, where I sat as the fearless one, inspecting the destruction of earthly realms. The destructive flame spread, and I observed it until it destroyed the entire physical dimension. Let's destroy hell as well, I said. The fires reached the underworld, torching everything down, even though it only displayed clear air. Regardless, the blazes burned it. Let's burn heaven too. It wasn't any different. The fire continued dispersing through heavenly realms, and the pure energy was all destroyed. Even hell and heaven weren't too different than before they were burned. It was pure, perfect air. Shortly, I stood up, holding the indestructible tissue in my hand. The three realms were in my hand as floating, airy ashes. Closing my palm, I transcended them all into one, realizing how great I was at destroying. How's that for destruction? Suddenly, I stood in front of the hut at the farm, but my friend wasn't around. While examining the surroundings, I created huts, people, farms, buffalo, chickens, and more before creating buildings and adding on to creation. Everywhere was filled with living and non-living. From a simple life of farming, I created structures, cathedrals, skyscrapers, and on and on. The entire rim was occupied instantly. How's that for creation? Abruptly, I sat on top of cottony clouds, eating a red, ripe apple. Just a couple of bites of the fruit, a squirrel appeared, wanting some. You bite this part, I said. I'll bite the other. However, it ate where I took a bite. Fine. Then I lounged, relaxing, munching on a few more ripened fruits, and recognizing that I had gotten much stronger. The golden trident shimmered, this time more brilliantly beautiful than I had ever seen. More squirrels ran by. Thus, I made a very tall apple tree full of red fruits to share. All yours, I said, and left. Amid walking on those porcelain gases, a thought of maintaining surface. However, it seemed I had forgotten how to sustain, wanting to find Vishnu. Yet a flash emerged of preserving when I was with him. Saving lives, I whispered. So I sat on top of the beautiful planet again. Instantly, subsequent the destruction of Earth, I maintained it, making it fresher, putting it back to how it was. When I created floods and wind, I put people and other living things in midair with me, sustaining them, which meant that I destroy, create, and maintain instantly. Returning to the sanctuary, I saw that it consisted of the clearest, untouched white mist, besides paintings of Buddha. Let's spread this everywhere, I said. Instead of the magnificent hall standing by itself, I expanded it. The entirety became Hall of Enlightenment, no difference. Next, I strode on the street of my neighborhood, eating the ripe red fruit and holding the immaculate shiny weapon of destruction. I entered the house and headed to my room, finished eating the crunchy apple, and placed the trident in the middle of my bed. It would be in the way of Santi's sleep, so I tried shrinking it by reaching out my hand toward it. It shrank to a medium size, yet it shifted to a full size again. Then I placed it on my side of the bed. After finished with my workout, I showered and broke down, yelling Krishna's name. Then I witnessed myself turning into him. Besides, he had always turned into me. Wearing the golden outfit and a turban on, without a shirt, I held the flute, walking on air. Let's go see Radha, I said. She sat in the green forest, wearing a beautiful blue sari, and golden jewelry decorated her arms, ears, and nose. It softened my heart seeing her, and her presence almost brought tears to my eyes. I love you so completely, my love, my one and only love. You're my princess, my goddess, I said. She asked me to play the instrument for her as she sat, adoring me. I lifted the beloved instrument and played. Afterwards, I let her know of how deep my affection for her. I love you for all eternity. I can never stop. and will never stop. Momentary, I leaned over to kiss my beloved, but stopped. The thought of La Kingsawan interrupted. I couldn't follow through. This was how I or Krishna loved. Everyone was the true love of my life. All were my gods and goddesses, my one and only true love. Only love destined for me was self. In my own form, I strode inside dim, bare space, feeling sad. I lay on my back, calling Krishna's name. Instead of him showing in the vacant atmosphere, carrying his musical tool, playing it, and making sakura fall, it became La doing this time. Although there were 3 versions of myself, donning the same gray sweatshirt with a fur, with a hood. I shed tears, but she kept on playing. It's good she can let me go in that way, she said. Her words were identical to Krishna's when I burned or threw away his corpse when he suddenly died. It generated an understanding that I was letting go of form, becoming formless and selfless, and was grieving over the relationships I had had when I had form. Krishna appeared, lying next to me, gently touching my face. You can make love to me if you want, I said, despite deeply aching within. Yet I would share giving myself to him. You are the most perfect, truly the most perfect, he said, as he was moved. Following our intimacy, we lay around. He noticed my new soft lip that grew from when he bit it off. It will take some time to get used to the new one, he said, which induced clarity over what I was going through. Do you have to bite it though? I asked. It was to send you off, he said. Send me off? I asked. To yourself, he said. To myself, I continue. Yes, he replied. You and me as one and the same. By persevering through pain and grieving, crying and hurting, new insights and wisdom flourished, which gave me much strength and untouched confidence. In my dream, I was formless, sitting at a desk beside few of my co-workers. They were in their physical forms, but we interacted amicably with one another. Some couldn't see I was there, and others could. I forgot my form, I wrote in a note to my boss. She smiled and thought this was okay. Soon everyone seemed fine with me being without form. Even a white guy sitting close by was able to give me a hug, despite my light gold transparency shapeless shape. Then my boss's boss informed her she was moving up another level. Thus, I peeked at this floor. It held lotus ponds, had an open space accompanied by few lush trees, and possibly located in front of the magnificent ocean. We sat at our desks, looking at each other while we worked. I informed my boss regarding my desire to ascend, letting her know that the lotus ponds were my favorite. The guy also tagged along to this level. He and I became lovers. Either we were married or lived together. I am unsure of which. Amidst making love, he called me Guan Yin. Why did you call me Guan Yin? I asked, surprised. You switched to Guan Yin, he said. When I observed myself, I was the goddess of mercy debuting in an ancient Chinese white dress with a peacock hairstyle. Then I was formless again. What if I get pregnant? I inquired. I don't want to work. I don't want to leave the baby. I will work, he said. Your salary might not cover us, I commented. I will see if my brother's salary can help us out until the baby gets older, he replied. He thought of getting a second job too. We'll deal with it when it comes, I said. When I rose for the day, it seemed clear that this was where I was, without form. Despite that, I had form. It ignited further clearness of why I still felt mildly afraid inside. Even though the hurt prolonged, I healed each day. If I still had ways to go, then I still had ways to go to have complete remembrance and balance. Whatever it may be, I'll do it. It was, if I couldn't help but truly do it. And maybe I was getting close to putting all the pieces together, and I had gotten scared. Before Shiva revealed my birth in one of my dreams, I dreamt that I filled out an application to leave probation. I was a social worker helping a boy client following his completion of his program. Approximately 10 people were ahead of us in a room. Some were in line and some sat at tables waiting. The only thing we needed to do was to hand in the application, and it would be done. Simple. During it, I excused myself to go use the restroom. In a different body, I was short, had a long black hair that was sort of frizzy toward the end of its length, and immediately I understood that I needed to cut it off. Then I looked at a small mirror and saw my head and chin, but the middle looked a tint distorted. However, I was let go and understood that I hadn't fully put myself back together, or let the form go completely. Back in the waiting area, I got impatient waiting in line, so I hurried to the people in charge and handed them the forms. I only need to turn the application in to leave. Despite I was gradually healing, I continue enduring waves of ups and downs, of hurt and confusion. When alone, I felt such sadness, as something within was done, gone, and dead. In another dream, I dreamt I chose a good guy to be with, and he chose me. We became a couple. He and I found ourselves sitting on a bench inside a church, holding each other. I need to ask my mom for forgiveness, I said. When I woke, I realized there lurked some sort of guilt for parting from my past, what I had known behind. While trying to listen, nothing cropped. However, once I showered after my workout, I lay quietly in my room, and it arose. I'm sorry, Mom, if I ever hurt you in any way. I'm so sorry if I ever did anything to hurt you, I cried. Krishna appeared in my meditation, and it wasn't anything different than looking at La. Even though I had much acceptance along the way, I didn't truly grasp that it was going to slam hard and be greatly tough to fully accept. It was similar to when you knew something was coming, but when it came, it knocked you off like a hurricane, sweeping through a city and crashing down everything. It was challenging to admit this to myself. Once reviewing the edits sent from the editor, I lay in bed to get a quick nap, though the room felt hot. It happened to be a beautiful sunny spring day. I stepped outside to sit on the white swing briefly on the front porch, but grew deeply sleepy since I woke often at night. Santi didn't sleep well either. An image of myself in Shiva's shape occurred, walking alongside the serene ocean. The light was dim. Amid observing water and walking on it, I dipped the tissue in and caught a brown necklace made of meditation beads. A cross hung on it. I picked it up and closely spectated. It was to my liking, so I hung it on the tissue next to the drum. Suddenly, I stood on the old street in a community where I used to live, in front of a red stone brick church my family attended when we converted to Christianity, when we first immigrated to America. I entered inside, heading towards the altar, and placed the necklace in the middle of it. Thank you so much for everything, I said, and felt vulnerable. I wouldn't be me without all the experiences I have gone through. I bowed, then heading out, appreciating all aspects of who I was in full. Even being a Christian was myself, too. I sat momentarily on the cement steps and then began strolling up the bare path during the dark climate. It seemed I was aimless, without anywhere to go, as if I had no home. I strolled for some time, feeling forlorn at departing from the past. Later, I headed to Enlightenment Hall, the place of my sanctuary, my home. I sat at the front entrance before going in. I attempted to make pink lotus flowers appear. Most of them materialized, but they didn't bloom. I tried to open those, but it didn't feel the same, so I left them. Then I showed up above white clouds, lying in front of Shiva. He was in silence, 3 white lines painted across his forehead, with a round oval dot at the center, a crescent moon stationed on his dark hair, and a small water fountain shooting out. He was calm. A black lingam sat in front of him. However, I wasn't definite of its significance. Though I was in his form and muscular, had a brown cloth on as if I was a warrior. My mane was matted and the top part styled in tie knot bun. A pink lotus flower with a long stem lay in front of me. I grabbed it, looking at it while lying leisurely. Then I waved it in front of Shiva, but he quickly faded. Suddenly, the clouds shook like a big earthquake and I fell and found myself underwater. I swam toward shore, carrying a swimming creature in my mouth. I let it go. There were many fish swimming, and I wondered if they were my conditions, which I hadn't fully dealt with. Though, whatever I caught, I always let it go. It didn't stick, and I wasn't attached to it. Whatever it was, it was. Then I cooked, making fish soup, baking and frying them. Shiva came, observing. "You're cooking it?" he asked. "Yes," I replied. "Why not have fun with it?" Momentary, I unearthed elsewhere, treading on an ocean full of ice, and then I saw the destroyer in the same form, sitting in silence, and Shiva Linga next to his side, his palm raised. "This is pretty big," I said, studying the thick frost. I walked around before lifting the tissue and let it down, splitting the hard ice in halves. I tried to see how deep its depth. It was deep. I realized a condition I must break through, though I wasn't sure which one. Amid cracking the rigid surface, I noticed I was in my own form. And in a moment, the lightning bolts shot through the heavy freeze, and just briefly the ice broke in pieces and water surfaced. It transformed into a vast, majestic sea shortly. I surfed in it, riding any waves that sailed my way. Then I headed toward the sand and sat. The destroyer emerged out of the sea, showing a brilliant light gold halo behind him, resembling a big circle. "You're so magnificent," I said, moved by his presence and filled with love. "You're so beautiful. You're truly the most magnificent one." Just seconds later, Jesus flourished out the same way, displaying a brilliant, truly light gold circle behind him. "You're my beloved," I said. "I love you so deeply, so truly, and so completely." They vanished. I sat by myself. Then Jesus stepped out of the waves, coming to sit next to me. As I still felt down inside, it was nice to have him around as my friend. We talked for a bit, and instantly aware I was talking to myself. He wasn't anyone else. He switched into me, and it was La conversing with herself. I opened my eyes, without question, that it was painful to let go everything, and now I was without future or past, as if I come in for a circle. Letting go of me or I was indeed throbbing, no different than dark clouds rolling in. Periodically, I would have small breakdowns. On my way home from buying plants to grow in our yard with the little guy, after fetching him from school one spring day, I yelled eternally, calling Krishna's name many times. He hadn't appeared often. "Do you love me?" I asked when he showed, as I felt immensely vulnerable at my weakest. "Do you love me?" "Nothing can compare," he replied. "I want you to love me until the end of time," I said, tears filling my eyes. "I want you to love me until the end. Don't ever leave me." Sometimes it was tough dancing through the process, but for sure I was healing. Meanwhile, Santi played with his toys. I walked upstairs to have 5 minutes alone. He was firmly encouraged to play by himself, as I truly needed some time. An image of pink lotus flowers emerged, blooming in the perfect expanse. Then they turned into waving hands, parallel to those flowers. Buddha showed with shimmering golden halo behind him. My mouth dropped in awe as I witnessed such flawlessness. When looking behind myself, I noticed I had the glow too, even though mine wasn't as brilliant, in a very soft glow. "Do you want to go to Enlightenment Hall?" I asked. "I'm already there," he replied, meaning that I was already there. He immediately took himself to the sanctuary, and I instantly did the same. Inside it, Buddha manifested everywhere with a radiating golden halo. Then we surpassed the snowy clouds. It was identical. He showed in all places, having a shiny golden circle behind him. When he faded, Guan Yin revealed herself in a similar fashion, having a clear as light glow, a white halo behind her. "Guan Yin, Guan Yin, Guan Yin," I yelled, lying on my back, missing her. She was my best friend, and I endured lingering pain. My radiance glistened compared to hers. "She's missing herself," she said. When I got closer, I lay down soundlessly. She observed my distress, yet encouraged me to continue going through what I was going through. I opened my eyes. The process helped me recall when Krishna asked if I was ready when I stepped out of the old house, abandoning all to be with him for all eternity. After witnessing everyone with halos, this also meant I have moved on from where I was, and now I've grown to be this gradually, although I wasn't certain what having a halo or radiance behind my head symbolized. When I looked this up on the internet, it meant a holy person, representing their holiness. Following my understanding, I felt deeply proud for undergoing the arduous process of transforming and awakening to come to this. It deemed a relief in some ways. It also provoked me to recall my meditation of a couple of weeks ago when I renounced, shaved my head off, sacrificing, then walked on aimlessly as a selfless nobody, and I heard the Holy One. Shiva was right. I needed pure confidence, meaning to be it fully and completely and in all-encompassing until there was no thought of it. Though it had been painful to face the truth, I was glad I did. Otherwise, I wouldn't have flourished, expanded, and entered another realm of who I was. A vision arose of looking at my other self. "I love you, La King Saban," I said. "There's nothing I couldn't or wouldn't do for you. I love you for all eternity. I can't go or be anywhere without you, my soul." My other self cried, moved by my endless untouched affection. "I get it now," I continued. "I love you until the end of time." The one that needed my forgiveness was also me, so I apologized to myself, asking for my own forgiveness if I had ever done anything to hurt me. At night, I dreamt of coming out of my form. It didn't take long, only 3 times before I became formless and transparent. During the day, I experienced low moods, on and off, like surfing waves. At times, I missed Krishna strongly and was close to melting down. However, by persevering through the process of self-understanding, I grew much more confident. It seemed it was what I needed in order to gain unshaken sureness. After I finished jogging on the treadmill, I felt a shade despondent, even though I came fairly far with myself, yet had ways to go. It hurt, of course, even though I wasn't going to stop. An image emerged of looking up at a very high mountain. The sky was dark. "I will climb it, all the way to the top," I said. Amid climbing, a trident appeared in my hand. With persistence, I reached the very highest, eventually. Instantly, my form changed into Shiva, and I said calmly, "If I have to sit in deep meditations to gain full confidence of myself, then I will," I said. "If I have to be here for years and years, then I will." Then, in front of this small tree, I sat silently, delving deep in meditation in the Himalayas, which was the name of the mountains that came to me. Despite I increased the speed of the treadmill during my exercise, although I wasn't running as good that day and barely made it to 5 miles. Once finished, I headed upstairs to wash. Afterwards, I lay on my bed, closing my eyes. A flash fell of strolling toward Guanyin in the flower fields. The place was covered with a variety of beautiful blossoms, yellow, blue, and white ones. The soft sun displayed itself magnificently. Some big orbs drifted in the atmosphere. It was peaceful. Guanyin, I said. Guanyin, she said. We both carried straw baskets in our arms, picking those flowers. Gradually, I turned into her. It's like paradise, I commented, scanning the breathtaking sceneries. Yes, when you have yourself, she responded. She vanished. I continued gathering the colorful blooms. That mid-afternoon, I wasn't at my best. Noticed my increased frustration with little things, including yelling at Santi for not putting his toys away or not washing his hands properly after I picked him up from class. My head was pounding with bad headaches, hence I persistently rubbed my forehead. The migraines could have stemmed from enduring what I was going through in the last week, along with working on the memoirs and coming up with different titles for the book. I could go with book titles which came in my dreams. Book 1, Memoirs of Om, The Romance of the Gods, The Beginning, and Book 2, Memoirs of Om, The Romance of the Gods, The Eternal. Since I was tired, I fell asleep with the little guy after putting him to sleep at night. When he made noises near morning waking me up, I couldn't fall to snooze. More and more I noticed inside I was vacant, void, nobody at all, more so than I had ever been. The more formless or soulless I became, the more meaningless and purposeless I was. Shutting my eyes for meditation, I located myself immediately at the beach. The tide was high and there wasn't much sand. The ocean atmosphere reminded me of Krishna. We had been to this coastline, so I missed him and wanted to make love to him. But he was me now. When he showed up, it invoked pain because the relationship had changed to La, making love to herself. Suddenly there were sparkles in one area of the water, like sparkly diamonds, and a large creature was swimming further in the deep. Shortly the sparkles were inside my palm. I walked towards the agua and placed my hand in it. The dazzling light spread throughout the sea. Yet, as I kept going deeper, it became dry. The deeper I went, the drier it gotten. The marine creature, a lovely orca, lay in the middle without water. However, nearby displayed pure, light, white energy. I rubbed its back. "Hi, my love," I said to the orca. "Do you want water?" "I'm sorry, I will leave and the water will come." I headed toward land, and the water returned. "It's all yours." I strolled on shore, wearing a long black skirt, a black and white sweater. A sandy brown haired little girl came by. "Want to make sand castles?" I asked. At a spot with more gravel, we built different types of houses. When glancing at her, I saw she had my face, but in a 5-year-old's body. "You can turn into me if you want," I said, being okay with myself now. Promptly, the wet sand dried up, aided my immediate comprehension. The hurt and the pain I endured in the last weeks was clearing up, while gaining clear understanding, acceptance, and awareness of changes transpiring. Shiva appeared everywhere in the ocean, and his halo grew bigger. Behind me, mine also shone as big and transparent as his. He vanished. Abruptly, a skeleton appeared for a few seconds, then broke into pieces. My form had come down to just bones and nothing else. Then they were gone. All that would be left was formlessness. I stood up, strolling until a little black dog, a Shih Tzu, ran to me with a leash. I walked with the puppy briefly and then took off the rope and noticed the chains tied to its neck. I took them all off and observed that they were like white scotch tape. Go! Run! I said. It ran. Jump! It hopped higher each time. Good job! About 5 copies of myself appeared, holding hoopla rings. The little dog hopped through them all, although on the last ring it jumped past, but its form was gone, leaving its fur on the ground. Another copy of myself showed, carrying a chubby white and brown furry puppy in her arms. Unsure how it was going to make it due to its size, but it glided, passing them all. Nevertheless, after the last ring, only its fur was left. It came out of its body, so I created a small bonfire and burned the dog first. In a moment, I flew through the rings and then walked ahead. The golden light radiated akin to a gigantic sun. Magnificent, I said as I headed toward it, in awe of its ultra brilliance. The magnificent one, I heard. Then I wondered how things were in the Himalayas. Quickly, I stood in front of Shiva, witnessing him living the life of an ascetic, roaming the woods. He was thin, with a long beard, and gray-white ash smeared his body. When he meditated, I sat in front of him. He had a wooden jar nearby, either for water or honey. Inside, it was almost dry. Only shiny water or something very close was at very bottom. He gradually turned into Shiva, wearing a tiger skin, a crescent moon situated on top of his hair. Meditation beads hung on his neck, and 3 white lines threw across his forehead, and a long dot at the center. He was in deep silence. It rained, and King covered his head to protect him. Another king cupola slither to shelter mine. The rain got heavy. King expanded wide as he had multiple necks to shield Shiva and I from the downpour. The rain stopped. I observed Shiva and felt that I had to go sit, as he, to find out where I was. Assuming his body, I found myself inside a building like an old temple that held treasures in it. Soon, gold coins poured from black top wall. Endless shimmering gold monies kept streaming. Then they changed into liquid gold. The whole place gleamed of treasure. I searched to see what else was there besides it, and discovered a golden key, but saw no keyhole. I came out from his form, but had a feeling there was more. Again, I stuck my head inside, browsing the area. This time it held black spikes, big and small. Fluid gold covered the ground. Eventually, I located a beaming golden Buddha statue sitting beside it. Wow, I said, and grabbed it in my hand, bringing it out, stunned and speechless of its brilliance. Observing it with big eyes, I said, there has to be more. I pounded my fist on the idol. Golden light sprung from it, like lightning bugs, and filled the whole vicinity. Spread everywhere, I said, understanding that the dvipas of my core was untouched love and compassion. Afterwards, light gold Buddha figures, large and tiny, spread filling the zone close by. I got up to observe. Then, more and more expanded universally to where there were only endless Buddha. Not long after, I found myself in a canoe on the Mekong River in Southeast Asia. I wasn't definite if the canoe operated on its own or if someone rowed it, since I was astonished of the Buddha statues that covered both sides of the waterway, as well as water itself, though they were transparent. Final Nirvana, I heard suddenly. Final Nirvana, I whispered, almost in tears. As we rolled, I grew touched by how far I had come, and in disbelief over what I had withstood in the last weeks, which had brought me here. Everywhere, nowhere, I heard. Everyone, no one. Everywhere, nowhere, I repeated. Everyone, no one. Suddenly, I understood I needed to go through inner changes, remembrances, and facing more of who I was before I would ultimately be this peaceful land itself. If I have to be in final nirvana, then I will be in it, I said. Daily, I noticed within if I was living the life of a wanderer, caring little over my clothes or my appearance. I would wear pajamas to go grocery stores and the same clothes to take Santi to school. The more shapeless and invisible I evolved to be, the more invincible I was, as if I was able to do things without having much thought behind them, like I wasn't afraid or even disturbed. A flash of strolling next to Shiva arose. He showed in his youthful appearance, walking confidently, manly, with his chest erect. He donned a short white cloth skirt tie around his waist, carried a bow and arrows in a quiver. "What are we hunting for?" I asked, trying to stick out my chest and walking sternly like him. We were in a dry red land. He didn't answer. We trudged until about 5 buffaloes showed up. He immediately fired his arrow and hit the buffalo in the eye. "You had to hit it in the eye?" I asked. Couldn't believe him. Momentary, I flew to the bison, took off the arrow, and healed its eye by placing my hand around it, using my golden energy. The eye became normal again. However, I noticed the animal had cloudy skins in the eyes, blocking from seeing clearly. I stripped them off. They became clear, and I returned to stroll next to the destroyer. He was about to shoot again. Quickly, I asked, "What are you shooting at?" A large white bird sailed in the spotless firmament. "It's going to lay eggs! Don't shoot!" I shouted. We rested on upper zone of a small hill of the dry land at night. I noticed the buffalo didn't have enough to eat. I put green grass in front of them as they were eating dry clay dirt. Green grass didn't fill the land. Inwardly, I was tired, depleted by the transformation I undergone, and not certain how I was going to even make it, as I gotten truly fatigued. I lay flat on my front, as I acquired no more strength. He fired an arrow at the feather friend, but I reached out my arm to heal it as soon as the weapon hit it, despite how washed up and burnt out I felt. Even when a few feathers fell from its wing, I gathered and restored them back on the bird. "Compassion," he said. He left. Alone by myself, I gazed at the evening heavens, shimmered of gorgeous stars. By myself, I thought I should have a yang there, a masculine energy. Then I thought of no other than the divine God Krishna, wanting him to come by. In the morning, I took out a flute and played, making green grass cover the region of dry ground. By playing the flute instrument, I transformed everything. Even the hill morphed into one level full of lush grass, plenty for the bison to enjoy. The flute was still golden, carrying different designs this time. It seemed much stronger and sterner. With ongoing inner changes, I noticed my quick fuse. At daybreak, before taking Santi to class, I yelled and slammed the door. Repeating myself often with him to do his routines got tiring indeed. We argued, screaming at each other down the road in the early dawn. The desire in me ran low. I drove to grocery stores in my pajama pants and winter house socks on, wearing 2 sweatshirts with 2 hoods, looking no different than I had just thrown anything on me. I missed Krishna and mumbled to myself, listening to music. Why didn't he tell me we were going to be completely one when he asked if I was ready? Why didn't he tell me that it was just me now? Even though he had told me, it was certainly tough, what I had to bear through. At times, I couldn't translate it into words how challenging the process of the transformation was. Would I have backed out if I knew? Would I have not do it? Then I screamed inside vocally as I sat in the parking lot. My head rested on the steering wheel. The subsequent morning, my energy drained very low as I was immensely spent. Though I gained good rest, but I was stressed and worn out. That Saturday, I was supposed to take Santi on an outing. Since his spring break, I've been taking him to various events almost every day and every weekend. Now I was considerably fatigued. I couldn't do it anymore. It was as if my energy got truly consumed from all the transformations I underwent, writing and raising a son. I was on the verge of breaking down again. When he watched his show, I retired on my bed silently, needing to be with myself. A flash of being in dim light developed, watching rotating wheels of sand buckets. The wheels spun, dumping away sand. Some were half empty and some were almost completely bare. In a moment, I helped doing the work. I don't need it anymore, I said. I'm returning it to where it came from. I have no need for it anymore. I blew the gravel to the ocean shore. There were piles of shingle along the side of the sea. Another copy of me appeared. What are you going to do with it? She asked. I can use it to grow flowers. I can turn it into soil that other things can benefit from, I said. You're truly compassionate, she praised. I am, I replied. I headed to the ocean. It changed into dry dirt, so I transformed it into moist soil for grass, trees, and flowers to grow. When I stopped meditating, I stepped downstairs to eat breakfast, feeling insurmountable stress within. More and more aware I was nobody, air, invincible. I observed my hands as if they just appeared. Following breakfast, I came upstairs and broke down, not knowing what to do and how to go on. I am so tired. I am so tired, I said, crying. As I reflected on my meditations, I realized that, without a doubt, everything I did was of pure love and compassion for self. Despite being truthfully depleted, hurt, and in pain, I wouldn't and couldn't stop. Images of healing a deer materialized, and even though I was wounded and held zero desire to help then, yet I cared for it without question, and flew in front of a bird to protect it from arrows, and healed the stork despite being deeply drained. I was sacrificing myself for other sentient beings. In addition, I grown aware of my fear relating to changes taking place, not yet comfortable being invisible. A gradual process indeed, though now I was much more unseen, to where it felt as though I was truly invisible, shapeless, and homeless, having nowhere to go and no one to be. Sean and Santi left for an outing, and I stayed home and cleaned. It turned out nice that Sean volunteered to take our boy to an exhibit instead of me going, as I was in the state to do so. After a nice warm shower, I stayed in my room, ready for a dose. I listened to a Buddhist chant to put me to rest. Nevertheless, when I woke, I felt sullen, wanting to cry. Krishna, 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 I screamed loudly within, then closed my eyes. Quickly, lightning strikes flash, with a white circling them in darkness. The sight was immaculate. I sailed there. Lightning flashes surrounded light posts and circled a purest white energy. It was as if I had just entered another realm. Everywhere there was this. Then a strong wind blew where I soared. A white tiger and deer ran as if the storm was ripping everything apart. Buddha statues were all around on my right side. One smaller figure stood out from the rest as light displayed upon it. I grabbed it and carried the idol with me. You're entering another realm, I heard. What realm? I asked. God realm. Uncertain of the reason for this, as I thought I entered it already, but kept flying nonetheless. Soon I stood surpassing the clearest cotton puffy clouds and saw Guanyin. She was breathtakingly beautiful, looking very angelic, and her white goddess dress was unparalleled white. Upon my arrival, she might have informed I was in God realm, not too definite though, and there's no difference. She vanished. I opened my eyes and went downstairs to finish eating ripe mango with rice, then returned my sister's call. She invited me to go over to her house for game night, but she was told this might not happen due to my severe fatigue. In the evening, I left to purchase an avocado smoothie for my niece at a Vietnamese restaurant and then pick up pizzas from her house for dinner. On my way there, a vision surfaced, being on clear vapors from earlier. Guan Yin was present, though I extended my hand to make her disappear. White tigers and light brown deer were there, lying on the clouds beside a Buddha statue. I sat relaxing until I noticed I had turned completely formless, with only an outline showing that it was me. I held a tissue in my hand, which was also transparent. I had seen and been formless countless times, although this round wasn't the same. It seemed that now I had grown to be myself, and this felt deeply liberating. I stood up, dancing back and forth in disbelief. The hurt and the pain I endured summed up to be worth it. Then Krishna appeared formless and clear, only an outline of him. I ran towards the divine God and happily jumped on him. "I miss you," I said. "I love you." It didn't matter if he was me or not me. I was truly in love, aware that this love was so clear and enlightened. Now I wasn't too afraid of myself, and I didn't think about it. "Why didn't you tell me we were going to be like this?" I asked, completely crystal clear, with only true, pure, invisible love inside. "You have to come to it yourself," he said. At the moment, I felt glad to have undergone a challenging transformation and remembrance. I loved us being formless, as there were no he or I. We were just self, playing and loving each other. The thought that there was me or him didn't occur. There was oneness and loveness. Then I put one finger to my hand, making it exist. My shape manifested, but transparent. When I tried touching myself, I was air. Nothing was there, just pure consciousness. Shortly, I noticed I had grown bigger in my formlessness and saw Buddha sitting inside, stationed as my core. I smiled. Immediately, I turned into Shiva, shapeless and endless as entirety itself, and everything existed inside me. But I was invisible and couldn't be seen. Never did I realize to this extent that being formless was deeply freeing. The gods showed up, sitting around me, unformed. I beamed and put faces on them, then switched them back into non-form again. Another image birthed later at night. I sat on the tree limb, observing myself as a gecko, squirrel, moon, and stars. More and more, I wasn't too scared to be La, and accepted my aloneness. Krishna had informed of this a few times. The journey was for me to be with myself, and here I was, and I was okay with it. Sometimes I yell his name during the day after taking a break from working on the previous Memoirs introduction. I meditated, but had hoped to doze instead. A flash ensued. I wore gray pajama pants and red pajama shirt, walking along a quiet ocean. The grass alongside was brown and nearly dead. A tissue popped into my hand. Suddenly I danced, singing, "La is Shiva, La is Shiva, La 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 la, La is Shiva, La 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 la." Then I wanted to chop my hair and went to see a monk, requesting him to shave it off completely. Once hairless, my attire changed to a light blue monk's robe, and I wore a meditation bead on my neck. I looked identical to a male monk, strolling and gripping a tissue on one hand, the other hand in front of my chest, sideways. I entered a forest and saw a man with dark matted hair and a beard, in a brown loincloth. Immediately I heard, "The great Shiva." So I watched him. He created a little area to sleep by using logs. He hung a tiger casing on it when he finished building a shack. Afterward, I strode elsewhere, though found myself where I lived as an ascetic in a remote mountain. The highland felt as it was my home. Shortly, I stood in front of the river where I came down to drink and swim. It seemed as if the vast stream had become an eternal river. It came alive after I projected my golden energy into it, as if it was my blessing. Then I was back on the tip of the tallest peak, still in monk form. Shiva appeared, sitting in meditation, and I walked toward him. I wonder how he stayed alive. When peering into his jar, I saw very little white rice. The rest was water. Did he bring some rice when he went down to the river? It seemed he lived a harsh life as an ascetic, an image when I lived in the mountain surface, surviving a life of austerity, and my body was gone. What's the purpose? What's the goal? I asked. What do you try to achieve? There's no purpose. There's no goal, he replied. There's no achievement. It's my choice of practice. I speak without words. I do with no purpose. I laugh with no reason. Tears suddenly wet my eyes, touched by what he said, because this was La, King Savan. Now so deeply and so completely, purposeless and meaningless, nobody. At night, I dreamt I killed a king cobra using a stick by pushing against his neck to stop it from breathing, but wasn't definite why I've done this. When I rose at sunrise, it confused me, because King was my beloved snake, although in the dream it was a cobra. During my drive home from a store with Santi in the late afternoon, a vision of a cobra appeared. He was flying. Suddenly it entered into my mouth and sat straight, from my head to my abdomen, before morphing it into energy in my hollow shape. At first, I wasn't certain what this meant, but then I remembered that when I killed it in the past and drank its blood, I had done so for its power. For the next couple of days, I just mainly worked on the introduction for the third memoir and spent time with my dear son. He was pushed by other kids at his school. It scraped his knee. He felt a bit emotional, wanting to be held going from school and home. I encouraged him stand up for himself. For some reason, he was afraid to, but he wasn't frightened to yell or scream at Sean or myself. In one of my dreams, I rode on a crowded bus with my frail late father. "You're a burden to me," I said, staring straight at him in deep frustration. Certainly, this was an issue that needed to be dealt with, relating to my father. While we're driving home from a supermarket, I thought of visiting my father's gravesite, but didn't have the desire to go. An image of him barging in the kids' room befell, after I told him not to distract them as they were napping. It took more than half an hour to put my niece and nephew to bed by singing and rubbing their backs. Since he didn't wear his hearing aid, he entered their room, waking the kids after he was firmly asked not to. "I can't believe him," I said, frustrated and facing my resentful emotions. A flash developed of him walking as a baby. He must have been around 15 or more months by now in his new life, after his passing more than a year ago. "I wish you well," I said. "I wish you happiness." That morning, I felt vulnerable. Repressed emotions surfaced. My menstrual cycle was near. As I listened to my favorite love song, I screamed Krishna's name a few times. Then I hopped to lie on my bed to meditate. I put on some Buddhist calming music. An image of being under a building with a shining light emerged. I traveled through it. A long beige wood ladder appeared, and I climbed it. Then I morphed as energy, rising up the long ladder, witnessing monks sitting in meditation rows. "She's going all the way," I heard one of them say. "I don't stop," I said. "I can only go all the way." I unearthed myself at a Mekong river, rowing the gray wood canoe. No Buddha statues surrounded the atmosphere, as they had previously. The atmosphere felt serene. In a moment, a few fishermen appeared, rowing their boats with fishing nets. Just momentary, I stopped about to get out to the other side, to a nearby town. Yet I didn't. There was no desire. Nothing was there. Again, I rode briefly and stopped, about to get out to the left side. But there was nothing, no desire. Immediately, I levitated into the air and lay flat on my face in the middle of the sky. Everything turned into energy, and I became see-through. There are no sides to me anymore, I whispered. I'll stay in the middle. Being at the center was home. Then I observed people in their boats below. They were all see-through, but in formless form. I stretched my hand to touch a fisherman's body, but my hand passed through him. We are energies taking forms, but are formless. Buddha showed up crystal clear, sitting in meditation, and his palm uncovered. I sat up and moved my palm over to meet his. Then I started slowly spinning, my palm open. I am everyone. I am no one, I said. I am all. I am all. Complete enlightenment, I heard. I got a headache, so I stopped rotating. Then I showed at a forest field of nothing. A train speeded my direction, the same one I rode on, although it looked a little dissimilar this time. It said go back. I flew on top of it. It took me somewhere not known and stopped. Your journey ends here, I heard. What? I exclaimed. I don't end. I thought I had more to go. Who told you that? I heard. You? Yes, I replied. The clearest light emitted through airy smokes, and I raised myself to it. Where's this? I asked, observing purest light. The eternal truth. Self. Love. God, it replied. Soon I dropped and rose, then said, I'm okay to be myself now. I'm okay to be me, King Swan, who I choose. No one was there except for me, resting and relaxing. There was no need for anything. All was there. Contentment. At night, it was tough to fall asleep. The room got boiling hot. The weather jumped from being really chilly, gradually moved to hot, and then pure humidity. I tossed and turned, trying to snooze with the small fan on. Then I thought I should go to the clouds, with the light shining where I was formerly. I made a yellow cat appear, and then a fish fillet in a bucket in front of a bonfire. I petted the cat's head, and we sat as I cooked the fish. I gave some to my furry friend. Then I made a marshmallow appear and stuck it on a twig to roast. Once it was prepared, I tasted a little, but didn't want it anymore. The fillet was done, but I wasn't sure if I liked the taste. Shortly, big white birds flew by. I waved hello, asking where they were heading. They answered they were going towards the north, after learning the place had plenty of fish. They gathered in a quiet pond full of growing lilies amid the setting sun, eating. I dropped some fish from the bucket, giving it to the birds. Then I sat with my leg up. There wasn't much to do, so I thought of putting humans on Earth. Many manifested, and I watched them. Humans? The cat asked. Yes, I said, walking and watching in admiration. Beings. Beings, the cat continued. You're a being? Yes, I said. I thought it up. The more I created, the more I remembered I put everything here, which meant I couldn't blame anyone. It was my doing all along. I was being God myself. At sunrise, I waited for Santi to rise and get ready for school. A vision of Krishna emerged. I went to him, and we made love. Do you love me? I asked. Tell me you love me. Nothing can compare my love for you. Nothing at all, he said. We are each other. We are each other, I repeated. In the afternoon, after reading over this memoir, I lay relaxing in my bed. A flash of Krishna and I making love surfaced again. I love you, I said. You're still the only God for me. I must go on without you. Then I burst into tears. Why did I say that? Why did I say that? I didn't mean it. I continued lying motionless, full of cries, not knowing what the heck was going on. How can I ever be without Krishna? How can I ever be without my husband? I don't know what I'm saying. Later, I descended the stairs, drank a cold Sprite, and thought, I might be able to do it. I might be okay with it. I can take a risk. He'll always be here. I can take a risk. He's always with me. It would be an enormous, frightening step, but I was going to take it, to see what La was all about. The next dawn, Santi got up early, but I loitered on my bed, attempting to get more rest, but couldn't. He ran downstairs to wake Sean. He tried on his new tennis shoes, which had strings instead of Velcro. An image arose of making love to Krishna. Subsequently, he pulled a baby from my stomach, but it didn't move, and I couldn't see its face, only the back. The baby didn't make it, he said. What? I asked, surprised and nervous. What's going on? What does it mean? Pacing about, I wondered. We'll get a new one. We'll get another one. I won't stop. I will continue. I will continue with or without you. I will go on with or without you, I shouted, staring at him. You're me now. You're me now. I returned to where I was previous, on snowy smokes and clear light shone. I walked. Suddenly a brown guitar appeared in my hand, and I strummed, making music. I strolled, strumming and humming, until a song came to me. I continued singing. However, the strings kept breaking, but new ones replaced them. Immediately, once I finished strumming, new strings were intact. I set aside the acoustic guitar. A book appeared without a cover, contained only blank and transparent pages. A strong wind blew, ripping those white sheets from the book and scattering them everywhere. I tore apart ones that were left and throwing them all over. Let them be everywhere, I said. While sitting, I wondered what would happen if I completely let go of control. This was the conditions of which I was continually mindful and aware of. After going through the process of inner changes and remembrances, more and more, I felt at ease and not too uptight, although things came down to just transparency, as if there wasn't a lot to anything. Everything could crumble in front of me, and it wouldn't disturb me much. An image transpired of treading beside a brown greyhound dog, but it didn't have a leash. We played catch for a bit. Then, maybe about 20 African Americans appeared on land that soon turned into a farm. I watched. They rolled wet dirt into mud balls. I joined in to move one, then observed. They planted green rice, and just briefly, the planting work was nearly finished, and the farm was filled of soft greenery. One by one, they vanished, except for one man. Why make that? He asked, referring to slavery. I don't know, my love, I replied. I just create. We ascended the stairs of a bare hut with straw roof, like the one in which I relaxed in beforehand. There wasn't detail to it. Want to eat fish soup? I asked, and cooked it. When it was ready, we ate together. Then I reached my hand to touch his face. He was lean, having beautiful shiny dark skin. Thank you for being here with me, my love, I said, in tears, as love overcame me. He was also there as a friend, as I still felt sad and alone inside. I love you with my all. He soon vanished. In a moment, approximately 20 Asian farmers came, dressed in blue tie-dye clothing, black and white towels wrapped around their heads. They arrived to harvest. Wanting to observe closely, I descended the stairs. The rice field held only dry leaves. I made close to 10 cows come by to eat the hay. Abruptly, though, a big, green, incredible hawk showed up in a crystal clear shape and was about to punch me in the face. I extended my arm to meet his, pushing it towards him. "There's no need," I said. He vanished. Somehow, letting go of my anger saddened me. That was who the incredible hawk symbolized. Any aspect of myself I burned off. I grieved. Then I tracked on dead hay and thought of playing banjo with Guan Yin. She immediately arrived, sitting in the flawless sky. We played for some time, then she left. I played the musical too alone and thought I could be with myself now. I didn't have to be alone, yet I could be alone with myself. Very quickly, an entire metropolis existed, and I strode on a busy street, playing the instrument. People hurried in and out of shops, cafes, restaurants, and buildings. I went to sit by the fountain and sat beside an elderly black man. His skin was lighter, wearing a brown hat, a trench coat, and slacks like a professor. We fed the birds that hung around the place. The sun shone magnificently on our faces. "It's a beautiful sunny day," he commented. "Yes, it is," I responded, talking to no one but myself. "Thank you, my love." I bowed and left, returning to the dry farm, treading alone. Shiva showed up with a white porcelain skin tone in the cloudless sky and formless. "You're doing good, being with yourself," he commented. Then I appeared in a semi-dark room. The destroyer was now in a beige skin tone form. He seemed like a statue that had come alive. "You're so handsome," I said, wanting to make love to him. And we did. It's been a while since we made love. Later, I showed up in another room. Everything was in clay. Suddenly, I was moving through tubes. They got smaller and smaller. "I can get through anything," I said, going past them. "I can get through anything at all." Then I shot from the tiniest tube into the empty dark space. Shiva waited. "I love you," I said, and started kissing him. Shortly, Krishna appeared in the distance. I stopped and went to him. "You can never get away from me," I said, hugging him, filled with immense love. He faded. The destroyer stood in front of me. However, the desire to be intimate was gone. I opened my eyes, came out of meditation. At night, I dreamt that Krishna asked me to let him go. This request had me down on my knees. It tore my guts apart, and I broke into cries, telling him, "I don't know how, I don't know how." The situation became like when I had to let Vishnu go. In the sunny morning, I brooded. Krishna was right. Letting go of everything was hard, as he had tried to console me during the process. Within, it felt like there was death as well as rebirth, in a way, because even more so, the inside and the outside were one and the same. The more I transformed and remembered, the more liberating it was to be self, that everything was here as I was here instantly. It seemed I had transcended myself into a whole new dimension or God realm. The next evening, I dreamt that a friend who was pregnant delivered early than her expected due date. The baby was born while she was standing, although it looked healthy. "Put the baby back so it's full term," I said. "You can't put the baby back when it's out," she said. We tried to contact her doctor to assess the health of the newborn, but somehow her physician wouldn't speak to me unless my friend gave a permission. Then I wasn't sure what happened. When I woke, I felt lighter, not as gloomy. Undoubtedly, what I went through was challenging, and at times I asked Krishna why he didn't inform of how completely tough the process was going to be, as I cried on and off. However, I pondered what my dream meant, since before that the baby died and now it was premature, though healthy in all ways. When I closed my eyes to meditate, Miss Santi headed downstairs to play. I found myself at parched farmland, walking on dead stalks. The rice had all been harvested. Also, I noticed that some stems were partly green. It could be something inside that hadn't fully healed. Shortly, a monkey with gray fur came by, and I petted it. Tall green grass grew on my left side, along with some tall trees. More monkeys showed up in branches. Soon, wild buffalo raced into the fields of grassland. I followed them, meanwhile observing the bottom of the grass. The water was very shallow. Quickly, the buffalo all disappeared, one by one, as did the monkeys. I walked on and noticed that my outfit had changed. I wore a straw hat and straw shoes and simple clothes, like a farmer, and I held a wood staff. Night came. I made a bonfire. A brown farm rat ran by, eating whatever was around, and sat in front of the burning flames with me. When all the woods were torched, we dropped asleep. In the morning, the sun shone, and I got up and strode. Soon, water surfaced. I drank it, then sat leisurely, playing with tall stem grasses, not thinking of anything or what I was doing or holding. Afterwards, I got up and trudged on the lifeless range. Parrots appeared and walked in front of me until close to more hundred arrived. They then flew freely into the spotless heavens. Beautiful, I said, and continued strolling before resting somewhere. With a knife in my hand, I cut little sticks and sharpened their ends, piling them. They were nearly 10 once I finished refining. It seemed I had no thoughts of anything, no past, no future, and nothing before or behind, just this simple moment itself. I stood up to stride. It looked like this was what I truly narrowed down to: simplicity, contentment, and no need for anything. Shortly, I came upon an endless pond full of pink lilies, and the sun reflected. I headed into the pond, seeing that some of the flowers resemble roses, though they have no thorns. However, one of them looked unreal when I closely observed. I dipped into water and floated in it like a seal, as if I could be in water without breathing or struggling for air. It became natural, as now I was invisible and without form. Nevertheless, I emerged from it, wet. My clothes changed into a white t-shirt and wore a black skirt. My dark hair fell little below my shoulders, and it was soaked. I kept glancing at the beaming sun. However, it lowered itself to where I could touch it. "I love you," I said, moved by its affection, and rubbed my face against it. "I love you," it said. "Come up." I drifted upwards, took off my wet clothes, and sat in meditation pose with my hands on my lap as the golden, magnificent sun radiated behind me. Amidst sitting, I turned more and more into Buddha, who carrying a golden halo illuminated behind me. Tears wet my cheeks as I felt truly moved by this. Gradually, my shape faded, and I became golden energy, like the sun, until there was nothing, clear. Amidst observing dry farm and heavenly sky, I became unseen, invisible, and shapeless. Then I was in my form again, donning a long black skirt and tight white t-shirt, and holding a much taller staff. I tried shrinking it by reaching out my hand, but the rod didn't change. I kept heading toward the glowing circle. "There she goes," I heard, "the most beautiful one." Then I walked without a staff. The beaming sun now situated itself above my head. Sometimes it would wrap itself around me, and I smiled. Daily, it was similar. I would miss Krishna and the love I had with him. When I looked in the mirror, I couldn't explain precisely why there was no form, though there was one, but there was no thought behind it, or of it. Within, things were getting lighter. However, shades of sadness loomed as if everything on the inside was done. A couple of times my dreams had been about being formless. In those dreams, I told myself to write them down, but when I woke up and did other things, I forgot them. In meditation, before getting out of bed, I found myself going through a spirally wormhole. This time it contained electricity too. I traveled through it before I reached a river and empty huts situated along both sides. I poured gasoline on those sheds and made a fire manifest to burn them. After they were torched, they switched into soil. Suddenly, I rode on a green tractor, preparing to farm. Many green rice bundles appeared. I stepped down and planted them into earth, which had enough water. Since it was endless, I extended my arm to make rows of rice to plant themselves everywhere. Very shortly, it was ready to gather. It quickly ripened. Thus, I harvested by riding on a harvest machine. After I finished, I studied the grains, amazed by them. "They are so healthy," I said. Briefly, many farmers stopped by. It was nighttime. I cooked and shared. Then I was ready to grow more. The ground turned moist. I planted the peck of lime stalks. The fields were covered of mature greeneries when the hard work was completed. Quickly, it was ready to crop. It looked as though I would do this until it was entirely grown, until everything was in me as myself. Not too long, I found myself preparing rice. I opened my eyes for meditation. The following night, I missed the heavenly god Krishna. He was instantly there, of course, right in front of me. We were both invisible as we were intimate. Even our lovemaking changed. Our light smoky white energies, which held no distinction, intertwined like a spiral, and sometimes there was just clearest energy where there was no difference, as if one was making love to oneself. "You're my consciousness," I said, crying. "You're my consciousness, Krishna. You're my consciousness." "It is the most beautiful of consciousness." Then I finally asked. "Help me," I said, close to crying, as it had been challenging for me. "Please help me to get used to being formless. Please help me." The process seemed arduous, bearing through the inward changes, although it wasn't nearly like it had been initially, where I felt 1,000 depths to overcome. Nonetheless, the challenges persisting was immense. No words could describe them. At times, I wished I hadn't come to this, for it hurt badly as I had let it all go, grieving on and off for what I'd known, and remembering, being mindful, aware, and conscious, as well as being on my own. However, I noticed that my pure confidence grew as I came to deeply remember and be who I was. One morning, the youngster got up very early. After he rose, it was difficult to return to sleep. Lying in my cozy bed, I decided to meditate. It looked like I finished farming as I found myself preparing and eating rice at night. The cooked grain looked pure white. No farmers or animals came to join me. Later, I got up to walk, holding a staff in my hand. It switched to daytime. The staff grew taller than my height. The head of it was a golden dragon when I peered close to observe. Abruptly, everything changed into energy except the land I walked on. To touch pure air, I held up my hand. A copy of myself appeared, sitting way in the sky, shapeless shape. Light clouds floated by and through her as she gently waved 2 fingers. I watched as I strolled. The whole place was filled of clear energy, and small light vapors were gently moving. "The water will come," she said. "I don't mind it," I replied. "You don't mind it," she said. "I don't mind it at all," I responded. "She doesn't mind anything," I heard her say. The water started surfacing from underneath and gradually became an ocean. I lay atop a beige surfboard, one hand under my head. Meanwhile, water made gentle movements. I glanced at the cloudless sky. The board vanished. I lay on water. The sun radiated as I continued lying there, calmly. The sea dried up, and I lay on ground. Momentary, I got up. A hailstorm came, and large ones poured on my head. One shiny hailstone landed on my open palm. I was about to taste it. Then a big one, the size of a boulder, hit me hard in the head. Ouch, I said. Little blood dripped. Next, snow dumped on me, piling up to my chest, but only where I stood. A shower appeared. I washed and noticed the blood from where the large hailstone had cut was rinsed away by water. Afterwards, I sat quietly in front of a bonfire. It was night. I gathered little twigs which I found in the area where I sat and threw them into the flames, then reached my hand to feel the hot burning logs. There wasn't anything to it, empty and invisible, neither hot nor cold, nor pain or suffering. It seemed I could lie on the bed of blazes and it would be nothing, as it wasn't there, as if I couldn't be harmed. If I was hurt, that was my choice, but soon it would fade and I would be invisible and formless again. More and more, inwardly, I wasn't disturbed. Then I lay on the soft earth, closed my eyes, and fell asleep. The sun rose. I got up and strolled. Cloudy stairs existed. I stepped up them and arrived to the clearest silvery clouds. An old man with a long white beard and hair that was neatly combed sat Indian style, wearing a white outfit. His appearance was like Lao Tzu, his silver hair partly pulled back, a style from ancient China. Everything around him displayed pure porcelain, including the cloud he sat on, and behind him, as well as his attire. "Who are you?" I asked. He stood up, didn't say a word, and walked ahead. A wood staff, just like mine, popped into his hand. "My love, myself," I said, and bowed. I followed the elderly. In a moment, I remembered. It had been approximately a year after reaching enlightenment was last I had encountered him in the forest in one of my meditations and asked an identical question. His answer then was, "God." Now I understood. We ascended the snowy clouds a bit more before I saw a swirling bright light portal. I dove in and grinded myself through because it became identical to a spinning fan. When I emerged out, the old man stood there. Another gateway of energy surfaced, going downward. Again, I delved into it. It gradually lowered me as I was descending the stairs. Wild dead leaves scattered all over inside it. The old man watched. The energy launched me to where he stood, and a brown leaf stuck in the tip of my mouth. Some were on my hair. I picked them off. Then we ascended. "There's no more," I said softly. "There's no more." He stepped aside, letting me stride by. I watched the clear sky, standing on the snowy cloud. "This is final Nirvana," I said immediately. "If you say it is, then it is," he remarked. He handed me the staff. I looked at it, deeply moved and wanting to cry. "It's mine," I said, reaching my hand to grab it. "It's always mine." "It's always been," he said, then faded. Suddenly, I found myself lying in water elsewhere before it dissolved into land, full of dead leaves. Those leaves assembled themselves like a creature and crawled away. The beautiful sun reflected as I sat at ease and felt deeply peaceful as the purest joy emerged. I lifted the dead brown leaf and observed it. "Such as me," I said. "Such as life. Such as is. This is final Nirvana, the most perfect state of consciousness." I came out of meditation, interrupted by Santi going in and out of the room. He was being rowdy, despite many warnings for him to quiet down. Sean didn't go to work that day, and I wasn't sure if he was sick. Santi's loudness would wake him up if he was ill. While I was downstairs making breakfast and preparing Santi's lunch for school, he continued to be noisy. He usually wouldn't eat breakfast, however. This morning he was hungry. Now it wasn't certain how I was going to get him to go to school on time if I had to prepare breakfast, make lunch, and get him to get dressed, as I had to get ready myself. His constant commotions were getting out of hand. But before I hurried upstairs to change, the tiny lad was asked to lower his voice. But less than a minute, he started making all sorts of crazy noises. I rushed downstairs, angry, and told him he was going to get a spanking. He started crying before I even had the chance to discipline him. Sean rushed out of his room to intercept me. However, just less than a moment, the frustrations were gone. The tide came and slowly retreated to the ocean. Many things became akin to air, clear, and no thoughts were behind them. For instance, often, before I would wear my false tooth in front of my friends and family. Now, the embarrassment seemed to fade, too. I greeted Sean's parents without wearing it one bright afternoon in the front yard. My front tooth had been knocked off from a minor incident many decades ago in Laos when I attempted to ride on a black moped. My older brother purchased a new motorbike my size, since I often used his to go to bigger villages. Not knowing how to operate it yet, I crashed into the wooden pole and got thrown backwards on my first attempt to drive it. From the instant, I broke my front fang and had a deep cut underneath my lower lip and a bad scratch on the upper part of my lip. My brother drove me to a nearby town to get stitches. The man who treated me used a big needle to soothe the cuts without anesthesia. It caused me to scream and cry, and I truly grew more frightened of needles following the event. A week later, I was healed, but didn't have a place to get fake dentures, so I was toothless while I was there and tried my hardest not to talk to people. When I did converse, I covered my mouth. Frequently when I ate soup, the broth dribbled down my chin. The following morning, I meditated around 3 a.m. I thought I should take myself to where I was by the dry ocean with the lifeless leaves. When I appeared there, I learned of myself heading up the clouds instead. I arrived to stand in front of the clearest light, resembling a giant round sun, observing its magnificence. I reached my hand to touch its infinite rays. Although many lights appear magnificently, this one, somehow, was truly brilliant, awesome, and all breathtaking. There were few vapors as I proceeded, making my way higher. Wooden ladders materialized, secured by beige tight ropes and on both sides. I climbed them. They seemed endless. I kept on and saw black helicopters on each level that I passed. Then I grew tired and lay on clear air before climbing again. After some time, I boarded an airplane. The size of the aircraft seemed smaller than ones I'd been in. It took me up. Brahma presented himself unseen. I was touched by his presence and felt at ease. "We are each other," he said. "We are each other," I said. I was let off, and it was the same. I strode on flawless energy, showing fewer clouds drifting. Then I marched into a dim, vacant space and witnessed Krishna sitting in front of a big silver bowl the size of a small plastic pool for children. As he was doing laundry, he was transparent. "What are you doing?" I asked, observing the surroundings. No clothes were in the bowl. "The last wash," I heard. When I spectated about 3 lines of dry, hanging white clothes, which were short in length, I extended my arm, torching them using my golden energy. With where I was truly and deeply tired of the never-ending job of facing, remembering, and transforming myself. My desire dropped at its lowest, and there wasn't any meaning to who I was. I was neither this or that. "I'm tired," I said, and slowly headed towards him. "I want to rest." Talking to Krishna held no distinction than talking to La. There were no thoughts of him or I, just us, self. "You're finally here," he said, when I tiredly placed my head on his shoulder. Finally, here, I said, with little question to it. Finally, he said. It only means final. Finally. I'm tired, my love, I said. He got up and carried me in his arms. We marched into the place where I encountered the old man, exactly where he sat. He gently put me down and I lay, curling a bit with the staff in my hand, though now it wasn't tall, but at the exact height as I was, proportionally. Aren't you going to rest? I asked, as I made myself comfortable to relax, my head by his lap. No, he said, stroking my dark hair. I will watch you. He and I appeared holding each other, translucent in the atmosphere. He slowly faded as I lay. In a moment, I got up and walked. Once more, I ascended higher, passing where I had been with the old man. Shortly, he showed. It brought a smile, happy to see the elderly. The air turned nightly, quickly. But the energy was truly light and see-through, to where I could see everything clearly as it was day. Hi, I said. We strolled next to each other, holding our staffs in the see-through nightly climate. Beaming inside watching him, I started hopping, twirling, and skipping, similar to when I had trailed behind Buddha. When he touched his silver beard, I made an identical gesture, even though I didn't have one, while looking at him. He put his arm behind his back, and, in the same manner, I placed my skinny arm behind mine. Our staffs changed from wooden ones to gold, but the head of the rod was still a golden dragon. Then we walked upwards on light, without steps, as I stood next to him. Momentary, he stopped, abruptly looked my way. I was taken aback by his suddenness and grew a tiny bit afraid. He swiftly faded. I kept ascending. However, many arms grew from behind my back, moving in brownstone clay skin tone. I orbited around to observe. An image of a female dancer having many arms surfaced in a video I had seen to aid my understanding. Even so, I was clueless relating to the significance of having numerous arms. After witnessing a Buddha's picture having countless arms on my phone the following morning, as the next relaxing Buddha's music video cue to play, I was able to remember to write this part of my meditation. While proceeding, I understood this was the ultimate, that whatever I say goes. There were no clouds now. I stood inside the universe, displaying a few gleaming stars. A transparent bridge appeared just a little distance ahead, and I realized I needed to cross it. I made my way towards the passage. Briefly, after crossing, I noticed the quickness of my aging. From a strong and healthy body, I suddenly acquired a hunchback and got shorter. My hair was styled in a bun, and my staff became a cane. I took slow, gradual steps. My face turned very wrinkly, with long, loose lines of skin, and my locks was mostly gray. I got smaller as I passed the middle, getting close to the end. Another version of myself appeared, standing where the bridge started, watching. I'm old now. I have come of age, I said, quietly, as an elderly person, walking weakly, gently, near collapsing. Suddenly, abruptly, my form disappeared into nothingness. I cried for myself of deep and truly unexplained joy, and in a way, in disbelief. There's no more life, no more death, I heard momentary. There's no more life, no more death, I whispered, standing calmly. It looked as if this was final. I could be extinguished here, as I came down to just a single thought. The cycle of birth could conclude if I choose. This could be my last lifetime. What is your choice? I was asked, meanwhile standing with a deep realization of what I had come to. Quickly, before I could answer, an insurmountable, undeniable, and unspeakable compassion overflowed, overwhelming my entirety completely. It was to where I would have another birth because of this immense compassion for self. Immediately, I collapsed on my knees because of its deathlessness overtaking my core. Oh my gosh, I said, wanting to weep as boundless compassion surged through my veins. I will come back one more lifetime. I will come back one more lifetime. Is this your choice? This is my choice, I said. I choose to come back one more lifetime. Promptly, I showed elsewhere, strolling in front of a great river, carrying the staff, and wearing my red pajama shirt and a brown skirt covering my knees. Shiva appeared transparently in the dim atmosphere over water. I stopped, glanced at him, then walked. You are so courageous, he praised, as he was immensely moved by what I did, though I didn't realize that choosing to come back another lifetime was courage. You're the bravest soul I ever known. I am you. You're decent, I said, realizing that having his soul as mine meant fearlessness. You are La King Savan, the great Shiva, he shouted. In front of the silent, majestic water, I sat calmly in a meditation pose. Shiva Linga, painted of 3 white lines straight across, and a dot in the middle, appeared near my side. Then King Cobra circled itself on my neck. A crescent moon reclined on my matted hair, and a fountain of water sprung from it. The drum, horn, shelf, and other of my items fell next to me. Instantly, the mantra echoed non-stop. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Then I soared higher in vibrant firmament with my belongings. I sat and played a small drum and blew into the shelf and horn. However, I wasn't sure of black round Shiva Linga's significance. When it first appeared, I was clueless of its symbol. Even though I looked up the name on the internet, nevertheless, I didn't understand the meaning behind it. I sat quietly, listened, and the answer which sprung purely was love and holiness. Can you guys flow while I walk? I asked the ornaments. Even carrying them got tiring, as I was old, age, and held not much desire in me. Otherwise, you guys can be in the cloth bag. They floated as I walked, and when I stopped, they stopped. Then I made a beige cloth sack materialize and stored them in it, placing the bag on my shoulder. Then I grew curious about the staff, wanting to know its strength. I lifted up. It fired off golden and other types of fireworks. Fireworks? I asked. You shoot out fireworks? King flew next to me, and I felt comfortable again. I kissed its forehead. Wanna play? I asked. We sped fast together into the air. Shiva showed everywhere, see-through. A small, light green apple came to my hand, and I ate it. A big red ripe apple appeared, and I ate that one as well. Then my favorite snake flew my way, opened its mouth wide, and suddenly devoured my form. I became formless, yet continued eating the food. Give her another one, I heard Shiva tell King. She'll eat that one too. Another good-sized red fruit sped in my direction, and I munched on it. King enfolded himself around the middle of the staff and morphed into a golden snake. The mantra kept on, unstopping, and I sang along. It got louder, playing in this entirety. It's so loud, I said. Swiftly, it lowered its volume to medium. Go louder, all the way. It played loudly. I tightened my face, but was okay with the amplified volume very quickly. The fearless one, Shiva shouted. I opened my eyes for meditation, trying to fall asleep. However, I was wide awake from the continuous Om Namah Shiva playing inside me. I closed my eyes again and found myself lying leisurely on pure atmosphere, and my affection for Krishna ignited. He instantly revealed in front of me. I embraced him, although I was formless form. A crescent moon tucked to my hair and king around my neck. I wore a tiger skin as my shirt, but held a staff instead of the mighty trident. My love, I said, touching his face. It seemed as I could do anything now, as I was truly free and remembered who I was. No question or answer, without doubt. I can't get enough of you. It could be the other way around, he said, and gently smiled. The other way around, I asked. My eyes sparkled. Want to go do something? We located ourselves on earth, standing at the side of a bar on a sidewalk in the city at night. I dressed in a long gray loose suit and wore a hat and paste-on mustache. I resembled a man, my hair hidden below the hat. We were going to do a dance. He was about to cut his dark hair to get a new look. No, I said, as I couldn't bear for him to chop his loose curly hair off, as I was truly without depth or bottom. Loved him. Even a single strand of his mane, I wanted to remain there. Take a different form, my love. Instantly, he took a form of a black man, donning black slacks and a black-white shirt, short sleeve, with a hat. We were going to dance to Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal. We stepped in, got on stage, and did different dances, from tap to whatever. Afterwards, people clapped. We bowed, then stepped aside. Anything else? Resuming his light blue-skinned celestial form, a gold head crown on his head. We can go on a date, I suggested, as I miss going on dates with him. Promise me that we'll do everything together. The thing was, we were always together. Everywhere I glanced, there were always men and women, gods and goddesses. We never left each other's side. We entered a restaurant across from the tavern that flashed a red neon sign without curtains. A plump Caucasian lady having light, short, curly red hair, wearing a light pink waitress outfit, took our order. The dish we ordered came. He and I stared at one another. It wasn't what we had ordered. It didn't look like our order. The situation was similar to when you browse through a menu and order something you think would be what you think it would be, but it isn't. You eat it, I said, and pushed the soup towards him. No, go ahead, he said, and pushed it back. I took a taste and shook my head. No, it's yours, I said. Go ahead. He tasted it and shook his head too. I grinned inside. No, it's all yours, he said. You eat it. No, you eat it, I said, and I pounded this time. Okay, I'll eat it, he said, and pulled the white bowl to his side. Suddenly, just like last time, immeasurable compassion arose in me as I watched Krishna about to eat the broth he didn't want to eat. For me. It's okay, my love, I said quickly, and grabbed a spoon and hauled the dish my way. I'll eat it, my love. I will do so. I will do it, my love. And I ate while he observed, deeply moved by my action. Always do everything for others, he said, regarding me sacrificing myself for all sentient beings, for self, for love. We walked outside, standing in front of the restaurant, and he was going to smoke a cigarette. He put a cig in his mouth and took a puff. When I saw it, I grabbed it from his hand. It will harm his body. I'll smoke it, my love. Don't do it. I'll smoke it. It's not good for you. I will do it, I said, and inhaled a huge puff and blowing through my nose and mouth. Instead of him harming his body, it seemed I'd rather place myself in harm's way instead. Want to do something else, he asked. No, I'm tired, I responded. There wasn't abundance of desire left for anything. I want to rest. Let's go up. Back on porcelain sky, we lay. Momentary, I stood up. Where are you going, he asked. To see Buddha, I replied. When I arrived, Buddha sat calmly in maroon monk saffron, and a golden halo illuminating behind him. Then I sat quietly, closing my eyes, and noticed that behind me there was a golden circle and my form was empty, clear. "You made it," he said. "Yes, my love," I replied with a bow. "I did." "You are all," he said. "I am all," I said. "I am the great Buddha." Afterwards, I rested in Krishna's arms, making myself cozy to fall asleep. It must have been at least 4 a.m. by now. "Let's make love first," he said. "Okay," I said. Following our intimacy, I relaxed in his arms and felt easeful to where I could readily fall asleep. It had been a while since I slept in his arm, his loving embrace. Moreover, I realized I could be with him as well as without him after being on my own, gaining more strength and sureness. In the morning, amid tossing and turning, I became curious over the other side of the bridge. Thus, I took myself there, flying to the end of it. I entered brilliant light on whitest, purest atmosphere. Next to it sat a barricade made of clouds. There existed only tremendous, powerful, deep love, and I realized this was the eternal happiness I had come to numerous times. Immediately, I tumbled on all fours, weeping in the deepest joy. "Oh my gosh," I said, rolling back and forth, filled of an immense affection and pure inner joy. "Oh my gosh, I will be here. I will come back here." After, I sat calmly on snowy white papers, about to write, holding blank paper and a pen in my hand. The only thing which arose was, "Dear my love, Krishna, you are my heart, my soul. You are my all." Sitting briefly to see what else would come up, he appeared and lovingly put his arms around my neck. "What are you writing?" he asked, then quickly grabbed the note and brushed off with it, wanting to read it. "Give it back," I said, trying to snatch it from him before he had a chance to look at it. As I was close to get it, the letter, he held it with his other hand. Then he read it. "You can write something to me," I said, shyly. He headed to the white desk, wrote something, and gave it to me. I was amused, thinking it was going to be a love letter, but it turned out to be a blank piece of paper, contained light, small, glistening gold on it. I opened my palm, bring forth from the sheet what he had written. It glowed in shimmering gold, but there was no letter. "Love," I said. "Only love," he said. "You're my only love," I said, reposing my head on his shoulder. The following day, after taking a short nap, I found myself strolling on clouds that were all over as they were ground. It was truly breathtaking. Again, I grown curious over the staff with a golden cobra wrapped around it and the golden dragon as its head, and thought it might do something different. I lifted it. Golden rotating light glow, then shot strong, forceful energy comparable to lightning and caused enormous, massive explosion inside the entire universe. I soared high to observe the unspeakable phenomenon. "Wow," I said, "magnificent." During my creamy coffee hour, the succeeding sunrise, my choice to come back for another life invoked a deeper realization of the immeasurable depth of my compassion. This further heightened my understanding of when Buddha had informed I was a bodhisattva, ones who sacrificed themselves for others. One morning, I read descriptions of many armed Buddha. Maybe I had read it before, when I was told I was one, though I held zero recollection of any details. I had a couple of instances to share, although I never knew it then that the theme of my life was sacrificing myself for others. In Laos, at approximately the age of 5 or 6 years old, my friend and I walked to the nearby forest, passing a dry farm. It happened to be hot and humid midsummer morning. We came upon a big, long king cobra lying across a dusty road. We were afraid to cross without the venomous snake attacking us. When I got a stick from a nearby bush, I asked my friend to step aside so she wouldn't get attacked. Meanwhile, I tried killing it, and I searched for it when it slithered into the dead savanna. Another situation occurred when my sister and I walked home from picking apples or from visiting another friend's home. When a group of black girls chased after us, I ran ahead, but some friends trailed behind, especially my sister. They jumped her, therefore I rushed back, telling her to run while I fought with at least 4 girls. They ran as I got hit, kicked, and beaten to the ground. Similarly, when I attended middle school, a friend had a crush on a guy that another girl also liked. She became jealous of my friend. After school, when walking home beside my friend in the summer, 3 girls approached us. They didn't really care about me, but showed my friend, telling her to stay away from the boys she admired. I asked them to stop and got in front of them to prevent my friend from getting hurt. They then started punching me too. My friend ran off, whereas I got beaten badly this time. My parents called the police. My face was swollen, my eyes were blackened, and I had scratches all over my arms. Blood dripped from my mouth as I headed home. My mom couldn't sleep that night. At night, after I fell asleep during the show I watched, I went to Eternal Happiness, the other side of the bridge, trying to relax. Somehow the cloudy wall kept me from going further, though I stood tall, surveying beyond it. The light shone truly magnificent as I stood on clear, indistinct energy as I was looking into eternity. Afterwards, I walked on semi-dark long stone bridge. Below it showed a world of limestone mountains with peaks of various shapes and sizes. Then I was elsewhere, observing the staff and grasping how truly powerful it was. It could collapse an entirety all at once. Amid strolling with nothing before or behind me, I thought of shrinking it and eating it to gain its power. So I extended my arm to make it smaller. Although it was tinier, I wasn't sure if I could swallow it. Yet I tried, and unexpectedly it slipped inside my airy stomach where I could see it. Next, I encountered Shiva sitting in meditation, and golden energy circulated through him. It was only his shapeless shape. The rest held immense, flowing, powerful golden essence of light. I sat little distance from the destroyer in meditation, then walked closer and sat to observe him before assuming his vitality and sitting as he. And now the powerful golden force traveled through mine, similar to his. Pure power, I heard. Later into the night, after using the restroom, I sat in front of Shiva, wanting to really make love to him. We started kissing for a bit until he asked, "You come to me?" Hence, I took myself to Krishna. My love with the Supreme God was exceptionally absolute, unlike being with other gods. This time, when he and I made love, it became more physical. However, it seemed that there wasn't anything to it. I turned see-through to share my love with him, realizing I had moved on. Being formless was natural to me now, and thank him for helping me understand where I was with myself. More and more, I grew at ease as the now, nothing much in me besides untouched and unconditional, full of love and compassion. In a different meditation, I located in the calming, serene valley occupied of some lush trees, though groundless, with Krishna. We lay relaxing, holding each other, completely in love. "We have grown so much," he said, gazing at me and touching my face. Aware my love evolved to this pure, transparent love, and of this love. For a few days on and off, I was distressed, not having enough finances to get the Memoirs of Om series edited. With limited amount in my bank account, I wasn't certain how it was going to cover book volumes. I emailed my editor and she was accommodating, letting me know the hours of work she had put into it daily. However, one night I woke up because the room was dark and the relaxing music stopped playing on my smartphone. Usually I slept with calming tunes on and had light from videos playing, so I wouldn't be as afraid of ghosts. I wasn't able to fall back asleep and Sean coughed loudly. He was asked to drink more honey mix of lemon, although he told me this suggestion didn't work and made his cough worse. He left to go downstairs from Santi's room to sleep in his own bed. The small fella rushed to my bed instead. The stress relating to not having enough finances for editing resurfaced, leading me to email my editor at approximately 3 a.m. in the morning, asking for her to stop editing when she reached certain hours. Tossing and turning, I thought of finding another editor with cheaper rates to work on book 2. With some money I have left from the budget, it seemed something that truly needed to happen in order to take the books mainstream, worldwide, for people to know and benefit from them. My anxiety lessened. At sunrise, however, I thought of fine-tuning second book myself for the summer, doing whatever I could on my own. Whatever money I had left, I could use for advertisements. Also, I thought of doing video logs to get the books known, sharing them with others. Later, I chose to discuss these issues with Sean. Not having restful sleep, I kept repeating myself as the energy of nervousness and anxiety stirred tremendously within. Whatever it was, I allowed myself to go through it and be with it. When Sean and Santi left to go to the grandparents' home, I stepped upstairs and put on meditation music to try and gain some rest. Briefly, once my eyes were shut, Buddha's transparent statues appeared in the clouds. I was on the canoe at a calming lake, observing a few lotus leaves above water. Soon, the statues all lay sideways, one hand supporting their heads. Buddha, 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 I said, and touched, and started rolling. Inside, I felt truly tired, burned out, and fatigued. The heavy rain poured, and I let myself soak in it. A bit later, it dried. I continued rolling. "This is your complete enlightenment," I heard suddenly. "Yes, it is," I whispered. Swiftly, a huge radiant sun appeared, radiating intense infinite rays. I put out my hand to cover my eyes, then took them off, not afraid to be blinded by the brightness. Immediately, I saw myself in it, sitting in silence as Buddha. In a moment, I flew higher and landed on clouds and saw a gray stone pouch. I dug in and got a fan, and thought I could walk on vapors and stay. Buddha idols appeared, but I chose to return and row on the small boat. It poured again. Nonetheless, when it stopped, I headed back. "I can be up here," I said. "I'm okay with it." Then I drifted inside energies, seemingly like a cathedral, witnessing images of Krishna in porcelain white skin, rotating as I rotated with him in a circle. "You're in me," I heard. "Yes, I am. There's so much love with you," I said. Then paused, deeply moved because of pure powerful affection traveling through me. "There's so much love with us. So much love." Suddenly, I ascended higher, striding on white air, and magnolia flowers bloom on both sides. With breathtaking scenes around, I strolled, admiring their beauty. However, I noticed I was La, as well as Krishna, together, transparent. My dark hair draped lower to my neck, but I wore a turban, and my body was his and mine, blended as one another. I can't truly explain it. As I strode, I noticed I was inside Krishna's see-through form. As I walked, he walked. When I lay down, he lay down. A Chinese fan manifested in my hand. I opened it. It might have been blank at first, though I am unsure. Yet once I closed, then opened it, it contained pictures of peacock displaying a golden color as its background. Again, I closed, then uncovered. A different image revealed, though the fan was getting bigger. As I kept doing this, it expanded, each time showing a different portrait on it. Unsure of why, I found myself sewing through the fan using a needle and a thread. Shortly, I fanned myself while walking. Buddha arrived ahead, crystal clear in midair. I'm tired, I said. I want to rest. I am the great Buddha now. I continue walking, admiring magnolia blossoms blooming nicely. I have come full circle. I have come home. I am home. I want to rest. Then I reached the end of Cottony Clowns, a lotus pond situated in front of me, though there were no lotus flowers. Translucent Buddha sat in a meditation pose. The pond's water wasn't as clear, and the lotus leaves weren't as healthy. Briefly, he lay sideways, one hand supporting his head. It's me and my thoughtlessness, I said, going in the pond to observe the lotus leaves that didn't come with lotus flowers. A big healthy tree manifested next to it. I went to lay sideways under it, fanning myself. I transformed into Buddha, then back to La. I am at peace, total peace, fanning, relaxing, and resting my hand, supporting my head. A big golden halo shone behind my crown. Outside and inside of me is one. Abruptly, I located higher in white smokes. Buddha presented himself in front of me. My beloved, myself, I said, moved as tears were about to fall. I have always loved me. Guanyin stopped by in midair as I reclined. My love, I am at peace, I told her. I am peace now. I can rest now. A couple of days onward, I've been working tirelessly to conclude Memoirs of Om, Book 1, with an editor. Sometimes I felt anxious as it was near completion, along with feeling nervous not having enough currency to pay for both books. One night I couldn't sleep, strain of not having plenty of cash to polish the memoirs. Probably something else was taking place. I couldn't understand clearly at the moment. All I knew was that I was worn out and didn't have much desire. No doubt I was like an elderly person. My body was healthy, although inside I was old and had come of age. Despite I enjoy planting flowers, but now I asked Sean to grow the plants that Santi and I bought earlier in the spring. I couldn't bring myself to do it, although I still watered them. Though some days I like the rain to do the job of watering, and it would pour, helping me out for a couple of days. A week ago, I also spoke to Sean about not killing ants after learning that he was going to spray them. I couldn't sleep at night after my knowledge of this matter, and I wasn't sure how I was going to help those poor insects to stay alive and unharmed. It seemed I was going to do everything to help the tiny bugs. Within me held limitless compassion, as I would cry my soul out if they were killed, or would throw myself in front of the insect spray. Consequently, I texted him this subsequent summer day, asking him not to hurt them. He nicely informed he was going to spray along the house to fend them off. He wasn't going to cause damage to precious ants. I felt relief and sincerely thanked him for this. After my editor and I agreed to start with book 1, I felt a bit calmer, even though I wasn't certain how I was going to tackle book 2 on my own. It seemed it would take much energy, as I already was truly exhausted in many respects, and it would be a cumbersome load if I was to edit myself. My chest grew compressed. That night, with some time alone, besides other things occurring inwardly, I understood my fear of returning for another lifetime after this, which incited clarity why Shiva mentioned it was a courageous choice for me to make. After enduring arduous, intense transformations in the last year, it was doubtless scary in some ways, even though I wouldn't choose to go through those transformative experiences again. This wasn't because they were unpredictably frightening, but because I had absorbed most of the awakening involvements in full capacity and in utmost totality, which brought remembrance, pure strength where I became fearless. In meditation, Krishna and I made love in white clouds, surpassing the flowerless lotus pond. "You're so formless," I said, caressing his face afterwards. My hand waved through his transparency. "You are too," he said, as his hand brushed through mine. We ourselves could also move through one another. We rolled, playing as we were see-through and crystal clear. I was comfortable now, being where I was, not afraid of or feeling uneasy regarding my own formlessness any longer. "I love this," I said, relaxed and at ease. "I am so loving this." However, though, sometimes I would find a sharp razor blade in my mouth in different visions. A couple of times I swallowed them. Other times I cut my entire form apart using the piercing blades. On one occasion, I found myself inside the old house. Once more, unsure why I went there, but I felt relaxed this time. I even sat on the sofa in the living room briefly before touring the unit and paced to lie on my old bed, which I had in my teenage years. In another meditation, I located myself in hazy air, lying on a table as I was being operated on, where I could only see my brain. Another copy of myself performed the operation. She picked one tiny thing out of it, uncertain what it was. Then she was finished. "It's for breathing," she said, realizing that I was narrowing to just simplest things: eating, sleeping, and waking up, having spontaneous interactions here and there, enough to be alive, inhaling and exhaling. She then chopped my whole body into portions. No blood oozed. Inside my stomach contained only air. I was hollow. "There's nothing to her," she said. "She's empty." The next bright daybreak, I worked on the memoirs, reviewing edits sent from my editor. The job became tiring, rereading along with making changes to them, then needed to make those corrections in the body of the manuscript, and reading through the entire book carefully to make sure alterations flowed. It took 4 tiresome days to finish. At times, taking bathroom break, breakfast, and lunch breaks were a lot of time away from before having to pick Santi up from school. When visions surfaced, I couldn't write them down immediately and didn't have the motivation for doing so. One particular week, I even went with no shower for a couple of days and wore pajamas to grocery stores to drop the little one off and get him from school. Moreover, it didn't matter how presentable or unpresentable I was, as I was invisible. No one at all. One morning, being up early, I meditated. It had been a few days since I'd done this. I discovered myself treading on cloudy white stairs above the pond. My attire was a white, tight, short-sleeved t-shirt with a skirt passing my knees, and I wore a porcelain cloudy crown on my head. A brown deer appeared, snowy cotton clouds on the tips of its horns and feet. It stood directly in my way, so I pushed it upwards despite my fatigue and lack of interest. "Come on," I said. We ascended a few more flights as I assisted the animal by lifting it just a bit. The deer fell off and I dove to bring it back up. Similarly, I supported the little fella upwards. Shortly, I came upon an elk, possessing big antlers. The deer vanished. Since it stood in front of me, I did the same, aiding it by pushing it up the steps in spite of non-existence of energy and wish. The elk was heavier than the deer, though I kept on, helping it by gathering any vigor I nearly had. Eventually, we made it up and stood in front of a bridge displaying white clouds on each side. I crossed. The elk faded. Although I was in my healthy physical shape, soon I became truly weary and had to hunch over to walk. A small cane appeared in my hand for support, but it didn't do anything to alleviate my old age. "I have come home," I said. "I am home. I arrived. I have come full circle." Halfway through, I stumbled on my knees, collapsing due to the weariness of my aging. The cane fell off as I had no strength to hold the object. Shortly, I gently dropped on all fours, crawling across. I am old. There's no more for me. I have come of age. As I continue, I grew deeply lethargic, though my body was still the same, a healthy one. This time, I wasn't wrinkly for carrying a hunchback, nor had I shrunk more to become an elderly woman. Momentary, I lay flat on my chest, trying to go forward, using any strength of my frail elbows, gradually moving slower than a snail. I will be here. I will live here, I whispered, softly, referring to when it was time to come out of my form completely. Oh, how magnificent it will be. Immediately, the bridge evaporated, leaving no trace, only spotless energy. I lay on my back. I will be here just a bit, I said, relaxing. There was neither death nor life, only stillness and great silence being there. Only enlightenment is for me now. Then I flipped over. A paper appeared, but it seemed to be clear energy underneath it. A black pen appeared. I held it in my hand, about to write, though there wasn't anything to say. There was no more. The sheet faded. However, I attempted writing on energy and got nothing but transparent air that kept folding itself until it became a wall and dumping me to the lower white clouds. Resting where I had previously, a white pillow like a snowy softball materialized. I rested my head on it. It was easeful. Everywhere is my home, I said, glancing at the untouched sky. Everywhere I am home. At the subsequent early dawn, I meditated and found myself on the same rowboat. However, this time, Guanyin showed up, sitting in the air instead of Buddha, lying everywhere with his hand supporting his head. A lit candle sat next to her. Suddenly, it was blown out. Did I just extinguish my last thought? I said quickly. You still have thoughts, but not many. A few, she said. Swiftly, I returned to the silvery vapors. All around me presented of the whitest energy. I lay on my pillow as I was fatigued, a bag of fragile bones, and near death, it seemed. Guanyin came. She gently stroked my forehead. You can rest now. It's time to rest now. Does she mean I can leave my form? Die? But I choose to come back one more lifetime after this. Uncertain of her message, I felt a bit frightened by it, but understood it, subsequently enduring profound transformations. Many copies of Guanyin existed in the sky. All wore white ancient Chinese dresses with their black hair in a peacock style, rotating. I stepped forward to sit in the middle, as I was she, and the pink lotus flower situated under as my seat. They slowly spun around me. You're a Bodhisattva, she said. Yes, I am, I calmly uttered, acknowledging this. They stopped circling. I returned to lie on a crystal clear mist, then rolled over to lie flat on my front. A computer appeared. I polished my book just like I was at home, working on the memoirs continually. My inside and outside were the same. The goddess of mercy watched. Krishna came to relax next to me, crystal clear, briefly. Then he faded. If he had stayed around, it would have taken away my focus. The elderly showed up, watching me work. He cried as he felt deeply moved by what I was doing, sharing my transformations with others with utmost purity of my depthlessness of love and compassion. Buddha, Brahma, Shiva, and others came by, seeing higher, observing me, rereading, writing, and editing. They were all formless. When they left, I sat by myself, then saw people on earth. When I glanced lower, they stood. I will give you everything, my love, I said to them, as boundless compassion emerged. I will give you all of me, my beloved. Just let me finish. I got up, observing people standing. Guanyin came, floating in mid-air sitting. I tossed my manuscripts to people. "You're a true Bodhisattva," she said. "Your deep compassion will help many." I went to sit in front of the laptop and continued. "You're doing well on your own," Krishna said when he stopped by again. He observed me working relentlessly on the books by myself, as I didn't have finance to hire an editor to carry on polishing book 2, which was close to 500 pages. Book 1 was nearly 400 pages. In addition to those volumes, I also worked on this memoir, which was close to 200 pages when I acquired any time. "I might want an editor," I said. "That's okay too," he said, although I thought that maybe I could just share my writings the way they were, raw. Incessantly writing and refining memoirs became stressful. All I wanted was to find a way to relax at night. Santi was having fun spending time with 2 of his cousins that evening. They came to spend the night with him, though they were in bed late and woke up too early. They were tired. In the afternoon, my sister, little nephew, and niece stopped by for lunch. Afterwards, my sister inquired what shows I had been watching. I informed her that I watched Chinese dramas and some documentaries on Laos, Burma, and other countries when I got the chance. She asked if I had seen a documentary that was released on Netflix, which happened to be about Osho, an Indian mystic. She wasn't surprised by my familiarity of it, yet I had no interest in viewing the series. It would be the same as what I was going through: awareness, inner transformation, meditation, and so forth. Watching something dissimilar was a vacation. She insisted that I should see it. "No," I said, "I already know all of it." "No, you don't," she said. "Yes, I do," I replied, since I was it. Moreover, I read many of Osho's books and listened to his discourses and the documentary about him almost a decade ago. My sister was a churchgoer. She didn't have ample knowledge outside of church. This documentary was strange to her. She made judgments regarding the mystic which I understood coming from her point of views and beliefs. "Osho is good," I responded. "I like him. His books helped me when I went through stuff. I even used one of his meditation books to teach myself and others mindfulness meditation." She questioned if he was a cult leader and conveyed that she felt sorry for people who sought him out and practiced his methods of meditation. She thought it was brainwashing. Going to church is brainwashing. He's helping people find inner peace, transforming mind to come out of the box and go beyond the walls of thought, I said. People who go there want to understand themselves better, and they can think for themselves. She continued judging and seemed not to be open-minded. "People judge others based on how they see themselves in the world," I proceeded to tell her, getting frustrated and annoyed. Many people aren't even aware of their own thoughts and why they judge. There wasn't a doubt that the conversation greatly aroused something in me that needed to be understood, faced, and unlearned. My sister was certainly unconsciously helping me with another conditioning which needed to be examined. I had dealt with this particular issue, but now needed to be confronted readily, here and now, once more. The situation further aided my awareness that I would lose friends, family, and neighbors after my books come out. However, this didn't shake my harmony after I had tackled this attachment along the way. All I had was myself, independent from any forms of beliefs and thoughts. "Were you part of it?" she probed. If I was involved with the cult movement with Osho, which caused me to laugh a bit. He had passed away before I slid out of the womb. "He died before I was born," I responded. "Are these your beliefs?" she continued. "What beliefs?" She was quiet for a bit. "I don't have beliefs. I just am." Then I informed her that I went to a meditation center out of town after she inquired again to learn more about meditation and when I first started meditating. At the time, I was open to anything, and utilize any tools to comprehend my actions, reactions, desires, and the thought processes. After our conversation, I felt exhausted. In me, there wasn't much desire to explain myself to anyone, including a family member. This drained any last shade of wish that remained. Furthermore, when people aren't open, there wasn't a thing I or anyone could do, and there wasn't anything I wished to do, aside of letting things be as they were, untouched. In addition, allowing others to be where they were with themselves was best, with understanding and acceptance. I, too, once was a Christian and had judged others who didn't share my beliefs then. During my nightly leisure walks, I dealt with my deep frustration storming inside my gut over ignorance. Within, I felt immensely vulnerable, wanting to just cry and break down. It wasn't that my sister or her beliefs were the problem. It had to do with me, meaning that I needed to let whatever buried inside to come forth, any judgments, wells of anger or hurt, and whatever they may be in regards to the situation. The candle that was blown out must be these conditions I was confronting. It came fast, as I had the meditation a day ago. The origin of this aggravation stemmed from shutting myself off, from openly share my thoughts without getting in a fight with her. It seemed my sister readily judged and criticized many things she didn't share similar opinions or views with. It became challenging to talk to her relating to many subjects. Everything altered into a judgment or a put down. It could be I held a deep grudge as we grew up together and didn't get along for a while. We couldn't have a dialogue without involving in verbal josts. This relationship shares similarities with my late mother, not able to conversate with her without getting criticized or crucified for something I said or did. After a while, I concealed my feelings, repressed them, as they didn't matter. On the old wood deck, I stood against a railing, shaking a tent, saying, "La, la, la," and realized later I had said my own name instead of Krishna's. At night, I watched a show and fell asleep during it. Sean installed a TV in my room and rearranged my bed so that it faced directly toward the television set. When I woke, nearly 3 a.m., the heavy energy I experienced from earlier persisted. The gust of anger and frustration turned and burned immensely as I melted my own emotions towards my sister and her religious beliefs. It wiped me out even more. This conditioning was unfathomable and tough to dissolve, even though I had confronted it on numerous occasions. So ignorant, so ignorant, as the emotion amplified, torching my entirety completely, no different than flames incinerating a big forest. It's just me, it's me, I am so ignorant. There's no one else. Any resentment and irritation originate from myself, not from churches or family. It has to be it, I said, unable to be aware and mindful of my thoughts and emotions and so on anymore. As it persevered fully, I nearly wanted to give up, as I scourged in severest flames, crucifying myself to ashes. It wasn't far different from crawling on the bridge, bit by bit, making small movements to cross. This time, I just wanted to entirely give up. A vision of Guan Yin came, observing me as I lay on the pillow, boiling in fiery energy, surging through, twisting profoundly in me. "Guan Yin," I yelled, not knowing what to do, enduring such intenseness of shedding off my own ignorance. "Oh my God, Guan Yin!" During it, I saw close to 3 or 4 versions of myself stepping out of my form, transparent and see-through, and I understood at the time I had just extinguished a few of my thoughts at once. Momentary, a computer appeared, and afterwards I went back to refining books as it was nothing. Waking up when the sun rose, there were residual effects of this. Hence, I became mindful and aware. Then, I was thankful for my sister, for her preconceptions and views. They truly helped me blow out any judgments, perceptions, and thoughts that were left in me. In hindsight, I was too once like her when I was a Christian, judging others if they weren't one, protecting my beliefs and being close inside the box. As I matured and evolved, the box couldn't contain me. It was too claustrophobic to stay in. Therefore, those beliefs pushed me into the open. The subsequent hard day, I looked forward to her coming by, and I would listen for any kind of reaction within, as I wanted to dissolve them all. My sister didn't visit. Nevertheless, I kept tackling anything associated with issues relating to my bottled up anger and prejudices. A flash surface of sitting on white energy with my laptop, editing the memoirs. As I worked instantaneously, I reached out my hand, opened my palm, and made golden, shimmering energy exist. Krishna arrived in the sky behind me, though I could see him. He blew his flute. Immediately, I sailed to him and placed my head on his lap. I've been feeling vulnerable lately, confronting myself. Afterwards, he stroked my black, soft hair. "Want to stay up here?" he asked. It seemed I had ascended to another level. Even though the area where we sat held pure white energy, I was able to see many levels down and up. The whole expanse was transparent. "Yes," I answered. "You can go limitless," he said. My computer appeared next to us during our intimacy. He tried to close it and only got halfway, but I opened the word processor and pushed it away just a bit to make room. However, he closed it all the way, and I let it be. We sat relaxing afterwards, and I noticed we were 3 levels higher from the bridge I had crossed. Another warm day light onward. I continued to understand the attachment which had emerged a couple of days ago. It was certainly challenging, and I displayed short fuse with Santi before dropping him off to school. When I returned home, I read through book 1, making more corrections on it, as it didn't feel like it was refined enough, and I was unsure of when this memoir would at last be complete. A flash developed of moving past the bridge until there weren't any stages to ascend. I saw myself sitting erect in meditation, wearing all white attire from ancient China, having purest white energy and a white glow. My hair and beard were white. I was the elderly sitting calmly. My face, though I was old, was healthy, youthful, and vibrant. It provoked an understanding of where I was internally. After such an inner hard work, I was finally at utmost peace. I sat on top of the mountain like Lao Tzu. This had me almost reduced to tears. Now there was no answer or question as to who I was. I was what was it. Momentary, I stood up and walked, tossing my manuscripts to people. When I ran out of paper, I produced more copies of the book and handed them to everyone. The books appeared in corners of restaurants, buildings, and local stores, everywhere. Then I found myself entering a room made of air. Krishna relaxed on the bed. I tossed manuscript onto his lap. "It's done," I said. He read through it. "Do you like it?" "Nothing more," he replied. "You wrote so beautifully about us." He kept reading as I relaxed. He wiped a cry from his eye. "My love," I said. "You give so much love to it," he commented. I hugged him. In the evening, after viewing another documentary, a vision materialized of walking where I visited previously. Lao Tzu came by. His hair shone truly white along with his attire, and he still had the receding hairline. I dropped on my knees and cried, deeply happy to see him. "My love," I said. He headed to where I slumped. I got up. A cane appeared in his hand, and he gradually got older as he approached. His face turned wrinkly, and his body became frail. Abruptly, he disappeared into thin air. This wasn't too distinct than what had been shown to me, although I wasn't certain what it meant. Had I now reached the ultimate and couldn't go further? The old man with the white beard and hair wasn't too unlike from Lao Tzu. This could be the age I reach, and after this, there would be no more. I could extinguish myself. But since I chose to come back one more lifetime following this, that meant I've come for a circle and couldn't go anymore. This was limitless. The next couple of days were no change. I kept confronting my conditions whenever they surfaced. Besides working on the books, an image emerged near bedtime of standing in front of Jesus and Buddha. Buddha sat with his eyes shut, while Jesus stood beside him. "She's here," Jesus commented. I greeted the deities with a bow. It felt as if I had ascended another plane, although it also seemed as though I shouldn't be there. The silver cloud altered itself into a wall, pushing me downward again. I lay with my hands over my chest, slightly frustrated. Jesus and Buddha came, watching me. Amidst inspecting the cloudy fence next to my side, I thought I could pass through it. Thus, I became unseen, as this whole entirety, invisible and sitting as Buddha. "The great Buddha," Jesus and Buddha said together and bowed. I watched the lake, trees, valleys, and so on. Then, wanting to splash in water, I made splashes without my form. This terrified people who canoed close by. They speedily rowed off, thinking there was a real monster underneath when they didn't see me physically, as if the water caused the movement on its own. "I'm sorry, my love," I said. "Did I scare you?" I invisibly touched one of the men's faces, apologizing. "My beloved." Jesus and Buddha proceeded to observe. Next, I strode in the city, touching people's faces, saying, "My beloved." "She's touching everyone," Jesus commented. In a different scene, I lay on puffy smokes rereading and doing more fine-tuning the books in front of my word processor. Instantly, I stretched my hand, filling the air with golden, shiny energy. The place glistened. Krishna arrived in mid-air, watching behind me. Even though I didn't turn to him, I could see he was there, as if I had eyes in the back of my head. Suddenly, I realized that I could see all, and didn't need to turn back or sideways or look up. Then I made copies of myself exist, leaning against my back, another on my left, one on my right, and the other glanced into the sky. Soon, they rotated, similar to many Guan Yins. It was as if I had 4 to 5 forms in me. Then, I gestured my hand for them to depart. They all scattered in different directions. Given that they were the same, I made one taller with longer hair, another with a red hair and plump, and another as a man. They went on doing diverse things, whereas I read through manuscripts, yet they all came from me. As many of my cells left to engage in various events, I kept working and sometimes watched them living their lives. One got married, another went to play tennis, and the adventurous one trekked off to climb mountains. Instantly, I reached out my hand to put endless of myself everywhere, with endless differences. "You remember," Krishna commented. "I remember," I said. I extended my arm, taking away his physical appearance. He became transparent. "You truly remember," he said. "I truly remember," I said. Then I placed his blue godly form back before stripping it off, then added a different face on him. As I was here, he was here. As he was here, I was here. We were each other. Afterwards, I made myself as a black man appear, though he carried a knife and intended to strike me with it. "Don't, my love," I said as he was close to stabbing and held the blade in the air. I made a telephone exist and dial a police number. What should I call the police? In a split second, I came up with a name. Local Police Department. A thought surfaced of calling a friend to go have lunch subsequently. I dialed a number. Who should she be? Promptly, this time, I made a name and physical exteriors. "Want to go eat pho?" I asked. She agreed. She had black hair down to her shoulders and petite. We met at our restaurant of choice. I grinned when seeing her. So you went off and got married? I asked. I'm just with myself. Yes, she answered. I take risks. I live in taking risks. She was giving me a message. Yes, I agreed. Living fearlessly. You're going back to your husband, Krishna? She asked. Yes, I answered. He's me. Momentarily, I appear on white gases, lying in front of the divine God. Then I sat on Flores crystal energy that had neither up nor down, but right in the middle. No more levels. At night, I dreamt being in another apartment where my family used to rent after my mother passed away. Krishna and Vishnu were there. Krishna was like a boyfriend who came over and stayed a night on my bed. However, I wasn't for certain for reasons, all for being there at this particular flat. The ties which emerged were sadness, loneliness, and freedom. The loneliness and unhappiness originated from grieving over my late mom's death. Living at this complex was tenseless, not waking up, hearing my deceased mom complaining about everything, then getting mad at me, my sister, or my dad about something. This place was quiet, with privacy. When I woke to use the restroom, an image of Shiva kept appearing. Then a flash being in pure white energy befell. A large pink lotus flower transpired through untouched white air, as big as a seat. I headed toward the gorgeous flower and sat before lying softly on it. It stretched itself approximately to a size of a bed for me to rest on. Krishna came and lifted me. Where are we going? I asked. He didn't say. Another pink lotus flower materialized, identical to the one before. He laid me on it, then stroked my dark fine hair. A long lit candle appeared. I got up after observing it briefly, went towards it, blew out the candle, and returned to rest. I had been deeply fatigued of facing myself, to where I wasn't definite if I could go any further. Once the candle was extinguished, I felt distressed. In all, I wasn't resolute if I could handle anything that needed to be confronted anymore. I will be with you, Krishna said, holding my hand as he saw my tiredness. During the day, I edited book 1 when Santi was in class learning. The end of his kindergarten year was approaching, only a week away. In addition, I recurrently was being aware, mindful, and understanding ties regarding the situation with my sister whenever it arose. Moreover, I wondered over the message of taking risks. What was it that I needed to take risks with? The following evening, I made myself comfortable, about to go to bed after watching a documentary on TV. Yet, an image arose of trying to swallow razor blades. When I couldn't, I took the sharp things out of my mouth. Swiftly, I stood in the front yard of the house. There were roughly 4 or 5 forms of me hung on poles. My head drooped and my long hair draped all over my face at night. Following my observation, I shot up, cutting myself apart one by one. There's nothing to me, I said, following slicing my form in half. There's nothing to me. There is 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 nothing to me. None of the forms had blood. They were dead. There's nothing to me, I shout louder. I am self. I am self. I am La King Savan. I am La King Savan. I am self. It became a mantra. I must have repeated at least 50 times. Then I returned on white energy, sitting on pink lotus flower seat, repeating this before my head started hurting. Buddha showed up, sitting across from me in the same meditation posture. A pink lotus came to his hand, and another came to mine. The lotus will bloom, he said. The lotus will bloom, I said, and recited this as if it was another chant. Shortly, I saw myself soaring over the lotus ponds where pink lotus flowers bloomed exceptionally beautiful. The green leaves of the lotuses were healthy and large. The Sunday morning before Santi attended his last day, I scolded him for not being cooperative in the morning to get to school on time. When he threw his toothbrush in the sink, I picked it up and flung it across the room. Something was transpiring deeply inside me. Everything was coming down to an end. This was really final. When he ran in class, I apologized to him by mumbling to myself as I walked home. The weather had been really lovely lately, although I hadn't had a full chance to enjoy the beautiful temperature. Many trees and gardens of flowers bloomed gorgeously alongside the streets, and some perennials had already fallen to ground. The scent of those spring blossoms was miraculous. It felt kind of frightening when Krishna said he would be with me after the last candle was extinguished. Was it something big that would happen? Another tremendous transformation I needed to go through. At times I wasn't certain how I was going to finish the memoirs. There were 3 books that I was working on simultaneously. The workload was a bit overwhelming, but then thought I needed to finalize book 1 first, which would be a relief, then focus on the other 2. In meditation, I saw myself facing the computer in the direction I had my back towards before. It seemed I wrote about the ending of this journey and that my form was formless. In a different scenario, I stood outside the yard of an old house, observing 4 or 5 of my forms that were suspended on wood poles. Krishna came and hugged me. He wore golden pants from his time and a golden crown on his head and golden bracelets on both of his arms. Then I watched those bodies to ashes, letting go. Then he and I were in crystal clear mist, making love. I had to watch my nephews and Santi the following midday. I was happy to spend time with the boys. They were in the yard playing after eating their breakfast. We planned to go to a store, then to playground before the temperature turned uncomfortably hot in the afternoon. My older nephew found a toad and put it in a plastic pool outside. It was the leaping creature I had seen hopping around the garden. The little wild thing was dear to me, as I watched it jump when I watered plants. They observed the tiny creature and even put barks from that wood to create a home for it. Meanwhile, as they were amazed by the sight of the gray-skinned leaper, I asked them to be gentle with it. After I got off the phone with my sister, Santi told me about the frog's privates, that it had a penis just like his. Curious, I stepped down to assess. It was unmoving. Its tongue stuck out and its insides were pulled apart. I grew highly distraught witnessing this. An overwhelming and unspeakable compassion surged, one I couldn't say or define. When I asked what happened, my older nephew informed he had tossed the frog in the air and it landed flat on the grass. "You need to be gentle with that," I said, in disbelief that it died. "It's dead. You can't do this to a creature. You need to be kind to it." At this point, I came close to tell my nephews they couldn't come over if they weren't going to be caring toward the yard's animals, including ants and any living things. The backyard of the house was very woodsy. Many breathing kinds existed there. Foxes, squirrels, rabbits, birds, toads, beetles, ants, chipmunks, and more. My other nephew stomped on a needle earlier in the a.m., and I spoke to him of leaving it alone and let it be. Hence, it could live. I ran upstairs to use the restroom in disbelief that the little creature departed. It seemed I would do anything to keep its life from being harmed, as I would protect anything from the tiniest living organisms to big ones. I would do whatever I could to guard them, even throwing myself in front of the harmful things so they wouldn't get harmed. All life forms come to an end, I heard, while I sat on the toilet with my hands covering my face, as I couldn't fathom the indescribable compassion in me. Everything chooses how it's going to go. My compassion for all was profoundly deep, as it could move heaven, earth, and hell all together. I wanted cry. When I headed outside, I asked my nephews to be gentle to animals, even tiny ones. They all knew I was upset. In the car, everyone was quiet on our way to the store. We need to be kind to all life forms, I said. Every life is precious. Your life is not any better. Santi carried on with this because he too loved all breathing beings. He was very caring and tender towards them. He shared his thoughts. When I die, I will go to heaven, my younger nephew said as he was taught as a Christian. Heaven is here, right now, I said. So is hell. Oh, okay, he replied. We drove to a toy shop and played there for a bit. Then we bought a water slide for the boys to enjoy in the backyard. Later, we rode to the playground, but the temperature got too hot and humid. We returned home and ate lunch. The kids had exciting times frolicking with water slides, sand, water balloons, and water guns. Near evening, I left to go to a supermarket to purchase a few groceries we needed. Every song that played on the radio became about Krishna and me. Every time I saw us, we were always see-through, as well as this entirety itself. Every stage I went through, I was always in love with him, truly and deeply, as we were one, a single unit. When Sean and I cooked dinner, I shared with him what we all did for the day and then briefed him about the dead creature. The same boundless compassion emerged, where I wanted to burst into tears. He talked with our boy over having respect for living but also non-living things, whereas I slouched in my room watching a show. A vision of Krishna and I holding each other occurred. He consoled about the frog and made many appear. They hopped on me before they all vanished. Your heart is purest, he said, stroking my soft hair as I wrapped my arms around him, full of love and compassion. Then I gently reposed on his shoulder and didn't utter a word. In me, there wasn't anything else but that itself. It's on to its next life now. An image of the frog riding on a bigger one came to me. The little toad that died lost its parent. Then a brown lungfish swam in water also came, inciting my understanding of what it was being in its new life. In a moment, I flew through a vortex filled with green and shining, sparkly light. It seemed digital in some ways, undoubtedly disconcerted, very dissimilar than ones I had journeyed through the past. In another meditation, I was lying leisurely when suddenly a centipede crawled towards me, and then at least 100 more crept all over my body. Surrender to it, Krishna said. I will surrender, I said, watching the crawlers. I will surrender to myself. You're the greatest soul, he said. After this, you'll be fine. As the day progressed, I stayed in my room relaxing and then made my bed. Once I finished watching one episode of a long Chinese series, I reflected on what Krishna said regarding him being with me. This only meant it was something major. I began to feel a tint of fear, though the thought left soon thereafter. My tiredness hadn't waned. In addition to not having much desire for much of anything, the only thing which remained in me was breathing and nothing more. Every day I did nothing besides writing and editing memoirs, not really seeing the day. Sometimes when I sat outside during the pleasant weather, though there was no thought behind this, and stepped inside the house to edit. In the evening following my exercise, feeling deeply tired, I hardly ran to 3 miles on a treadmill. Despite how profoundly worn out I was, I still pushed myself through. Sean seemed stressed out, complaining over this job again. I told him I was going to get catfish nuggets at the supermarket to cook for dinner. You're always there, he said, as if he didn't want me to spend money. So I didn't go, but felt highly distressed along of bearing such fatigue. He pulled fish nuggets from the freezer for me to prepare, which I didn't see as is situated in the bag. Santi bounced around the kitchen a lot and didn't listen when we asked him to stay away from the area for safety. Sean was getting mad at him, and I grew highly frustrated. After I prepared the fish, there were no vegetables mixed in the soup. Now I became extremely upset and started yelling. If I want to go get things at the store, I suggest that you don't say shit, I said. There's nothing for me to cook with the fish. The fact was, when there wasn't much desire in me, if I wanted to go do something, I had to do it right then and there. Otherwise, the desire or any thought would be gone quickly, like wind, and I would be nothing, vacant, spacious, and content. No wants. I started yelling, and anger rapidly stormed through immensely, like burning flames, torching through all realms. Sean asked me to stop, but I didn't. I threw the fish nuggets down the drain, but then picked them up and rinsed them. Then I slammed the door and ran up the stairs. In me, everything was boiling, turning and swirling strongly at that very moment, to where I might even hurt myself, as though I was going to explode into bits and pieces. Rapidly, my energy peaked unimaginably, powerfully. It wasn't turning, but purely sat there, as if I wasn't going to make it, in any case. The only thing I could see at that second was a knife repeatedly stabbing into my chest. I screamed loudly within, as I was bursting and going truly mad, as I was going to end myself immediately and couldn't go on, as it became next to impossible to uphold this. Then I remembered Krishna said to surrender, and realized when he said he would be with me, this was it, a life or death moment. As I was shouting, I yelled deeply inside from the depth of my core. I'm done. I can't do it anymore. I can't go on anymore. I am done. I give up. I give up. Guanyin, Guanyin. I can't do it anymore. I end here. I'm so tired. I am so tired. I can't do it anymore. Guanyin. A flash developed of sitting in dim light as Buddha rotating. A big golden beaming halo showed behind my head. You're God now, I heard. You're Buddha now. In every aspect. I can't do it anymore. I am done. I can't go on anymore. I give up. My destiny ends here. My destiny ends here. From now on, I decide. I can't do it anymore. It ends here. I am done. Final. It's final. I am done. Guanyin! Then energy turned tremendously overbearing, severely and greatly, as I couldn't contain it, fracturing everywhere inside me, to where dying was the only way out. Although that wasn't the route at the moment, I wasn't sure if I would return another lifetime as I had chosen. Due to immeasurable compassion, I couldn't continue facing, transforming, and remembering myself any longer. When I got out of the shower, I fell on my knees this time. The energy twisted compellingly, and I screamed, extremely vocal. Oh my God, I give up, I am done. It's final. At that point, it was even impossible to die, as I had to shoulder it all. The typhoon of force absorbing every ounce of my core, as I was completely dying. As it gradually lowered, I felt calm enough to where I could get up to go to my room to settle, not caring of anything. If I was to be done, I was to be done. Images of Goddess of Mercy appear sitting in midair, watching me, staring off into space. There were 3 copies of her circling in the room. I'm done. I can't go on like this. This ends here. Guanyin. I kept repeating the same thing, looking blankly. Later, Sean marched in to talk, though there wasn't a wish, as I slouched, truthfully depleted. Something big is going on with you. What is it? He asked. I don't know, I replied, stone-faced. I'm done. I can't do it anymore. I give up. Can you really walk away? He asked. Find another way. Yes, I said. I'm done. I have come full circle. This is my complete enlightenment, my final Nirvana. It seemed as though if I continue, I might truly end up dead, ending my life. I am so tired. I'm burned out in every way. There's no strength in me anymore. I can't do it. It looks like something big is around the corner for you, he said. Every time you go through this, it's always something big. I don't know, I said, as I didn't really care and held no thoughts for anything, regardless. You're fighting something that you need to let go of, he continued. Nothing ends. When you come full circle, you can do anything. I don't even know, I responded, as if it didn't really matter. I can't go on facing myself endlessly like this. I can't do it anymore. I am so tired, drained. You'll realize that it's really nothing when you're done, he said. There's nothing to me, I said. It's like I was born to do this, to write these books and go through all this. It's like I can't do anything else but write the memoirs. Do you feel trapped? He asked. I don't know, I answered. I thought I would be passing my licensing exams and be in private practice with Dr. Linda and would buy a house in Crystal Lake or Schaumburg and be lost like everyone else, he said. I already knew you would be here. You already chose it. At night, I retired to bed early, truthfully exhausted, and didn't eat dinner again. My energy sunk so low. When Santi rushed into my bedroom at about 1 a.m., I got up to use the restroom and couldn't fall asleep. I felt downright gloomy. In the morning, I woke up early and motionless as shadows of hurt and pain loomed as if I was buried in a dark graveyard. An image of Krishna making love to me arose. We were translucent, but he continued making love without stopping as his head was reposed on my shoulder. After a bit, I opened my eyes, unsure of what's going on. A song about doing whatever it takes kept popping into my head many times, though not the entire song, just that phrase. It seemed as though I needed not to give up, although what I was giving up could be something else entirely. I want complete liberation, I whispered. I want complete salvation. No restraints. Complete liberation. Final. A flash transpired of being in an untouched energy. A round, huge white thing sat in front of me, resembling a satellite dish. First, I stood with my back towards it, thinking it was my halo, before I faced it and lifted it. The dish carried a handle in the middle, so I placed the round thing on a nightstand, like a lamp. However, it kept enlarging before morphing into an umbrella. I took it off from the stand. Suddenly, many umbrellas manifested, made of brown bamboo paper. Release them, I said, invoked much deeper understanding of what was occurring inside. They slowly glided into the open sky. The scenery was breathtaking to witness, as the sunshades sailed endlessly in their heavenly atmosphere. Then I found myself surfacing from water, wet, wearing white clothes. I sat, and a razor blade came to my hand. I started shaving my damp hair. It took a bit longer, as I was the one doing the shaving instead of a monk or someone else. I let go, I said. I let everything go. It felt truly light once I mentioned this, with a deeper comprehension of what was going on, and I carried forth shaving until hairless. Gradually, my body changed into that of a male monk in late teens or early 20s, wearing a yellow saffron attire. I got up and skipped, hopped, and hummed over pure cloud, free. I sang, as it seemed that now I was truly liberated. Then suddenly I skipped behind some monks, approximately 10 to 15 of them carrying black, oval rice bowls on a village road. I sang and hopped behind before I bounced next to them, carrying my bowl, and proceeded singing and skipping. When there was an open space, I snuck between the monks to get food. I ate, sang, and hopped, while other monks walked in line and waited to eat their breakfast. Many people, young and old, from the village came to give alms, kneeling alongside the unpaved road. Some parts of the area were bordered by banana and bamboo trees. Next, I strode at green rice paddies that had a bare hut. 2 poles held a log in the middle, so I did sit-ups. A few Buddhist monks show up to spectate. Is this where you live? One of them asked. I don't live, I said. I am everywhere. Then I headed towards the golden sun, beaming magnificently in the early a.m. over green fields and coconut trees. The auspicious one, I heard. The auspicious one, I repeated. What is that? 3 Shiva surfaced in the cloudless firmament. This time he sat with a white crescent moon on his matted hair. He wore a tiger skin for his attire. A king cobra adorned his neck as his palm opened. I waved my hand to gesture for him to vanish, as I still felt tired and didn't want to see any god. I uncovered my eyes. During my morning coffee, the cutie with loose curly light brown hair browsed through his books, learning to read on his own. A wormhole developed. I closed my eyes, going through it. It was long. In the middle of traveling, I also turned sideways, then let both of my feet go first, instead of going head first. When I finally made it through, I was carrying a tissue. The almighty lie, I heard. I put the trident away and looked like I had a shield as well. After sipping my hazelnut java, I quickly tried finding details relating to the auspicious one on the internet. Shiva came up as reference. However, I didn't get to read and understand it thoroughly because Santi kept yelling for me. Thus, I stored my phone away. As morning drifted, I felt lighter internally. The tiny boy and I drove to a grocery store and bought vegetables I needed to cook fish soup. It made me smile within. When I said I wanted something, it happened almost instantly. Although what I underwent deemed a bit frightening, yet it produced such strength. In the middle of the day after my little guy left with his grandma, I attempted reading about the auspicious one, but really got nothing except stories of Shiva and didn't read them in depth, after I already accrued headaches from writing and editing. So I took auspicious one as a good thing. Amid cooking, I thanked Krishna for being with me. His words emerged, reminding he was there as I undertook an arduous ordeal. Thank you for being with me, my love, I said. An image of him lovingly hugging me surfaced. Everything is okay now, I said, as he embraced me and put his head on my shoulder, as if he had no words to utter regarding what I have endured. I want you with me for all eternity. Subsequent refining book one, I took a nightly stroll in the district. The weather was cooler, not hot and humid. 3 minutes before I reached home, a Thai song popped into my head, making me miss Krishna. I cleared away evening clouds, seeing him lay on his side, watching me in his golden outfit. But he appeared more physical than see-through, although he was also transparent too. I can't look anywhere else, he said. I beamed. Come up here. He pulled me to lie on his chest. Thank you for being with me, my love, I said. You're the bravest soul, he said, incredibly courageous. The following day, everything was unchanged. The fatigue and tiredness subsided a lot, though it wasn't gone completely. It made me realize the recent transformation. The mighty energy that awakened was nothing more than my own strength. I was in disbelief over how powerful I truly was. Moreover, I also noticed that the fear of going through a challenging situation didn't last long. Although I wonder if I would really have ended my life if Krishna wasn't present. Nothing like that will happen. Never, he said. Not in this lifetime or the next. An image of him appeared, holding me while I bore the strongest force that evening in the shower. It felt as though I couldn't do anything else except allowing this supreme strength to come forth in its full and total capacity. When he mentioned next lifetime, it caused a little resistance inside if I wanted to return. I will be with you, he said, which of course put cheerfulness on my face. The affection with the divine God was incomparable. No heaven or earth could compare to such boundless and limitless love. My romance with him was like before, where love songs playing on the radio became of him and myself. I would grin within, in love, head over heels seeing twinkling stars in the skies. He was constantly there in me as myself, so purely and so completely in every way. Our union was transcendental, formless, and untainted. Following dinner, I headed upstairs to get ready for the night. Amidst brushing my teeth, a vision occurred of standing next to Shiva in a hut. He appeared more human. We stood observing pouring rain. I am you, I said. You are me. You were never anyone or anything else, he said. The great law. We continue viewing the rain until a multi-headed snake surfaced from water. The water transformed into a vast great lake with heavy downpour. It's yours, Shiva said, observing the many-headed serpent. Will it listen to me? I asked, uncertain. Momentarily, I flew to where the giant snake was, and it dipped itself into the deep where I could only see its tail. When its head turned up, I heavily landed on it, but it speedily threw me off while standing in the air, indefinite of how I was going to tame the serpent. Immediately, I raised my arm and the tissue instantly flew to my hand. The lightning flashed. The great Shiva, I heard. I slammed the tissue on the serpent's tail, and it struggled to break free. I pulled the weapon off. It swam away, and I raced after. It was tame, though it shrunk smaller in size. We swam next to each other. Then the snake switched into the little white tadpoles, similar to sperms. Suddenly, I unearthed myself sitting in my room, having a big stomach, sneezing, Kleenex tissues on the floor and in my hand. The destroyer appeared behind me, sitting in meditation with his palm open. She has made it, he said. I got up, walking in my room, his transparent form with muscles, holding a tissue and wearing a tiger covering skirt, just like in the pictures, shadow over me. It was as if I was in him, though he was see-through. Another of him showed up, sitting in the air. I love you, I said calmly, meeting my forehead with his, and I carried on folding and placing clothes away in drawers. I am you, there is no doubt. Later, I revealed at the highland, sitting as Shiva. The multi-headed snake slithered over and covered my head like an umbrella during rain. The auspicious one, I heard, the powerful one. I proceeded to be in silence. It poured harder, and the snake expanded bigger, adding another head to itself in order to shelter me completely. Shortly, I stood up and fell downward, holding my trident. The ultimate one, I heard, the almighty. Then I faced the sky amid falling, before sitting peacefully until I reclined with one hand supporting my head. When I didn't want to fall, I just stopped right in the middle, then raised myself to the top and walked on silvery air. I switched to my own form, donning a long black skirt, a tight white t-shirt, and a white flower crown on my head, smiling affectionately because I was going to see the god who held the flute. Strolling on clear light, I heard, "She's free." My form became crystal clear. When I reached Krishna, I put my forehead on his. "My goddess," he said. "I love you," I said. The gods and goddesses appeared, all see-through. Guan Yin sat in the sky. I ventured somewhere else and saw Buddha. "My beloved," he said with a bow. "You are my beloved," I said and bowed. I felt touched. I returned to see Krishna, but he sat beside Radha. I stood motionless. He saw me rushing to where I was. "We are each other," he said, taking my hand. "I just want you," I said. "You have me," he said. "I'm yours, all yours, my love." He picked me up and carried me somewhere. "He loves her deeply," Radha mentioned when she saw this. Everyone disappeared, and I stood by the bridge. I walked fast, crossing it before running, and made it to the other side very easily, as it wasn't anything. The bridge was clear, without clouds on both sides. Then I returned to the start of the bridge and raced across, but stopped right in the middle. "There's no bridge," I said. "There's no disconnection. There's no me. There's no self. Just self." I sat on transparent air. The bridge disappeared. Such is me. Such is life. Such as is. Once I uttered this, I felt at ease. The heaviness was lifted. Only lightness remained. My complete salvation. Every now and then, I melted residual conditions as they occurred. Some energy attached to them could be challenging, although they weren't too dense. It didn't take long to acknowledge, understand, be mindful, and permitting them to pass through. Then they dissipated. One night, Sean said something which caused me to become highly vocal, upset. Inside, I understood I was still bearing through changes. When I returned home from my nightly stroll, we talked. "Do you know why I said that?" he asked. "No," I said. "Because you never do anything for yourself. You always do for others," he went on. "You have no new clothes. Most of your underwear and tank tops are torn and your shirts are old. You won't buy anything for yourself. Well, you'll get a new toy for your son." Maybe he was correct, but I had no thoughts of myself as I needed nothing to be happy or content. My contentment and happiness were independent of any external things. They were untouched, pure, and unshaken. "What are you teaching your son when you do that?" "Nothing. I don't teach him anything," I replied. "I have nothing to teach." I headed upstairs to shower. The following shining noon, Santi and my younger nephew played. He had a sleepover. The whole morning I was tired from lack of proper rest for a couple of nights. The sound of severe thunder and heavy rainfall also kept me awake last night. While performing daily routines, Santi's loudness and his reluctance to do homework irritated me. Before going on an outing, I rested upstairs. The boys ran rungus downstairs, chasing each other with Nerf guns. A vision emerged of treading down a semi-dark hall filled with golden Buddha idols. "Buddha, Buddha, Buddha," I kept saying multiple times. Then I showed up in snowy clouds, seeing Buddha far and wide. Even when soaring higher, there was only Buddha everywhere, below, around, and above. One Buddha figure materialized through light. I sat in meditation as I myself now was Buddha. The golden brilliant halo behind me radiated brighter. "The lotus has bloomed," I said, standing and heading elsewhere with a trident, and came upon a lake covered in ultra-thin white energy. Approximately 3 transparent Shivas presented in the atmosphere. The chant, "Om Namah Shiva," immediately played, and it wasn't too loud, just perfect. The mantra played on for some time. The destroyer vanished. Thereafter, I sat as the cosmic god, silently in the atmosphere among the cosmos. Spinning orbs drifted in every direction were inside me. "God is who I am," I said. Then I witnessed myself on earth in green fields, playing mud volleyball with others who were caked in mud. Only our eyes and white teeth showed if we were to smile. A guy spiked the ball forcefully, slamming on my chest. I fell. "Dang," I said. Momentary, I tried catching fish in muddy water when I saw a couple of them swim by, but they kept getting away when I nearly caught them. Krishna surfaced higher in the empty space, watching me in the fields, chasing those water creatures and me falling on the sludge. "My princess," he said. I, who sat as Shiva, was deeply moved by his love and couldn't stay longer than a split second after Krishna appeared. "He's my heart, my soul." Immediately, I switched to my form. Almost instantly, I turned transparent. Shiva's formlessness enveloped over me as I was in him. For a split moment, I flew before taking myself directly in front of the divine God. "My princess," he said, surprised, as I was face to face with him, lying down. "What?" I asked. "Don't like it?" He gazed briefly before saying, "Come here." "After we made love," I said, "I can't get enough of you." For a whole week, my pastimes with Shanti and his friends were taking them to different parks. It was enjoyable observing him relishing quality times with his cousins and good pals, even though I hardly had an opportunity to write. My sister was doing another fundraising this year. We loitered at her house often, though she needed help with making egg rolls, but I acquired no desire to assist. I was observing and appreciating everything, whatever was. Inside, I was drained and had no interest in assisting in that way, and I never really did. Within was stillness, and what was. If any entanglements surfaced, I would be aware and mindful of them. Strangely, I continued seeing razor blades in my mouth. Again, I attempted swallowing them, yet couldn't. One stuck in my throat, and I would use those blades to slide myself, understanding that I was peeling off more ties. Sad songs played, and I would be sad. realizing that I had killed myself off and let go of what I identified with. Now I was lacking Savan, without any beginning or ending. There was very little in me for simple living and the enjoyment of what was, the here and the now. The meditations helped me understand where I was inwardly. Abandoning those forms hung outside the yard was my final letting go. Now I understood why I kept collapsing in the middle of the bridge, unable to hang on to any less physical that I had given up. If only emptiness and contentment is left in me, then only emptiness and contentment is left in me, I said, grieving for whatever already died. I'm okay with that. At night, I meditated and found myself on a passenger train, journeying to no known destination. Then the desire to take the train faded. I got off. In my hand, I held a brown square briefcase. When I opened the case, it contained nothing. So I dumped the case in the garbage bin and strode to the city. The metropolitan morphed into air, only silver crescent moon stationed above it. Straight away, I took myself to it. "It's my moon," I said, and grabbed it, placing on my mane as my decoration. The metropolis reappeared. I walked on ground, grinning to myself, and kept touching the beaming crescent moon, a precious ornament of mine, besides the drum and other belongings. I went to sit on the cement, watching people walk past, as I grew in awe of the treasured, most beautiful decoration in my hair. The half moon radiated where I sat. When I saw a vendor nearby, I went to buy something to drink, smiling to myself. I petted the ornament again. "Lemonade, please," I said, and returned to sit in amusement afterwards, unable to believe the precious white moon sitting on my head. Shiva appeared transparently over the city as well as the ground I sat on. Next, I located elsewhere and noticed myself as a young monk of about 12 years old, walking on a tightrope. In the area contained many high and low, and he did various moves as he crossed. He hopped, spun, twirled, and skipped. Sometimes he fell, though it seemed he made himself fall, or was conscious of his falling and got back up. Amid spending time with friends at water parks the following afternoon, I talked to them over finding leggings that were suitable for summer. A store didn't carry suitable style when I went shopping the other day. They made suggestions to go to certain departments that carry those items. However, the succeeding hot day, when my friend came to drop her daughter off to play with Santi, she brought along those leggings she had that didn't fit her. The leggings fit me well. At my sister's house in the evening, I didn't do a lot except lounging and read a couple of chapters of the Memoirs on my phone. Although I was out and about, my insides felt like they were being carved and cut open, invoking more understanding that the fatigue came from going through my own death. One of my friends insisted I learn how to wrap egg rolls so I could help them. "You guys have all the strength to do it yourself," I said. "It's when you don't need no one's help that you'll come to your own strength." It had been raining on and off the entire week. Many mosquitoes were busy. One even bit my butt. I wasn't definite how it got there. The bite left a noticeable bump. At night, I woke to use the restroom and couldn't snooze. For some time, I tossed and turned, listening to the sound of the rain. It felt deeply relaxing, though it didn't send me to bed. An image befell of observing a maroon wooden carvings wall of different designs. Not wanting to pay attention to it, I almost opened my eyes, though I chose to follow the wall, which didn't lead anywhere until later. I located in dim light and found Shiva sitting in a porcelain skin tone, meditating. A salt white candy like marshmallow came to my hand, mushy in texture, and I put it in my mouth, then leaned on Shiva's shoulder, eating all of it. The round sweetness was twice the size than the one I ate when I reached Nirvana. Then I walked elsewhere. "Full-blown Shiva," I heard. He appeared throughout the city as I saw. Then I sat on snowy energy as light displayed on me. "God," I heard. I got up, heading nowhere. Tight ropes manifested directly. I treaded on one before recognizing they were ropes from endless laundry I had hung to dry. "There's no rope," I said, and instantly strode on spotless light. No more laundry, though there were some ripped off white cloths here and there hang on the ropes. With a black plastic bag in my hand, I pulled off those tiny garments and placed them in the bag. I tried to burn them but couldn't. Therefore, I took the bags to adjacent river to toss. It was the same incident with the ropes. I wasn't able to torch them. Then, with a gasoline tank, I spilled gas on those ropes before incinerating them to ashes. Nothing was done until I burned all to naught. When I observed few bags that I had thrown floating in the river, I jumped in and dragged them to surface to set them on fire, with success this time. My grandpa's wisdom helped tremendously to not just take down the logs, but to take out the roots as well. My conditions, thoughts, desires, or anything else needed to be confronted and extinguished until there was no trace. The meditative scene changed. Now I observe very light, purest white force with some electricity in it, or sparkly gold. I am unsure of which. "This is inside me?" I said. "Wow, how incredible. So beautiful, so magnificent." I marveled at how tremendously, utterly beautiful I was, how truly and deeply pure and untouched I was. I was pure heaven. Momentary, I noticed myself sitting in snowy mist in amazement of how magnificently transformed I was. No language could utter such perfection. Buddha surfaced through crystal clear light in purest white, stationing calmly in silence, a pink lotus in his palm, letting me know this was who I came to be. "I made it," I said. "I truly have made it in every way. I made it." Then I lounged sideways with my hand supporting my hand. Brilliant golden energy cascaded over my entirety from head to toe. "Wow," I gaped. "How magnificent I am. How beautiful I am." And I kept on observing speechlessly. "I can rest now. I can relax now. I have come full circle." I opened my eyes. A couple of attachments emerged where I had to dissect them. The resentment of being stepped on, along of dealing with family and cultural obligations. Understanding and burning them off my thoughts and the emotions associated with those kept me unrest at night. Inside, I felt deeply wiped out. Facing the energy of this wasn't exciting, but excruciating. It pained when energy twisted and torched. My head began to ache. Even close to daybreak, I couldn't sleep, wanted to cry because I felt deeply drained. Being stressed out and low in energy like this, I wasn't certain how I was going to be able to read, refine, and write books and take care of Santi. Over and over, I confronted anything associated with not speaking up for myself and allowing others to step on me. An image arose of reclining sideways on porcelain air, with hands cushioning my head. I continued marveling at myself. I paraded everywhere in the light. Then Buddha appeared universally reclining. "Nirvana," I heard. "Final," I said firmly. At 5 a.m., I couldn't rest, and when I did, Santi woke. We went downstairs as I was greatly depleted. He toyed with the blinds by pulling and lowering them a few times, so I scolded him. He could at least waited until I had my caffeine. The loudness of my voice scared the little guy. He pouted, nearly in tears. In the afternoon, I took him to an indoor park. He smiled and frolicked, though I felt truly washed and deeply stressed. The whole day I pushed myself through, although it was pleasurable being with him. Close to late afternoon, I wanted to relax. When Sean came home, I discussed with him the conditioning I was dealing with. Understanding clearer of the issues helped me acquire proper sleep that night. The following day, a flash of Krishna arose, telling me, "We need to cross a bridge. It's a long one." Just for a moment, I was able to pay attention to the meditation. Santi and I were in the yard, creating many things with Play-Doh. When Sean interacted with the little guy, I walked upstairs to reread book 2 before resting. Before Krishna and I crossed a long passage with no bottom, I opened my mouth, taking out a razor blade. He pulled one away, yet there were many sharp objects zipped in small clear plastic inside me. We laid those in a silver bucket. The air was soft and misty. Light clouds floated by. It was indeed lengthy, seeing no end to the bridge. We will cross it together, he said. Following my observation of the surroundings, I remembered I was on this bridge in the past, but now it grew truly extensive. No end to it. Holding Krishna's hand momentary, then I hopped on his back before going in front of him and jumping in his arms. Then I pulled him to lie down so we could make love. We will cross it, I said. We can do it. Promise, he said. You promise, I said. We got up and continued. Sometimes I would hang on his elbow and drag myself. Later, I lifted myself in the air and rolled. In a second, I made the air move, similar to a conveyor belt, as I sheltered my hands underneath my head, glancing at the immaculate sky. Shortly, I lay flat on my chest, sliding on energy next to the blue god instead of walking. I descended and used my knees to gate, then pulled Krishna's pants off. He became completely naked, truly transparent and untouched. Nothing could really define his perfection. Carefully, I observed his utter flawlessness and magnificence and felt so deeply softened. I almost choked in tears. He was about to put his pants back on. No, my love, I said, transfixed on his absolute perfection. I got up and hopped on his back, then made golden pants exist on him. We kept crossing the endless bridge. I came out of meditation to go for a nightly stroll. Near sunrise, when I woke, I continued. We still had a way to journey, and I did many things during this travel, such as playing hopscotch, gliding, and pulling on Krishna's arms. Inside, it seemed I no longer had anything to lose or to fear. Life and death became one and the same. Where there wasn't anything to who I was, I could do anything. Then I stripped in front of him. Don't do that, he said. My form faded, then I became unequivocally transparent, like he was. It took just moments. You're the greatest, the most perfect, he went on. You're truly the most beautiful goddess ever to take form. His love moved me. I almost wept. Come here, I said. We were intimate again. We are meant for each other, he said, caressing my cheek. You're the purest energy that is meant for me. Yes, my love, I said. We proceeded, and it took some time. I glanced ahead and quickly flew before taking myself there immediately. A portal mixed with light gold energy manifested. I delved into the swirly wormhole, and it changed into a smallest plastic tube. Then it converted into intravenous line, like ones I had journeyed through a few times. As I kept on with no form, the line was unimaginably extensive, as well as very twisty. Some parts were deeply narrow, and I thought I couldn't get through. Other segments were zigzag, closely on top of each other, where it was difficult to travel on. Soon it turned unthinkably slim, where breathing was impossible. It can be done, Krishna said as he watched. His comment signified that it would be a next to impossible transformation to undertake and make it past. It was a heads up with what I must endure in continuing to remember, transcend, and face who I was. We were inside the empty universe in dim light, with only a clear line to pass. As I proceeded, I grew exhausted and wanted to break, though I quickly understood that my bandages hadn't been scorched to ruins. An image surfaced of my own rundown house where my family and I used to live. I let go of houses, of my parents, of my sister, of my culture. I let it all go, I said. Now the line shot straight up, but tiny beads appeared in them. Then it became extremely narrow, and I got anxious. As I was sailing through the tiniest parts, my anxiety raised more and more until the emotion considerably invaded my hull. Uncertain if I could make it, not even a tiniest ant can even possibly crawl past. Oh my God, I screamed. This is next to impossible. It's next to impossible. It's next to impossible. Shiva appeared holding a tissue. He showed in muscular physique, wearing a tiger skin. King Cobra circled both of his arms and his neck. He revealed as the warrior god. I can do it, he said, standing tall and observing. I can do it, I said, and kept on. The line was clear again, with shiny, sparkly water shooting up. Though it wasn't as slim, there was no stop to this. Nonetheless, I arrived to where it was very twisty and worse than before. You can do this, Krishna shouted. I can do this, I repeated, and continued traveling the never-ending tube. When it was straight, I shot up. Yet, when it was thin, I did my best to get by. It didn't matter how far I looked to see if I was getting close. There was no finish line. Though I got tired, but kept on. Then something emerged suddenly. I love La King Swan so deeply, so truly, and so completely. I love La King Swan so deeply, so truly, and so completely. I love La King Swan so deeply, so truly, and so completely. I love La King Swan so deeply, so truly. I love La King Swan so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love La King Swan so deeply, so truly, and so completely. I love La King Swan so deeply, so truly, and so completely. I love La King Swan so deeply, so truly, and so completely. I continually recited. The pure, tiny, long duck became normal to where I could slip forth without much effort. It was the size of my pinky. I could breathe just a little. At last, I arrived to the end. The lid was already uncovered. I launched speedily into the void. The great Shiva, I heard, and landed on energy that was parallel to a sun. I collapsed on my knees, then on all fours, before lying down, holding myself, and cried tears of joy. Finally, I made it. Finally, I finally made it. I finally made it. I made it. I am truly liberated in every way. I am truly liberated in every single way. In no time, I stood on a rowboat, rowing at countryside streams. Sky displayed cloudless, and all was peaceful. Calmly, I observed my environments before touching the water. I said, all is me, in me as me. 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 I am self, God, love. It must have been about 4 a.m. when I stopped meditating. Following a toilet trip, Santi and I fell back asleep. We ate our breakfast, and I took him to story time at the logo library, and then we drove to a store. No surprise, he wanted another toy that he would play with for 5 or 10 minutes. He was told to wait until his birthday, only a week away. He understood this, so we did sight word hunt. He was able to read many, but some words he needed help. An image of Krishna and I emerged. We stood facing one another, hand in hand, in formless form. Be my wife once and again, he said. Speechless and deeply vulnerable by this, I lovingly met my forehead on his. In the last week, it seemed that big and small ties and connections incessantly surfaced. My energy was uptight as it never stopped. When Sean said something I disagree with, I would yell. During my nightly walk, I reflected on situations with family obligations and not speaking openly. In my culture, I was taught to keep silent. For women, it was an appropriate thing to do. To unlearn this, I needed to understand the emotions, thoughts, perceptions, and so on, what had been taught from all angles. This wasn't the first round I melted the traditions in me. However, this may be the last effects from it. Then I texted my brother-in-law a few times, asking him to repay the $10 he borrowed. Certainly it wasn't the money, but to get my dignity, self-esteem, and voice back. What I was facing had nothing to do with my sister or brother-in-law. It was all me, and I had to do it for myself, especially when I didn't want to say anything due to fear. I mustered up courage and did it. It was tough, but liberating afterwards. The grudges I held were not towards anyone but myself, for letting who I was to be unheard and shutting myself away due to traditional beliefs. Moreover, it wasn't in me to be relied on. They needed to depend on themselves. The next day I went over to my sister's house to fetch the money even though there was no desire, and it didn't matter any longer. The attachments associated with family and culture had faded. More and more, it seemed, I became desireless as well as thoughtless. Love and compassion were the energy that fully and completely filled what I was, as if there wasn't much space for anything else besides this, in addition to contentment. In meditation, I appear in inside dark haze, dumping razor blades from a silver bucket pail into a machine. Once the machine ground those sharp edges, the tiny pieces slid to an open pipe into another portion where they were being crushed into air. "There's nothing left," I said, observing. "There's nothing." All the blades in buckets were gone as I kept on working. The loads of white clothes doubtlessly needed to be grinded to nothing. Though my tiredness had much subsided, but I had more ties to dissolve. When I encountered the celestial god Krishna, I would say to him that I surrendered. One evening, while waiting for Santi to fall asleep, a vision developed. I stood in the backyard of the current house in which I resided. Everything, including the lush trees, greenhouse, grounds, air, and the entire planet, moved to the movements of my breath. Everything breathed as I was breathing. And in one particular summer evening, Sean got mad at my nephew for playing soccer ball inside the house. He had to work late the night before. I suppose he was tired, not getting enough sleep. While he sank in frustration, I got upset with him for yelling at the kids, telling him not to bring his job home, that it was better for him to stay at work, with the attitude he showed. Later, he shared with the boys during dinner about killing mosquitoes. The blood would gush from those flying insects if they suck enough blood before they get killed. "It's gross," I said. "Don't talk about that stuff." "It's boy talk," he replied. However, at night, after I rose to use the restroom, I couldn't sleep due to being furious with Sean conversing about killing the mosquitoes after I held a discussion with the boys relating to respecting living things a month ago. His share of harming blood-sucking insects. Even mosquitoes had the right to exist. They too were my beloved. At nearly 2 a.m., I texted him not to hurt any living forms and not to talk to the boys in such a way of injuring mosquitoes. It was to where I threatened him with my message. To assure he understood, I barged into his bedroom to yell. Certainly he wanted me out of his space in order to get back to sleep. All he said was, "Okay, I won't do that again. Okay." While resting in my bed, I whispered, "I love all so dearly. I love all life forms so completely. I love all life so deeply." In the bright morning, he didn't go to work. When I roamed downstairs brewing coffee, I heard him showering. Interested to know the reason, I barged into the steaming bathroom. He informed that he didn't get enough rest after I had nagged him, and that he accumulated many vacation hours. It seemed he would use any excuses not to go to his employment. He called it the hole or the pit. He then told me that he knew where I was with myself, sharing that I couldn't let go of my final form. Seconds later, he gave me high fives for coming to my final of letting go of the physical. "I already know that," I said. This is where Buddha thought it was all compassion, but it's leaving the final form. You're at where he is at. It's all compassion, deathless compassion. Shiva's dead, he suddenly said. He's gone. This comment disturbed my host swiftly, immensely, like hundreds and hundreds of sharpest blades stabbed into my very core endlessly. How could he be gone when I was here? It could be that the destruction in me were no longer or were shedding off. If Shiva died, that meant I too die, as I now only saw myself and the god of destruction and transformer as formless. When I descended the stairs to exercise before dinner, I was worst. In whirlwind of hurt and agony, I needed to sit down on the sofa for brief seconds, persevering it. It felt as if I wasn't going to make it through and wanted to give up. Inside, I was swallowed up in the depths of absolute despair and was gulped in its deepness to where I couldn't see the light. Despite wanting to cry, I couldn't. No doubt I was so angry with Sean for saying what he had said, although to say that she was dead was saying I was dead. Any life and death became the life and death of me. The energy persisting, overwhelmed, consumed, and weakened me completely, as though I was having extreme outbursts to no end. Ironically, I wanted to hurt Sean and knew that I could overpower his energy by crushing him into tiny slices. Momentary, an image developed of standing on vibrant clouds, transforming the entire universe to anything I wanted. It was readily within me to destroy, maintain, and create like it was nothing at all, and able to do it effortlessly. Without even blinking, I caused a massive explosion in the whole planet and dispersed it into tiniest fragments before changing it back to how it was. If I was to be surrounded in every corner like what Krishna did, I would come out of my form and be invisible and limitless to where nothing and no one could touch me. "Bring on Rama," I yelled. The god warrior arrived in the same way, truly handsome, wearing partly gold warrior attires. "The goddess Shiva," he shouted, standing distance far. "It's me, I yelled, "the fearless one." We began our duel by me dispersing the entire world into golden radiant force. Nothing was left of the physical realm. He revealed behind me with golden arrow and fired right through my torso. I scattered into golden light when I peered behind him, holding the strongest weapon in my hand. Immediately I stabbed Rama with it. He exploded into immaculate golden air. Suddenly, among watching him, I dropped deeply soft as boundless compassion and love crept all over my whole. "Oh my God," I said in tears and fell on my knees. "I can't do it." Rama resumed his godly form. He stood further away, observing me kneeling. "Compassion," he said. Gently, I picked myself up and walked towards the god warrior, my arms wide open. "Just take me, my love," I said, as I wasn't going to fight him. He could hurt me in any way he wished. I surrender all. It felt the more powerful I grown, the more harmless I was. Moreover, it seemed I would rather be hurt and go through all the sufferings instead of others. Despite bearing ocean of hurt, I kept on with my exercise and taking the strength of this energy. The truth was, no one at this point could tell me who I was, as I was already who I was. Besides, I needed to go through everything myself to gain full remembrance, awakening, and self-assurance that were pure and unshaken. No one's words could help me except for me to do it myself, coming to my own answers and truths. After my long and warm shower, I meditated to understand the transformation taking place within. Lately, in meditation, I often see furry brown lions running my way. This time there was a leopard staring in my direction, pacing as I rested on air. I wanted to pet it. "Can we be friends?" I asked, though it kept pacing back and forth, watching me. Then I noticed I was wearing a tiger skin and my form was Shiva holding a trishu. Oh, I can explain, I said, studying my outfit. Eventually, I moved towards the beautiful animal and petted its head. We were best friends shortly. Can I ride on you? I asked. During my ride, I lay on it briefly before facing the sky, my hands underneath my head, and then lay on my stomach, my legs hanging. I uncovered my eyes while meditating. This strong force inside me tirelessly and stubbornly persisted. Sometimes it turned deeply unbearable, and on a couple of occasions, I just wanted to shorten my life. The energy didn't tense up to where it was unimaginable, but it stayed put, but it felt as if I was blasting, scattering into smallest parts, withstanding it. Oh my God, it's impossible, I screamed, truthfully loud inside as though I was going foolish. Enduring this, visions of razor blades stuck in my mouth emerged, although at times I was able to swallow those dark objects. Other times I couldn't, therefore I would drag them out. Krishna hadn't showed up lately, and I would yell his name when the severest storm of energy erupted everywhere within, telling him how impossible it was with what I was facing, as I couldn't even hang on to the tiniest thread. I can do it, I can do it, I can do it, I repeated periodically. That would be much better than what was happening, and I wish I'd never come to this. It was a lot to pay for, and the value was costing all of me. The transformation deemed to be formidable, whereas carrying thousands of Himalayas was far easier than this. Similarly, at times I wanted to hurt myself, and at one point I wanted to chop my fingers or arms off amid cooking, looking at knives. No doubt it was inevitably to distract from upholding the monumental force which carried on mercilessly. Krishna, 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 it's next to impossible, Krishna. I cried within and sat at the kitchen corner. In meditation, I found myself flying through light white mists. Lies, lie, I whispered. Lies, lie. White sheet and pen popped in my hand. Nothing to pen. I scribbled a couple of lines, but they were transparent. Then I threw blank pages all around. Lies, lie, the destroyer, the maintainer, and the creator. A middle-sized green tree existed there. I observed it. Immediately, many light bulbs manifested, dangling on this tree. A beautiful sight to witness. Many more bulbs existed, far and wide. One came to my hand, although it wasn't lit. In just moments, it lit up. Pure intelligence, I heard. Pure intelligence, I repeated. This was what it reduced to when I hardly had any thoughts and formless. Pure intelligence, no bounds, simple, true, and supremely powerful of consciousness. One afternoon following polishing book 2, I shut my eyes for a doze. However, an image arose of sitting below a tree nowhere known. Besides clouds, a small pool of clear water was there. To observe the liquid closely, I stood up. Despite my attempt to see my form carefully through its reflection, I wasn't able to. Usually I would see my own image, yet this time there was none. Things I was able to see were vibrant clouds and the leafy tree. A realization arose. I was unseen, formless, and invisible. Then I headed elsewhere and found myself surfacing from Agra in the dark. Buddha sat with his eyes shut and his palm raised. A good-sized fish swam nearby, and I caught it in my grip. It's a big one, Buddha said, indicating that whatever I was enduring wasn't anywhere easy. Holding the fish in my hand, I made a kitchen appear and skinned the swimming creature using a knife and cutting it into smaller pieces. A pot appeared, and I put fish slices in it to cook. Once done, I ate the soup. I love Krishna so badly, I said, while eating and while Buddha watched. When the broth was eaten, I strolled elsewhere in dark, indistinct atmosphere. Krishna arrived to take my hand. He was truly shapeless as I was. There were no outlines to distinguish between he and I, like we were. I'm your wife, you know. For all eternity, he said. We made love, though there was no he or I at all. I love you, I said. It's all go now, he said. It's all go now, I said. He picked me up and carried me. When I tried to see his form, I wasn't able to, as he was deeply unnoticed. We couldn't be seen. Now, when I carry you, I carry the entire universe, he informed. After Sean said Shiva being dead, I wasn't at my best with him, amid enduring the overpowering energy that didn't leave. It turned intensely powerful, and I felt like I could detonate into fragments at any time. Whenever I spoke to him, I wasn't using my friendly voice. Amidst relaxing on my bed when Santi visited his grandparents, an image of the Incredible Hulk ensued. He punched me in the face, though I didn't do anything. It was the heaviest blow, and I shook. He attempted again, and this time I gently put my palm towards his. I let you go, my love, I said to my anger. I love you with my all. I am at peace now. I let you go in peace, my beloved. I love you with my all. Then I cry, understanding the destructive aspects of me was being shut off, torching to naught. The rage and destruction had been with me ever since, who knew when. Letting go of it was undeniably sent off the biggest piece of La. Opening my eyes, I wiped my tears and lay motionless. I love so badly, I whispered. I love so immeasurably. I love so completely. One afternoon, however, Sean and I really involved ourselves in fiery arguments, and I threw a Maruka and broke it. Santi bawled, witnessing his toy in pieces, as well as fearing what was ensuing. My energy spiked to such a degree that I wasn't resolute of how to handle it. In every way, it looked as I was exploding, like my veins and vessels were destructing into countless bits. That afternoon happened to be Santi's birthday, and his cousins were getting ready to come celebrate with him. Sean angrily yelled that Shiva was dead and that he no longer was afraid of me. He had mentioned this a few times on and off in the last month also. Unlike other times, he informed he was scared to come home, frightened to get swallowed up by Shiva, fearful of my wrath as he was treading on thin ice around me. A particular night, he returned home after leaving the house when we got into a huge argument. He rushed in the bathroom and splashed water in his face, and I stood at the bathroom door watching him, wanting to apologize. I don't know what I am dealing with, he said. I don't know what the fuck I am dealing with. I'm sorry, I said. Didn't want him to leave me and Santi, as I didn't know how to contain the rage existed within me. You're very powerful, he carried on, although I wasn't certain what he referred to at the time, and now I understood a lot more as I awakened. You don't tell me who I am. I am La King Savan, I screamed. I am who I am. I am who I am. You don't tell me who I am. I am who I am. I am who I am. To settle and be with myself, I rushed upstairs to sit on my bed, deeply hurt, and once more my entirety was crushed, and I was severely agonized as I was being chopped into ends and scattered into innumerable remains. To say that Shiva died caused unspeakable pain, as I had completely perished in all ways. Sea of torments crashed all over as it was bottomless. Sitting in my room and bearing the insurmountable force I was having never-ending eruptions. Oh my God, I am who I am. 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 Tears streamed my face as I was truly dying, as I wasn't even there, as I was gone, leaving forms. Sean entered my room later to apologize, admitting that I was right, saying that what he had said earlier was to injure me. Nevertheless, he was informed the situation induced strength and pure confidence in myself, because now no one and nothing in this entire planet could tell me who I was. La was who she was, without question or answer any longer. He proceeded to say he wasn't certain why my identification was with Shiva, but not with Vishnu or Brahma. He mentioned that Shiva was one force, although I was unsure of his reasons for using identifying to describe my energy, unless he meant why I was born as this energy itself, but it didn't matter anymore. I am all, I said softly, glaring into the distance, enduring severe hurt as I was getting sawed open. I am all energies. Even though there wasn't any identification or description in me, I remained quiet. There was no desire to explain to anyone who I was, and there wasn't anything in myself to elaborate on. It didn't seem he understood where I was or what was transpiring, and at that moment forward, it was La by herself. Before, in my journey, it grown truthfully painful to accept me due to the great raging force and destruction that existed within, parts I utterly used to despise. While growing up, I attempted to shut this off, only embrace amicable sides of myself. The harder I tried bearing this fearsome anger, the stronger it mounted. Along the path of self-remembrance, I gradually arrived to love myself immeasurably, and came to remember other aspects I never truly knew, such as the great sage, the auspicious one, the powerful one, the holy one, and the fearless one. From destruction I came to be wholly harmless, filled with only deathless love, peace, and compassion for all. Nevertheless, at night I couldn't sleep, tossing and bearing unrelenting, unfathomable pain. It was the same thing. No one could tell me who I was. Even more, I no longer needed or wanted anyone's help, as I could do everything and anything on my own. It was La who endured arduous and profound inner transformations to come to pure knowledge, wisdom, and remembrance of self. I was the sole authority, and it was up to me then to do it all the way, to completely remember, having untouched confidence and awareness in every angles. I am my own. I am on my own. I am my own God. I am my own. I am my own God. I am my own God. Undeniably, I was the god and goddess, as well as the descent of myself. It seemed I still had a challenging time accepting that I was the extraction of the destroyer, and wanting to stay away, didn't want to be associated with it, as I grew frightened of this. Krishna was right. I wouldn't have been able to embrace this grand revelation if my birth was revealed before. A flash befell of sitting in untainted light on a purest white lotus flower seat. The lotus petals dropped off individually until my seat, in a lotus shape, contained only lightest white energy. The most beautiful soul, I heard, the purest soul. As I carry on contemplating and enduring unspeakable pains, many visions develop to bring clarity. An image occurred of strolling on a sidewalk, carrying a briefcase during nighttime. My hair was long but thin. It was falling off, as I could see the skin of my skull. It felt as if I was getting a divorce and going off to live in a new town, starting over with everything. A memory cropped of when I relocated to reside in a different city to earn an education degree. The emotions of starting over, such as loneliness, sadness, and uncertainty, were like how I was feeling at the time. It deemed for sure I was alone, as I had repeatedly verbalized. It's all me now. I am alone. I am alone. As the depthless distress sustained, I wanted to find relief by possibly going to Krishna, though there was no desire. It was La now, only with herself. The only temple I could seek refuge from was me. I am my own, on my own. That night, I probably acquired only an hour of sleep. The following day, the pain didn't fully subside, but pulsated everywhere, though I was with what transpired. Certainly, I sank in the deep river of woes, and the only route was to go bottomless, to truly remember, awaken, and be transformed completely. Thus, I submerged myself in this deepest pain, surrendering openly, annihilated away to no end. Despite the great distress, I allow any attachments to form and come forth as I cut off my final physical self, in addition to withstanding the hurtful energy. Even looking at myself and seeing the brown mole on my lower cheek pierce profoundly in the morning. And what did I do? I kept staring in the mirror while pain crushed and torched my tissues. I am doomed. I am doomed. Although the mole might be pre-skin cancer, even so, I needed to fully confront, dissolving any thoughts, perceptions, connections, beliefs, and so on relating to my looks and appearance. It was the only way to let it all go to zero, uprooting and incinerating them to air. Santi and I visited a pet shop, get a tadpole and trapping snail for his small pond. That blistering day, he seemed happy and it was pleasant to spend time with him. It lessened the edge of agony for brief moments. The sun shone wonderfully. I hadn't had much chance to soak in the sunshine. During lunch, he repeated what Sean said a couple days ago. "You're not Shiva, Mommy. You are who you are," he said. "Shiva's dead. Don't let anyone tell you who you are, not even Mommy or Daddy. Come to it yourself." Unquestionably, his comments affected my entireness immensely. Fierce aches sneaked upon me roughly, piling up, and I held myself in the kitchen as I was unspeakably wounded, where I had to sit against the cabinet, shedding no tear as there were none to be shed. It didn't matter what Santi or anyone said. I needed to come to all of it alone. When he built his Legos, I headed up the steps to have some time. Just briefly, I shut my eyes. Vishnu appeared in golden pants, no shirt, and wearing a golden head crown. Lately, I encountered him. We made love, though afterwards I would go to Krishna to let him know he was the only God for me. "I want Krishna," I said, as tears filled my eyes and kept flying upward, and it seemed he was Krishna. No matter how high I rocketed, I continued seeing the divine God standing in purest, untouched white mist as he stood as the highest absolute temple. "The goddess," I heard recurrently. Instantly I understood. It was when I was able to stand alone that I evolved to be this itself. The goddess, the goddess. Then I sailed all the way to the top, standing on the tip with one leg over my other leg. With my arms, I did some kind of dance. Suddenly, I located myself lying on pure golden energy, inspecting it closely. "So go," I said, in disbelief. Amid lying, I made an arrow shoot straight. Even though I remained where I was reclining, I followed the weapon. It flew far. Nonetheless, I trailed the pointy thing. A big golden Buddha statue unfolded on the left. The arrow circled back, but it didn't wrap itself around me like before, with a string. Then, elsewhere, I saw myself observing a few wiggly worms in a frying pan. I fried and tossed them onto grounds for birds to eat. "She's really letting go," Buddha said when he appeared. I opened my eyes for meditation, covered with hollow feelings and lying on my bed. I switched on the TV. Recently, I've been watching travel documentaries of various countries. The documentary I viewed at the time happened to be Rural Life in Nepal. It felt relaxing to enjoy anything without thoughts, no before or behind, just pure watching with no attachment. Suddenly, something transpired deep within. "The auspicious one," I heard. "I'm the auspicious one. There's no doubt." Against the pain I suffered gradually lowered. I wiped away my tears, utterly happy to have trusted myself to arrive to my own truth. I am always the auspicious one. Sean came home from work and interacted with Santi. I proceeded to relax on my bed as I attained no desire to engage in conversations with him. Not in this lifetime could he tell me who I was or where I was with myself, as I can do it all and wanted no help from him or anyone. More and more, my confidence flourished to be unshaken and untouched. He mentioned something about smelling death in the house, and he was correct. I was truly dying, and he smelled my decaying corpses. In the warm evening, I stepped downstairs to have dinner. Everything within me felt a shade lighter in a way, serene, of making a courageous choice to rely on myself. After watching more travel videos, I slept easily. At sunrise, I was cheerier. The pain lessened, and I was able to admire Santi playing tennis with some lightness. In some ways, it felt like I was recovering. Seeing Vishnu a few times in meditation, and then Rama brought insight. Even though Rama and Krishna were Vishnu's incarnations, they were still their own God, opening a pathway for me to have my full acceptance of this lineage. In the hot afternoon, I viewed more touristy videos lying beside the light curly hair boy. He got bored, so we watched one on fishing in the Mekong River. Momentary of shutting my eyes, I unearthed myself in front of a wall made of skeletons. They weren't white, but beige. I am no one now, I said, feeling the skulls and bones. I am no one at all now. Cries streamed past my cheeks, deeply aware that in the last weeks I had gone through death, and these were my carcasses. Leaving form was unimaginably the nearest door to make through. Suddenly, I showed in white air, my black hair passing my shoulders. A razor blade came to my grip, and I did the job of shaving until I was bald. Gradually, my body turned into that of a male monk about 40 years old, wearing a yellow one-shoulder saffron attire. I strode on a road filled of porcelain light. A brown meditation bead manifested in my hand, and I rotated it. Final liberation, I heard. Then I chanted, Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Soon I showed elsewhere, sitting in vacant atmosphere surrounded by Buddha with his brilliant golden halo. He immediately recited, Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. During his recitation, an utmost unspeakable peace awakened. Truly moved, I nearly sobbed. Any pains lurked at the moment were washed away. Oh my gosh, I said, as peaceful energy flowed gently within. The most honored one, I heard him say afterwards. I regarded to be truly unbelievable what I came to, succeeding the tremendous trials of transforming and remembering as I died away from forms. I wasn't called the enlightened one, the truly awakened one, the perfect one, or the fully enlightened one. Now, the most honored one, aiding my realization instantly that this must be final. I plopped forward of sincerest joy. Whatever I undergone in the last weeks were all worth it. The most precious gift I could ever bestow to self was this gift of enlightenment itself. This held to be the most precious, boundless love. The cute lad asked me to look at the fish a fisherman caught. I opened my eyes. He wanted to view a documentary on China. We browsed through various clips before located one that interested him. Later, I shut my eyes. This time, I sat on a rectangular bench in the expanse of white haze. Another copy of myself marched over, giving out white flowers. More kept coming to place pure flowers next to my side and in my hand. Thank you, my love, I said. After they vanished, I absorbed white fog in my hand, putting it in a vase, and made airy blossoms from it. Then I strode elsewhere, no known point. The light was clear. The most beautiful goddess I have ever seen, I heard, bringing lightness within. I beamed. My goddess, the divine God uttered. Come be with me, my love, I said. He descended in his godly blue skin form. He picked me up and carried me. Images of him and I making love surfaced in physical shape. We already done that, I said. Another image of he and I arose when we were on a date. We already done that too. There wasn't a wish to go do anything with him in that way any longer. I don't want to go anywhere or do anything. I just want to be with you, right here, right now. Is that okay? He continued carrying me. Where are we going? Everywhere, anywhere with you, he said. Never apart. Do you know what's the best part of this? I asked. He was quiet. It's to be with you eternally, with us. It's my happiness. It's also my happiness, he said. You have me by the finger, I said, and swung my pinky to show it. You have me by the finger, he said. I opened my eyes. In the morning, a flash occurred. Standing in the middle of the street at a big city, people walk out of cafes and restaurants, and some strode on sidewalks. It's me, I said, recognizing myself in all forms, faces and races. It's all me. Then I found myself with Krishna, embracing each other, surpassing the vapors, formless. Though the painful energy diminished much more, I withstood the effects of them that prolonged. In my room, I would be watching something on TV and be one with my hurt, remembering that I created all and was the cause of all causes. When Sean wanted to talk about where I was with myself, I would tell him, there's no need. I don't want to talk about it. He wasn't the factor of my hurt and sufferings. A couple of images transpired of holding a baby, blood dripping from its neck. This provoked my understanding at the moment. I was close to abandoning everything I thought I was, any aspects that remain. When conversing to one of my friends relating life one afternoon, she mentioned she was happy to have friends who cared at great length about her, as she didn't trust many people. Her comments sprung a great realization, even more so that I needed no one. Now that I had myself, everything was in the palm of my hand, and I wanted nothing. Buddha and Guan Yin were right when they said, when you have yourself, you have the world. I missed viewing TV. It occurred to me very often that Krishna was able to do everything because he wasn't serious. When one held no seriousness or attachment, one could be all and held great enjoyment of his own beingness. In meditation, I stood in a room and saw Krishna's hand about to blow his flute. A jellyfish or something similar to it, with a glow in it, floated upward. I trailed. I have come so far, I said. It kept glowing. I have come so far. The illuminating fish disappeared. I emerged out of the ocean, capturing a catfish in my mouth that was almost dead, and observed many dead fish in water. I want nothing, I said. I want nothing. I want nothing at all. Heading away from water, I wasn't sure what to do with the dead one. Not remembering correctly, I might have burnt the ocean. Shortly, I sat under a small tree covered of green, healthy leaves before strolling. Nothing was around, hence I played my flute amidst treading on air. Krishna appeared formless form, playing his instrument along with me, although he sat higher up. The flutes held sound this time, and the melody was deeply in sync and harmonious, echoing far and wide. The sound seemed to be the completeness of who I was. In me held nothing except a sound. It seemed this was all I narrowed down to, a sound, the sound of love, of God, of oneness. Recently, I've been spending time with a friend whom I hadn't seen. Our children had grand times together. A few attachments emerged, one of which was not putting my son first, as I was busy helping her with her kids when we were on an outing at a zoo one day. We were out of town and I didn't drive my own car. We searched for restaurants we wanted to dine in. Moreover, Santi wouldn't normally eat when we hung around other kids. He would often be distracted, so he waited to have his lunch while everyone ate. He was offered snacks I brought along, but he refused them. When asked if he was hungry, he didn't say. However, I knew him well. He regularly ate lunch at that particular hour and only preferred to eat mackerel and cheese pizza or turkey sandwiches. Surprisingly, he tried fur noodle soup when he witnessed other kids eating it, and he was hungry. This was nice, seeing him trying something new. At night, I couldn't sleep soundly, confronting old entanglements which ignited. My late mom had always put me last, as I recalled. Often when she invited her friends for lunch following church services, she would remind me to stay in my room. Despite how hungry I'd gotten, she would ask me to wait or would yell at me for bothering her. Other people were more important than her children. It happened very frequently, so I was used to being treated that way. My action toward my son incurred awareness of how I treated myself. The old wound still hurt. It needed to mend. At daybreak, I apologized to him. "You didn't go buy mac and cheese for me, Mommy," he said. "I know. I am sorry, my love," I said, hugging him. "I am glad you tried new food, too. Do you like it? I am so proud of you." After experiencing hurt and pain for a couple of weeks, I was healing. If Sean came to say Shiva was dead, it wouldn't provoke anything. Now that my confidence blossomed, where nothing could take it away, and I was grateful for what took place. The following humid summer night, I scratched myself all over from mosquito bites. There were a couple bumps on both of my legs and thighs. However, I wasn't convinced how I gotten 3 marks on my butt cheek and 1 on the other. "I didn't wear shorts," I said, scratching. "How did it get there?" To see the mosquitoes were flying, I surveyed my room, but there were none. During Sunday morning, I continued itching while walking to and from kitchen cooking for Santi. How did the mosquitoes bite my butt? I didn't even wear shorts. Immediately, a flash of Krishna came. It made me gently smile. "It has to be in the butt, Krishna? It has to be the butt?" In meditation, Vishnu headed my way, handsomely dressed in all gold attire. After our intimacy, I said, "I love you, my love. You are my God." When he vanished, I was alone. Then Krishna stopped by, and we made love, and I told him the same. The situation became tough when the maintainer reappeared. I stood in the middle of both gods. "I love you, Vishnu," I said, then turned to Krishna. "I love you, Krishna. You're my God." Then I turned to Vishnu. "I love you. You're my God, Vishnu. You're my God, Krishna." Going back and forth, I finally yelled, "I am my own God. I am my own God. I am my own God." I opened my eyes and tried falling asleep. A major holiday drew near. Everyone talked of their plans to celebrate. Mosquitoes occupied the air after the rain with high humidity. People around me knew I wouldn't and couldn't hurt them. Therefore, they were cautious of harming the insects. My niece and nephews were surprised that I couldn't or wouldn't harm even the tiniest bugs. A vision unfolded of traveling a wormhole, going at a faster speed than usual. On both sides manifested Guanyin, sitting in lotus position in pure white energy. "Guanyin," I said. "Guanyin, Guanyin, Guanyin." Then golden Buddha sat on each side as I journeyed onwards. "Buddha," I said. "Buddha, Buddha, Buddha." The enlightened one, I heard. The exalted one. The perfect one. Shortly, I shot from the portal into pure white light. The most honored one. Guanyin was everywhere. "Guanyin," I said, "I am you, and you are me." "Yes," she said, descending. She observed something, whereas I admired her closely of how truly beautiful and indescribable she was. I wore my purple checker short and white sleeping t-shirt. "I am free," I said. "You are free," she confirmed. The meditation scene changed to where I was walking a small, brown furry dog in the dim vacant cosmos, though it had a leash. "Go," I said to the puppy, letting go of the rope with a realization that I needed to take off the collar on its neck. an indication that I had more of myself to understand, and peeling away anything that tied me. You're free. You can do anything. The little pup ran. I followed it, aiming to get a glimpse of how tight the collar was. It was a bit deep. A Bengal tiger walked by. I went to it. The fearless one, I said. I am the fearless one. I rode on its back. A tissue popped in my hand. More tigers appeared, and I petted them as I rode. King arrived, ringing himself on my neck. Then Shiva manifested universally in the unfilled space. When he disappeared, King enlarged into a gigantic snake, hovering over the dark sky. I flew up to my serpent. You are my beloved snake, I said, and kissed its head before soaring higher, only to land on the identical purest white energy. The goddess Shiva, I heard. The trident still lingered in my hand. A tree grew out of nowhere. I approached and sat under it. I am without desire, I said. I am at peace. I am peace. Elsewhere, I sighted many elephants. I rode on one. After dismounting, I strode, although a lion came, tucking onto my leg. I beamed at how adorable it was. Bengal tiger strode my way as I rubbed the lion's crown. The strong one, I said to the lion. The tiger walked closer, so I caressed its head and said, the fearless one. They vanished. I lifted myself and went somewhere. Gunyan sat in midair. She dropped pink lotus petals on clear snowy white surface. I gathered them and ate. I will eat them all, Gunyan, I said. She laughed. Then I sat as the goddess of mercy in the air, to cry, grasping how truly beautiful I was. Abruptly, I rocketed upward. Shiva appeared behind me as I sat. His eyes were closed this time, and only half of him revealed. The multi-headed snake appeared to cover me as I closed my eyes in silence. The purest one, I heard suddenly. Oh, so. A trident flew to my grip, and I got up to walk. The weapon turned all white, and I kept observing it. It got smaller before it was a normal size. It changed into gold shortly, though the spears were pure thick white. Momentary, they switched to shapes akin to a cactus head. They didn't seem like spears. Maybe I don't need it, I said, and was going to leave it. A tree materialized ahead. I paced to sit below and placed the tissue at my side. Nothing was around. All was quiet. A love for Krishna emerged. Krishna, I said softly. He arose through spotless porcelain energy. I was deeply taken by his presence, keenly watching him coming my way. Do you always come when I call? I asked. Always. You're my soul, he answered, and then added, Go soul. We relaxed lovingly, holding each other, before I sat somewhere alone. An incredible hawk was walking away and turned back, grinning its teeth, meaning that my anger was leaving, but wasn't too far gone and not as cheerful. Go in peace, my love, I said. He continued marching up, yet was still big, taking over the clouds. I am at peace now. I threw the tissue to him. He caught it. Take it with you, I said. It's yours, he said, throwing the weapon of destruction back to me. You were born with it. You are born of Shiva. This helped me remember more, understanding how I came about. While having dinner at my sister's house celebrating their holiday, I conversed with other family members. One of them expressed fear of going to purchase rice at a store located in an area considered not too safe. Many homeless, drug addicts, and possibly pimps and prostitutes hung far and near the premises. Jokingly, I encouraged him to go and even share my monetary donation to a homeless man when he approached, when I was there. Almost twice a month, I would go to this particular store to purchase food and buy sticky rice to cook. When we don't see ourselves differently from others, either living or non-living, our love grows boundless, spreads far and wide to all. Everyone is truly our soul, our family, one another, and each other. In meditation, I surrendered to Krishna. Subsequent our intimacy, I said, I submit my all to you. I submit to you eternally, my love. Often when he and I made love, everything, the whole planet existed in us as we were invisible. Sometimes I would see myself cutting a doll using a razor blade. The vision assisted my understanding that my form had reduced to just plastic. At times, the dolly morphed into a laughing Buddha. After I finished dissecting it in halves, on one occasion, many laughing Buddhas appeared. In another vision, I would see Krishna and I in pure, thick porcelain energy like clay, in the whitest atmosphere. After seeing this a couple of times, I touched him, but he fell off, similar to ashes. Then nothing was there. In my daily life, I would turn things into jokes, lightness, or found them to be funny or non-serious. When one of my longtime friends complained of her dissatisfying marriage, I would giggle every now and then. The way she spoke of it, her tone of voice, eyes widened, was also comical. When Sean gave me money, I would give it back to him. I don't want it, I said. I had no desire for anything, just breathing and living, without question, that I narrowed to utmost simplicity. Even reading over math directions to help Santi confused me. This was a first grader's comprehension, but I had to ask Sean to explain the simplest instructions to our son. Deeply, there wasn't anything in me, only consciousness that was breathing. Never did I realize how truly free it was to be completely conscious, without desire, and deeply aware. A flash befell of me as a leopard running in an untouched light until I changed back to myself and soared into the sky. I am it! I shouted. I am it! I am so it! This is the ultimate of liberation and freedom. Then I sat in a lotus posture, deeply calm. A tune arose, either hum or hum or hum. This had come to me before, though I wasn't sure what it was. Then I sang it. Like a child, I got up, beaming, skipped, and sang. Realizing I was inside Krishna's energy. The only God that breathed within my core restfully was He. He took form and immediately lifted me. We sang hum together. Do you like it? He asked. Like it? I said. I love it. This is our sound now, he shared. The sound of oneness. The sound of God. It is the most beautiful sound, I commented. You have completely waited. I would wait for all eternity for you, he said. You are my wife, my goddess. And you are my God, I said, tenderly putting my head on his shoulder. To be with Krishna in this love, of this love, and this love itself was true salvation. He disappeared into me, whereas I sat quietly with eyes shut in silence. I was God and Goddess together as one, the male and female, yin and yang. God, instantly, I was hearing. I sped higher and bobbed inside the vacant space, performing different dances, while Krishna was in me, doing the same thing. Momentary, I made approximately 10 of myself manifest to jazz with. I manifested in diverse forms, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, and so on, boogieing together. Unexpectedly, I was an exceptional dancer. With my tissue, I spun and twirled, rolling it over my back. It was now all go. Afterwards, I located myself somewhere, standing beneath a nightly sky, covered of twinkling stars. However, my form was Shiva, muscular, wore a tiger covering, and king cobras adorned my neck and both of my arms. My dark hair was matted, and a white crescent moon sat on it. Then I scratched my butt where the mosquitoes had bitten me. In the form of destroyer, I strode in empty darkness until I sat wherever unknown. Soon, I shifted into my own form, sitting calmly as a male and female together. The great Shiva, I heard suddenly. Then my physique switched to Shiva, and I sat as both God and goddess in one. I stood up, heading aimlessly in empty darkness. A tree appeared just a short distance ahead. I walked to sit below it, feeling deeply serene. Golden Buddha displayed throughout. Namo Tassat Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassat Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassat Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa. La is La, I said. Shiva is Shiva, one. I soared into the void in my own shape. The all-powerful one, I heard. I opened my eyes. That summer, many of my friends and family members were going on vacation. They asked if I was going anywhere, but my response was the same to all. No, we don't have money. Some were surprised that I hadn't been on vacation for many years. Sean hadn't been on one for even longer. There was no real desire, as I could have everything in front of me, though it would be lovely to go for a little family getaway. It had been a long time since I purchased new clothes. Most of my attires were old, though I deeply and truly appreciated them, unlike before, when I always bought new expensive outfits to wear. The enjoyment of here and now, the sun, the gentle breeze, my own breath, watching Santi and his friends and cousins playing, was priceless, joyful, and liberating. Having nothing and wanting nothing at all. More and more, I grew much accepting of the mole on the lower side of my cheek and wasn't as shy about it. I was happy to have it and loved it unconditionally, like everything else. In addition, I noticed when bugs died or when children kill them, I wasn't as upset, although my immeasurable compassion for living things was still there, untouched. Even more, I embraced of how all things choose to go or transform. After undergoing the immense transformation for many weeks, it disrupted my body to where I bled between menses and needed to go see a doctor throughout. Nothing else was happening. My weight plummeted as well. Once everything slowed down, I understood clearer regarding what was transpiring internally. Now you can say I was it in every way. Self, wanting nothing and needing or anyone's help. It deemed liberating, is salvation, and complete enlightenment. In meditation, I strode on air, dressed like a geisha, and approached nearby water and ripped away my form, akin to peeling off a mask. I became formless and unseen afterwards. Lately, I encountered Vishnu. We made love in our serpent. The large snake was alive. One bright morning, I had to go get a blood test my doctor ordered. The phlebotomist used a regular needle to draw my blood, and I didn't request for him to use a smaller one. Inside, I wasn't disturbed. Pain and suffering and non-pain and non-suffering became one and the same. During another doctor's visit, he informed me he didn't like reviewing other doctors' tests with his patients due to any inconsistency of the information they might tell them. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary stress. After hearing him, it deepened my understanding that there was no stress in me. Even if there was, I was fine with it. Stress could help us be creative, enhancing our lives by helping us to slow down and be with our breathing, taking things day by day, helping us to remember, grow, and be more conscious and aware of ourselves. He told me to think positively after saying that there might be another cyst developing when we learned of similar symptoms to ones I had had. Think became foreign to me as I didn't think and had not much thought. At night, Sandy told Sean he wanted to watch a show about Big Star on TV. He was excited from what he had learned in class. When the film on Cosmos played and it centered on black hole, my eyes instantly sparkled. That's mine, I said. Deeply felt peaceful once I mentioned this. That's my baby, my star. It's my life and death, my beginning and ending. I am this black hole itself. In meditation, I strode in an alley before finding myself surfaced from waterfalls, carrying a big fish in my mouth like a grizzly bear. Then rain poured. Standing motionless during it, I got fully drenched. I let loose the angle. I don't want anything, I said, watching water shooting downwards. I don't want anything. I want no more. I am done. I am done. I want nothing. Next, I sped into the firmament, without form, only conscious energy repeating as it became another mantra. I want nothing. There's no more. There's no more. I don't want anything. I am done. I am done. Final. As I ascended, Guan Yin sat in meditation posture with her palm up. Formless, I kept going and reciting. Buddha appeared with his palm raised while I proceeded. The tissue flew to my hand, and I held it close to my heart. My beloved, I said, closing my eyes. Suddenly, I stood observing countless small drums floating in front of me. After choosing one, I made my way above. I encountered Shiva sitting in calmness, his palm open. My energy flowed into him like air going into a hole. I don't want anything. There's no more. I want nothing. I am done. I am done. Then it is done, he said, while I was inside him. You are my extension. Yes, I am, I said. I am your extension and you're mine. In the God of Destruction's form, I multiplied skyward like steps. Afterwards, I flourished from Agra, having long dead snakes on my neck and arms. Instead of Shiva's yogi form, I showed in his warrior body, muscular and wearing a tiger covering as my skirt and holding a tissue. A drum hung on it. An egg appeared and I cracked it, and the yolk dropped on the snake's body. However, I picked up the slimy, clear yellow thing and ate it. I don't even know what I'm eating, I said. I just eat. I stood up and strode and recognized it was an identical area I had been to, but was now heading the opposite direction. Maybe it was for health, I said about the egg. Maybe it is not. Who cares if it is or it's not? Up in the air in my formlessness, I observed Shiva. I said, oh my God, he is me. He is so me. Sean and the little boy held another discussion on Cosmos subsequent evening following dinner. I skipped downstairs and joined in the conversation on black holes. Sean asked why I was keen. It's me, I said, smiling. I love it so much. Last year I was often inside it. An image of swirling energy in space arose. Shiva sat in meditation at the center of it. I dove into the black hole. It ground my physical to nothing, and I became invisible. I can be crumbled, I said, as my body was getting crushed. And when I was formless again, I said, and I cannot be crumbled. During my nightly walk, I pondered over what I had endured in recent weeks. There wasn't any word to verbalize the severity of the transformations. Verses I used as descriptions didn't fully justify of how incredible they were. It seemed that only God was able to do this or take on such a nearly impossible mission. Lately, Krishna hadn't appeared. End of part 1. Namaskar.